Good afternoon, everyone, and greetings from the team D-Tech. Today is a very, very special day, and in the presence of our chief guest, Dr. Mahendra Manchpura, our guest of honor, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, Dr. Shashank Joshi, and our special invitees, Dr. Vasant Kumar, Dr. S.R. Arvind, Dr. Jayesh Lele, and uh, also Dr. Shyam Sundar, who is currently the president of the API, and Dr. Bansi Sabu, the D-Tech chair as well as the founder, along with all the respected dignitaries and the guests who are present here and those who are watching us live for this telecast. This day is very, very special because it is not just any other conference, not just any other inauguration. This is a concept, this is a new, I think this is a day which is going to create a new milestone in the historical landmark where we are going to talk about the technology. There is not a single aspect of our life which is not being touched upon by technology, and the way it has changed our lives in the last 2 years, especially during the pandemic times when the advancement in the telemedicine has happened, the way we interact with our patient has happened. The technology is going to be one of the very, very important key factors in the management of the chronic diseases and especially the diabetes. So this platform called D-Tech, and which is organizing the first World Congress of Diabetes Technology. So I welcome you all. And to take it further, I would like to invite none other than our mentor, teacher, guide, Dr. Bansi Sabu, who is also the founder of D-Tech, to deliver his welcome address. Let me just tell you a few things about Dr. Bansi Sabu. You all know about it, but there is something which is very special. The word impossible does not exist in his dictionary. And whenever you work with him, he will push you to the limit, and he will always think of something which you can never think of. So this is my experience with him. And whatever he feels, he gets it at the end of the day. He is able to get it and achieve it at the end of the day also. So when we thought of this D-Tech, it was his idea, his brainchild, and he guided us all through this program. So we welcome Dr. Bansi Sabu. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. And now the stage is yours. Please deliver your welcome.
Thank you, Amit. Thanks for kind words. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Mahendra Manchpura, Honorable Minister of Government of India. He is a Minister of Ayush. He is Minister of Child and Women Development. He is close friend because we studied together. He has done his MBBS and MD medicine. He was a leading physician from Surendranagar. Unluckily, he could not join, so he sent his video message, but he will be joining soon, probably for a few minutes. I just messaged him. We have with us our guest of honor, Dr. Akhtar Hussain, who is the President-elect of International Diabetic Federation. My very close friend, my elder brother, Dr. Shashank Joshi, who is always there with me, who is the chairman of International Diabetic Federation, Southeast Asia region. Respected President of RSSDI, Dr. Vasant Kumar, President of Association Physician of India, Dr. Shyam Sundar, President of Diabetes India, Dr. S.R. Arvind, and our Secretary of Indian Medical Association, Dr. Jayesh Lele, who are with us today. My very close friend, who is known as technology man of our country, Dr. Jyoti Dev, my dear friend, Dr. Manoj Chawla, all advisory board members of this D-Tech, all my colleagues of D-TechCon organizing committee, all national and international faculty, all the esteemed healthcare professionals, industry partners, startups from India in the audience, I welcome you all. At the outset, I feel privileged to be here in front of you as the founder of D-Tech. I'm humbled to be able to address this room, who is full of my seniors, colleagues, and friends. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome all of you for the official inaugural ceremony of our first conference of D-Tech, known as D-TechCon, on this wonderful virtual platform, which I hope you all will enjoy. Each session of scientific program has been chosen keeping in mind its clinical relevance as of today. The mission of our D-TechCon is to improve diabetes care, mainly increase awareness about technology, uses of technology in our country, as well as in developing countries. We hope with the coming years, our startups who are working in field of diabetes technology will come out with newer technology and which will be more useful for India specific, because they may be more cost effective, and maybe for developing countries they will be more useful too. Our mission is to see that diabetes technology should lead the way the standardized care of diabetes, which should be available even in rural area of our country and in other developing countries. What we have seen, that the uses of technology in rural area, or those who are poor who can't afford, they are not using it. So that our mission is very clear from the diabetes technology, that uses of technology should be across the country. For everyone, it should be available. And our model was to train the primary care physicians, young doctors, even caregivers, and patients themselves too, for improving the diabetes care before they reach even tertiary care center. This technology should help them for better control of diabetes. With the help of our organizing committee executives, which you can see hundreds of executives who are very actively involved in diabetes technology, we are planning to organize multiple diabetes technology awareness activity. So this may be our one of the big activity where we are doing a congress where thousands of doctors are joining. But other than that, we want to do multiple awareness program for public education, as well as for educating other doctors too. Again, for improve the quality of life for people with diabetes. I'm very much thankful to Dr. Pratik Chaudhary, who is from UK. I'm sure many of those who are working in field of diabetes technology, they know him, who is from Diabetes UK. He is also chair of Diabetes Technology Network of UK, who partnered, who supported our diabetes technology, and also the presidents of ATTD, two organizing chairmen of ATTD, Dr. Moshe and Dr. Tade, for their support and for mentoring us. Whatever the help which we needed, any speaker from any part of the world, they were always there to help us for that. We are open to having more ideas from industry partners, from our seniors, from our colleagues, from our executive committee member, for more suggestion. And we would like to implement their ideas to improve the care for our diabetic patients and to increase the awareness for diabetes technology. I also wish best of luck for next year team. We would like to have the face-to-face diabetes technology meeting. That is our plan. Let us all get together to achieve a common goal for best clinical, technical outcome for our future generation, for our future generations of doctors. With this, I welcome you all the audience who are there on this virtual platform, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi Sabu sir, for your to address this August gathering with your welcome address. Now it's time we invoke the Devi Saraswati goddess, and she is the goddess of the wisdom, knowledge. So I will request the RX team to start the lamp lighting ceremony, and I will request all the dignitaries here to join us for the lamp lighting ceremony.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyotir namostute deepajyotir namostute shubham kurutvam kalyanam
for ceremony. So I invite Dr. Rakesh Parekh. Dr. Rakesh Parekh is very much into the program that and he's here last this day happen and to Congress. He is also not you, all of you, the diabetes program here, and Parekh, more.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Minister Dr. Mahendra Munjpara, guests of honor, respected Dr. Akhtar Hussain sir, Dr. Shashank Joshi sir, Dr. Vasant Kumar sir, Dr. Shyam Sundar sir, Dr. Jayesh Lele sir, Dr. S.R. Arvind sir, and all the other senior dignitaries on the panel. It gives me immense pleasure to present the World Congress of Diabetes Technology, D-TechCon, to all of you. Our founder chair, Dr. Bansi Sabu, had the vision of having one conference dedicated to diabetes and technology alone, a conference in which we do not discuss the topics that are routinely covered in other conferences, but design the scientific agenda to include all important technological developments in the field of diabetes and metabolic health happening around the globe. With the help of Dr. Bansi Sabu, we are today honored to have the legendary speakers from all over the world. In addition to the keynote lectures, we have dedicated symposia on various topics like pediatrics, must-have technologies for diabetes clinic, cellular therapies, digitosomes, self-monitoring, comorbidities and complications, futuristic technologies, newer therapies, and therapies of tomorrow. We are having a separate insulin pump school and CGM Academy in the Venus Hall tomorrow. There will be a panel discussion where not just the future prospects of technology, but limitations will also be discussed. We have a separate panel discussion in which the panelists are themselves people living with diabetes, and they will share their own experience in using various technological gadgets. This session will be moderated by a mother of type 1 child who is working in the field of diabetes research for last 12 years. For young researchers, there is a free paper session in which they will present their research work. In addition to the people living with diabetes, the healthcare professionals, the researchers, paramedics, let's not forget two very important stakeholders, the innovative minds who are coming up with startups to make our lives easier, and the investors who invest in such ideas at a very young stage or early stage and mentor the founders to translate those ideas into a product. In D-TechCon, we are having panel discussion among a few such investors. We also have a dedicated startup pavilion where 17 startups from various parts of the world will be presenting their work. In fact, the response that we received from startups was beyond our expectation. We had to extend the session from 90 minutes to 180 minutes. We will have to run it in parallel, even with the orations in Mars Hall. Still, we could not accommodate all. I think, as Dr. Bansi said, next year, if we are planning a physical conference, I'll request him that we have a dedicated hall only for startups, because the response is really encouraging and beyond our expectations. To connect people from all over the globe on a virtual platform has limitations of time zone. Still, we did our best to bring you a good scientific program and hoping that you would all like this. This could not have been possible without the painstaking efforts by my friend, Dr. Amit Gupta, and the whole organizing committee. So at the end, I welcome you all again for the World Congress of Diabetes Technology. Thank you, Amit.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh, for giving a brief about the scientific program and what is coming up in the next 2 days. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Jyoti Dev Keshwade sir. Dr. Jyoti Dev is the man who is known for pioneering in the field of technology, and he is one of the person we all look up to when it comes to the usage of the diabetes technology. Dr. Jyoti Dev is also now starting an international journal of diabetes technology, and I will request Dr. Jyoti Dev to now please come and talk more about the journal and guide us.
Thank you, Amit. Respected Chief Guest Dr. Mahendra, Honorable Minister, respected Dr. Akhtar Hussain, Dr. Shashank Joshi, Dr. Bansi Sabu, Farida, and many others. First of all, let me congratulate my dear friend and brother, Dr. Bansi Sabu. D-TechCon is the brainchild of our visionary leader, Dr. Bansi Sabu. And many congratulations for this initiative. And let me also congratulate the entire team my dear friend Dr. Manoj, Rakesh Pari, who is the chief organizer of this program, and then Dr. Amit, Dr. Bharat, and many others who have joined us today. And if we are discussing the facts, in India, we have close to 80 million subjects with diabetes. And with all the available treatment options for diabetes, according to the research and the evidence, 50 to 90% of our patients are still developing all those expensive, devastating complications of diabetes. And what is the piece which is missing in the puzzle? The solution will be smart technologies to be incorporated, cost-effective technologies to be incorporated in the management of diabetes. And this solution is similar to how we have been using smartphones and how it has brought revolutionary changes in the lives of humans. And I will say that just by incorporating a glucose meter or preferably a continuous glucose monitoring device, it can bring revolutionary changes, market changes, significant changes in the short-term and long-term outcomes in diabetes. And I know I am very fortunate to represent here as the chief editor of International Journal of Diabetes and Technologies. And we have been listening to Dr. Rakesh, and there are more than 36 startups joining today and tomorrow in D-TechCon. And there are many evidence-based research happening from India and from the neighboring countries. But we have realized a huge gap in publishing those original research from India. And hundreds of phenomenal innovations in diabetes technologies are originating in India and from neighboring countries. And IJDT is here to fill this gap. So we'll be bringing out a special supplemental issue, and there we'll be publishing all these selected abstracts. Manoj and me, we are selecting the abstracts along with others, and this will be published in the special issue. And we'll be very far, because IJDT, International Journal of Diabetes and Technology, is a peer-reviewed journal published by Walters Kluwer. And we'll be inviting original research in diabetes, not only in technologies, but original research in diabetes from India and from the neighboring world. Our intention is to promote research from India. And our intention is to publish as fast as possible. And as the chief editor, I am very proud and privileged. I am very happy and grateful to the organizers for officially getting incorporated with this conference, D-TechCon, and I wish D-TechCon every success. And let us together partner to save many more millions of lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jyogi Dev. I think it is very important that a journal is coming from India, and that too is for diabetes and technology. And it is a great opportunity for everyone who is going to present their abstracts in this program, because it is once the scientific committee decides and the accreditation committee reviews the abstract, they are going to be published in the supplement of the International Journal of Diabetes Technology. So it is going to be a great thing. Can I see Dr. Akhtar Hussain here? Now it's time we listen to our guest of honor, Dr. Akhtar Hussain and Dr. Shashank Joshi.
No, Amit, I think first you have to ask the Manoj.
I think yes.
Dr. Manoj first.
Yes. Yes. Sorry, I just jumped the queue. And now I will request Dr. Manoj Chawla to please talk about the future plans of D-Tech and the future plans of Diabetes Technology Conference.
Thank you, Amit.
Dr. Manoj Chawla is the man who all know is very tech savvy, and he is working in the field of diabetes technology for more than 15 years. And he is one of the face of India for diabetes and technology. So it will be a pleasure to listen to him and to listen to his future plans regarding the D-Tech.
Thank you very much, Amit, and a warm welcome and good afternoon, everyone. Let me wish all the dignitaries here and all my friends, colleagues, seniors, mentors, and dignitaries and special guests who have joined in a very warm welcome to the inauguration of D-TechCon. This is an opportunity for us to congratulate everyone involved in the field of technology in diabetes, everyone who has been a spokesperson for improved use of technology and increasing its awareness. I think this is a celebratory day for all of us as we start the first World Congress in Diabetes Technology, the D-TechCon, under the auspices of Dr. Bansi Sabu and many of my able colleagues and friends. Let me also start by giving some quotes, I think, which would be reminders for us that today is a time that it's not that we use technology, but we live technology. Which also gets me to another interesting saying that people who smile while they are alone used to be called insane until we invented smartphones and social media. And who knows this better than me when I live with people, myself and all of us around who live on social media and with the smartphones in their hand. So as D-TechCon starts this time in the virtual format, our plan ahead is, of course, as Dr. Bansi and many others said, that we go physical next year, wherein we hope to have all the key opinion leaders and the technology leaders from across the world join us physically when we do the next D-TechCon in India. We would ensure that every aspect of science being discussed here today in the virtual platform makes it a better experience as we move on in the physical format, especially the workshops that we plan ahead, whether it's for monitoring or for insulin pumps or many other advancements in technology. The hands-on experience that we'll be able to offer as we move ahead is only an experience that we all wait to experience or wait to feel next year. Our plan also is to ensure that many of the technology startups and the tech companies which are in India and many other countries in the world also look at D-TechCon as a platform where they can showcase their upcoming technologies in the field of diabetes and give us all an opportunity to understand that better and adapt and adopt these technologies in the years to come. So the vision for D-TechCon is to become a reference technology symposium in entire Middle East and the Asian subcontinent, where people look at D-TechCon as that pioneering technology congress where the startups are going to be there, the physicians are going to be there, and the entire community, which is involved in the care of taking care of people with diabetes, is looking at this place as a learning and sharing platform for technology and diabetes. So that's the vision that Bansi, Jyoti, Amit, Rakesh, and everybody here involved in this team have for D-TechCon, and I'm extremely happy to be a part of this group. Let me say that I want to end my vision that we're sharing for future by saying that the best way to predict the future is to create it. And that's what we announced today, that the future of D-TechCon is physical, and we'll have the dates and the venue out very, very soon. Hoping to see many, many more of you join us in person as D-TechCon has plans to become the reference technology conference in many parts of the world. So with that, I thank Amit and Rakesh for spearheading this work, and of course, congratulations to Bansi and everyone, and hand it back to take the rest of the inauguration ceremony ahead. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. We are all waiting and eager to hear from you the next dates of the D-TechCon and the venue, because everybody would be excited to be a part of the physical conference of the diabetes technology. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir. As we all know, Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir, is a very renowned diabetologist, endocrinologist of India. He is Padam Shri awardee. He was awarded the highest civilian award in 2014, that is the Padam Shri. He is mentor, teacher, and guide to all of us. And currently, he is also the chair of the IDF Southeast Asia. I will request Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir, to bless us with his guest of honor address.
Amit, I think we can invite the guests of honor because Shashank sir probably will be after the guests of honor as per the updated agenda.
We have with us Dr. Shyam Sundar.
Yeah.
Yes. So we have with us Dr. Shyam Sundar, sir. Dr. Shyam Sundar is the president of API, we know, and sir has recently conducted a very amazing conference at Jaipur, and he was the scientific chair of that conference. And I will request Dr. Shyam Sundar Agarwal, sir, to please come here to address this gathering with your address.
Dear Dr.
Please change the slide.
Dr. Bansi Sabu.
Yes, sir.
And, this is a great beginning. I think I think this is the first World Congress on Diabetes Technology.
Yes.
And really, I mean, with our 9% population having diabetes, when the more is done is less. So we need such type of programs and with widening our horizon about diabetes. So I'm very happy that such a thing is happening. And as usual, novel ideas from Dr. Bansi Sabu. I wish this program great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Amit, over to you. So I think Dr. Amit has some network issues.
Yes.
So I request Dr. Vasant Kumar, sir, if he's here.
No. Dr. Shashank was there in between. Where here?
Technology still has some problems, sir. We'll have to address that in the next conference. So, Dr. Vasant Kumar, Dr. S.R. Arvind, Dr. Jayesh Lele, if you are here, please address.
Shashank again joining here in between.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, to break the silence, I would just like to say that it has been a great thing which we have heard from Dr. Shyam Sundar, Dr. Jyoti Dev, Dr. Manoj Chawla, and what Dr. Bansi Sabu has just said. And we all for this wonderful meeting and the conference, and the technology is definitely changing the way we are now approaching our patients, and our patients are looking up to us. And now many of our patients, they come already using some kind of technology to take care of their diabetes. So to take the proceedings further, I guess Dr. Shashank sir is...
We can request Dr. Brij Makkar, who is the president-elect.
Yes,
so I think Dr. Vasant Kumar could not join. So can we request Dr. Brij Makkar for a few words? Dr. Makkar is there.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi. It's indeed a great pleasure to be part of this, first World D-TechCon. And I think we must all congratulate you for, spearheading this initiative and thinking of technology as an important component of diabetes care in India also, where we are always thinking that, the use of technology is going to be very, very difficult because of cost and multiple reasons. But I'm sure with the more and more education about technology and more availability, use of technology will be helpful in improving diabetes care for all the patients in Indian setting. And I must congratulate you for this, planning this meeting, and also my best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bakkar sir. Now we would, since some of our guests were keeping busy and they couldn't join because of some of the
Dr. Shashank is there.
So Dr. Shashank sir is there, and I will request Dr. Shashank sir to please bless this August gathering with your words of wisdom, sir.
So greetings on behalf of the International Diabetes Federation. Our chief guest, Dr. Akhtar, our president, our special dignitaries, my friends from API, Professor Shyam Sundar, RSSDI, Dr. Vasant Kumar, Diabetes India, Dr. Arvind, IMA, Dr. Jayesh Lele, and all your, Bansi the Great. You have collected these digitonians. I would call all of you all as digitonians, because we have got digitalized. As I joined early, and then I was doing my digital consultations, and I was doing my virtual consultations. And this has been very ably led by Bansi with the help of, Jyoti Dev, Manoj, Amit, Rakesh, our student from KEM, a very bright guy. I can see many other attractive faces. Bridge is there, and Om Lakhani I can see. So the Digitonians, Dakshata I can see, Sunil M. Jain from Indore I can see. Everybody has joined here. Farida I can see, Purvi I can see. So I can see Bharat. So, this digital, COVID allowed us to get digitally connected. And, currently, India is the second largest country on planet Earth with people living with diabetes. And currently, we are a part of the ICMR India project. Dr. Mohan is our PI, and the PI from our state. We have close to around 18% Indians with diabetes now in urban India. And the only challenge is by 2035, we predict that rural India will overtake urban India in diabetes. And the only way we can connect rural India and urban India is through a digital technology. COVID taught us a mechanism. Now we have to build a digital infrastructure. Today you must have seen the tweet of Honorable Prime Minister that we have broken a world record on e-Sanjeevani, which is our Government of India app. And this is a very proud moment for all Indians that we are doing so well. We should be the digital, India should be the digital capital of the world as far as diabetes care goes. And all of you all are technology savvy, social media savvy. The only challenge is that currently our biggest barriers to patient care is that information overload and clutter is very high. And, social media apps like Google and WhatsApp spread information, which is not necessarily evidence-based. And therefore, first thing I think your technology society should do, Bansi and the group, is that we must ensure that we are able to spread evidence-based filtered information, which is correct, both for people living with diabetes as well as healthcare providers who are taking care of people with diabetes. So I think it's very important to have that filter. And I think the digital mechanism allows you to create that filter. Secondly, I think you should come out with the white paper on applicability of digital care and access and affordable access in rural India, because in rural and remote parts of India, mobile phone penetration is one of the largest in the world, in our population density, and how to use that in a more effective way is the order of the day. And third is, of course, we are all committed that we want to have a diabetes free world or a complication free India, which once a long time back you had propagated. And that's very, very doable. I think it's currently very, very doable, very, very possible. And I think I wish all of you all excellent success. We are here all to listen, to learn, and to adapt. I was a late mover on technology. I didn't know how to use. I didn't have a WhatsApp till probably 4 years back, and I used to use SMS and emails. But now I have got digitalized, and once you have motivated all of us to be digitalized. So as I said, as I talk to you, I've kept a virtual consult on the hold to speak to you, and that's the way to do it. So once you lead the way and get some good quality work. Jyoti Dev, again, congratulate you. You are doing some astonishing work. I know that Dr. Jyoti Dev Kesav at 2 o'clock at midnight is consulting people in Muscat, in Dubai, in California. Where have you? And that's the true way to do technology. And next day you will see Purvi is doing an interview of Jyoti Dev and transmitting it in Spain, where Manoj is sitting. So all this is possible now. So all this is now a reality. So I think we are in a virtual world and a digital village. And I congratulate all you Digitonians for taking this move forward. Rakesh, your enthusiasm is effusive. So is Amit. You all are the Gen X, and I'm certain that this will go a long way. Remember two things: that ultimately there is always a human behind every technology, and there's always a threat that AI can replace technology, can replace human beings, but that can never occur. We know it from chess. We know it from machine learning, that there has to be human touch to all technology. And I think don't forget the human touch. And again, I congratulate all of you all for this outstanding, meeting. Always keep a hybrid mode, because more people can learn. And even if you do a physical mode meeting, I saw everybody wants to become physical suddenly. I was hearing the beginning part of Rakesh and Manoj. Everybody wants to get physical, but remember that in digital you can reach many more people. Even though we may collect physically, the reach is larger. And don't forget rural India, don't forget remote India, don't forget the underprivileged, have affordable access as the theme. And that's all I would say. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. You for your blessings and the words of wisdom. You just gave us a new title. Everyone who is present here, Digitonian, and this is something a new word you just coined for all of us. And we will all look forward to your talk also, sir, that you are going to talk about the use of technology with the human touch. So I am sure it is going to enlighten us on that aspect, because that is very, very important. So I would now request the RX team and welcome our chief guest, Dr. Mahendra Manchpura, who is Minister of State. And he has sent his blessings in the form of video message. I will request the team, RXT, to play his message. Before that, if Bansi sir would like to say anything, because Dr. Mahendra Manchpura is a very close friend of Dr. Bansi Shapu, and he has spoken to him and he has briefed him about this conference in the congregation.
So first, let us listen him and then we will. It's a very simple man,
yes.
Mahendra Manchpura. Over to RX Events for his video. Yes.
Namaste. First of all, let me congratulate Dr. Bansi Sabu, Dr. Amit Gupta and Dr. Rakesh Parikh for organizing this World Congress on Diabetes and Technology. Dr. Bansi is a good friend of mine, and I have closely witnessed his dedication for the welfare of his patients, especially for the children with diabetes. I have also seen him evolving with his organizational and leadership skill. Over last few years, he has organized number of conferences in Gujarat and outside. But this conference has a special importance. We all know that diabetes and its complications are probably the biggest healthcare challenge for all of us. But India is country of innovations. Our young brains are coming up with newer ideas and technologies to beat this challenge, and I am sure many of them would be participating in this World Congress. With the galaxy of stars and delegates from with the galaxy of stars and delegates from all over the world participating in this conference, I am sure this is going to be historic event. I wish Dr. Sabu and his team all the best for grand success of this conference. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Mahendra Manchpura. Most of us, we know that Dr. Jitendra Singh is a diabetologist and a physician from our community who had become the minister. And many of you may not be knowing Dr. Mahendra Manchpura. He is a physician who was practicing, physician who has passed MD medicine, and he was practicing in a Surendranagar district, which is a very small district, and where he was practicing. Now he is member of parliament from Surendranagar district, and he is the minister. He is minister of state for Ayush ministry, and he is also minister of state for women and child development. I talked to him for 2-3 things more. Like one is our type 1 children program also, for which he was very excited. And in Gujarat already, those who does not know that now in pediatric disease, 31 notified disease. Before that, it was only 30. So now type 1 diabetes, if anyone is diagnosed in Gujarat, up to the age of 25, he can have free insulin access from all government hospitals of Gujarat. So similarly, now we are trying to move the same movement across the country, and probably by this year end, in any part of our country, any child who is type 1 below the age of 25 can have access to the insulin from all across the country, from government hospitals. So that will be available. Secondly, we are also talking to Manchpura this time because Sri Lanka government is not in position to give free insulin supply to their children who are type 1. So again, I talked to him regarding, can we supply the insulin to Sri Lanka government hospital? And they are trying directly government, but some of the organization with the help of IDF Southeast Asia Shashank Joshi, and many more. We talked to the local organization of Sri Lanka, Endocrine Society, Diabetic Society, and we trying to procure insulin from India and to support these children who are not getting insulin now from Sri Lanka government also. So there also Dr. Mahendra Manchpura will definitely help us. But for any other medical thing, otherwise he is primarily not in the health ministry. He is with the Ministry of Ayush. When he got this ministry was Ayush and the medical, two different fields. But still he is always there for any help for any colleague of us. If you need, anytime him, he will be more than happy. And the next time, whenever we will have a plan, like last time we met our health minister at Delhi, next time, whenever we will be having a plan to visit Delhi, we'll definitely like to meet him also.
Thank you, Bansi sir, and it was really a pleasure to listen to the address of our chief guest. Now, again, a time to give away a few awards, and I will again request Dr. Bansi Sabu to announce these two awards for the first time, which are going to happen in the D-Tech.
So, I will request Shashank Joshi, our guest of honor, to award two eminent persons from our country. We thought of that we should recognize someone in field of diabetes technology. As we know, there are very few persons in our country who are really working hard in field of diabetes technology. We all know Dr. Jyoti Dev, who is part of diabetes technology, who have started now a journal, who was the one who was going for ATTD meeting before 15 years. Just recently on his Facebook post also, he had shown from 2008 to 2022. Everything is changed except Jyoti Dev. He was same in 2008 to 2000. I think that's the technology what he's using. Then we know the Manoj also. But one very important person, very close friend of mine, Dr. Unni Krishna. And I think this is the time we should felicitate him. He is the one to whom I used to see him as a thyroid man of our country from Kerala. And then he became the CEO of one of the biggest diabetic hospital of our country. Dr. Unni, to read his CV, is an endocrinologist and CEO of Chalaram Institute of Diabetes, in Pune, a leading diabetes institute in India. And it's an IDF center, certified center for education and excellence in field of diabetes. He has clinical care, research, education, and also oversees a philanthropic rural diabetes care program at the institute. He also heads the newly formed Chalaram Diabetes Research Center, which is in the field of innovation in diabetes-related diagnosis and management. He has published multiple papers, multiple orations, award, which he has received. But in field of technology, what I was seeing him since last 3, 4, 5 years, and in his meeting also, a lot of innovation in the meeting and a lot of technology talk were there. He himself is very techno-savvy guy. So I think this is the platform where we should felicitate our close friend, Dr. Unni. And I will request our Dr. Shashank Joshi, who is from Chairman of International Diabetic Federation, Southeast Asia, to felicitate our friend Dr. Unni Krishnan from D-Tech on this platform. Over to Dr. Shashank Joshi. And then I will request RX Events to have a photograph of Dr. Unni Krishnan. Over to Shashank.
Congratulations, Unni. You have been simply outstanding. Your migration from Amrita, from endocrinology and thyroid to diabetes world has been outstanding, and you have done a lot of seminal cutting-edge work. Continuing growing and keep your missions of research and education apart from clinical care. We are very proud of you. Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Shashank.
Now we can have a few words from Dr. Unni Krishnan also.
Yes.
Dr. Unni is here.
Well, it's an honor to receive this award. I thank Dr. Bansi Sabu, all the organizers of the meeting for conferring this award and for the gracious words said about me by all of you. My heart goes to each one of you. And the importance of this meeting is that this is the first technology in diabetes meeting. And as you know, I am a firm believer in technology being able to solve lots of problems of humanity, and particularly in diabetes. I've been a fan of technology all the time, and I've admired all the other people here who also work in technology. My good wishes to the success of this meeting. And once again, I'd like to thank Dr. Banshi Sabu for honoring me, Dr. Shashank Joshi for his kind words, and Dr. Rakesh Parekh, Dr. Amit Gupta. Without mentioning every name, thank you all for the honor. It's very moving. I'm touched and humbled.
Thank you, Unni.
Thank you, sir. Bansi sir can announce the second award.
Yes. Now, second award is to Dr. Om Lakhani, my very close friend, rather I will say my younger brother from my city of Ahmedabad. We all are proud of him. He's the guy who has developed not only in field of diabetes and diabetes technology or endocrine. He has himself developed some apps in nodes in endocrinology. Recently, he had shown me the Centurion insulin app. There are some upcoming apps from him like hypothyroidism in pregnancy, in hospital hyperglycemia management system. He has developed some websites on his own, endocrinology.co.in, state-of-the-art diabetes electronic medical record system, endocrinology YouTube channel. He is advisor for some of the startup from India like Seven Sugar, Feederfly, Mediva, and he is a chief diabetologist. Is one of the biggest multi-specialty hospital of Ahmedabad, which is Jaidus Hospital, with more than 500 bedded. And he is very, very close to all of us. Most of the young doctors know him very well, and now many seniors also. Recently, before some time, I remember that Dr. Anup Mishra called me for home also. So now he is known nationally, internationally, everyone knows him. So now again, I request Dr. Shashank Joshi to felicitate young rising star in field of diabetes technology, Dr. Om Lakhani. Dr. Shashank.
Thank you, Bansi. I think Om, congratulations. Dr. Om Lakhani actually needs no introduction. He's prolific in every aspect of life. He's very active on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. So his footprint on social media is simply outstanding. But that's not correct. He actually came, beyond endocrinology, has touched every facet of life. Extraordinary human being. I have known him personally. I'm very fond of him, like Bansi, and we're very proud of you. Just like Unni, you are our Gen Next future. Unni is current. I am retired, but Om is the.
Shashank, you cannot be retired yet. Come on.
And Om is really our future of India, because what Manoj was saying, Manoj, Om, could be you all are leading the lights now. And as I said, that as we sit back and enjoy seeing this bright young brigade of India, Om, you really lead that completely. So Amit is here, Rakesh is here, but Om, we are very proud of you, and you are simply outstanding. And Om has some unique qualities, whether it is complex clinical cases, whether it is difficult theory or practice topics, whether it is research, including glycemic management, glycemic protocols. I remember his thesis. I don't know whether he may remember or not. And me questioning him in one of the award functions. He has been simply outstanding, and he has grown. And I'm sure that you have a long way to go. And of course, you are in heart of Ahmedabad there, and you are at the hub. You are brilliant in your innovations. So I'm certain that we look forward to you, just like we look up to me for delivering some outstanding work from this part of the world. So once again, congratulations, and we are very, very proud of you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think, sir, the day couldn't have been better for me to, receive this from Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir, and Dr. Banshi Sabu, and to follow the footsteps of quite literally Dr. Unikrishnan, sir. So I think these are the three people I look forward. They are, I would say, my mentors, or people I look up to. I think the day couldn't have been better. That is what I would say. And thank you so much to this team, Dr. Rakesh Parekh, sir, And Dr. Amit Gupta, sir, I think, thank you so much for having me. Dr. Manoj Chawla, so much. Thank you so much. So I think, all I can say is, well, we are right now on the cusp of mixing two things. One is healthcare, another is technology. And I think, these two things have to come together. They started, right? This is the first approach here. And I think, I hope this continues. And to all the young doctors, I think, we need to now, we know how to talk to patients, but we also need to know how to talk to machines, because, they are going to talk back with us. So I think that is what we really need to learn. So I think, a little bit of tinkering and learning in the field of technology is also important for doctors as much as it is for dealing with human beings. So thank you so much for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Om, and many, many congratulations for the award to Dr. Om and Dr. Unni Krishnan, sir. And now we are almost close to
before we close and before we give the vote of thanks, we have some senior person, like I can see Dr. Sunil Gupta is there, Dr. Sunil Jain is there. So if they want to have a few words, we can invite them. We have from our friend like Farida Madam is there, Girdhar Sai is there from Sanofi. If they also want to have a few words, we can have. Then we will have an official vote of thanks. It is okay with you. We have 5. Okay. Sunil, you want?
Yes, we can.
Heartiest congratulations, Bansi Bhai and the whole team. I feel wonderful team, very energetic, always progressive. And I don't say that it's his first meeting. I feel we have experienced during Corona. We had multiple meetings and there was one session on diabetes technology. Maybe the name must be different, but there was one very good meeting last time, and I practically attended each and every session those days in 2021. So we have such meetings going on, and wonderful gesture of recognizing people who are working in this field since many years from this platform can be the brainchild of only one person in this country, and he is none other than Bansi Bhai and the team. And you are trying to make people also understand that we should recognizing people of their different different areas in diabetology, endocrinology, or in medicine in total is, I feel, your cup of tea. Maybe it is whether it is RSSDI, it's celebrating the 50th years of celebration. Maybe it is recognizing past presidents like senior people coming for talking about RSSDI history. So all these newer thought processes are coming from your mind, Bansi Bhai. And we are happy that Shashank, me, we maybe few of our generation, Sunil Mjen, we are really proud of you, and we are always together. And the young generation now need to take over in future. And Amit and Manoj Chawla, many people here are here, Purvi and Supratik or Mithun, Bharat. So and of course Jyoti Dev is always there as our younger brother along. So congratulations to the whole team. Keep doing good work, and we are very happy with it. Thank you very much.
We have from our advisory board member, Dr. Mithun also. Mithun silent since last 1 hour. I mean, we can't see Mithun silent for more than 1 hour. So Mithun, please.
I think technology is going to silence us all. It's a brainchild of Bansi Bhai. I think क्या बोले Bansi Bhai के लिए, तो I think no words can be enough with his visionary and mentorship that he's been done. But I personally feel what is going to happen. I learned my diabetes through technology. I feel कि उससे पहले मैं क्या देख रहा था मुझे आज तक समझ में नहीं आया. But once I started using technology, I felt I'm a complete different doctor. And I'm sure with all this D-TechCon, hopefully physical and hopefully with all the workshops, we're going to make a huge impact. And people will come from all over the world to this conference next year in the coming years. This will be the grand success, and that will happen.
Thank you. Dr. Sunil Jain, sir. A technology man from central part of India.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Bansi. And it's nearly 2 decades since when we entered into technology. And earlier the diabetes technologies was like initiated in India with insulin pumps, initial learning, and that's what we called technology in diabetes. Then the addition of continuous glucose monitoring came. So diabetes technologies were mainly focused about the glucose monitoring and insulin delivery kind of thing. But in last 4 or 5 years, and particularly in COVID era, we have seen a big change. And now with the smartphone, the technology has gone down to the patient, rural area, and there are many ways now to communicate. So there is a huge scope for this field, and I congratulate Banshi and team to organize this meeting, which is the need of time. And I remember that few years ago, maybe 15, 20 years ago, doctors used to keep themselves away, very conservative, not to go on computers, not to use softwares, not to use technologies. And now we are seeing how the world has changed. So it's a need of time that I understand the youngsters understand they are involved into technology, but still there are many senior consultants. But the technology has become now so user friendly that it's time that we should use this section of so many platforms, web-based technology, CGM, and other technologies, and that's how we can educate our patients and improve their diabetes care. So I hope that this meeting will be a great initiation, beginning, and help to all those who want to learn more on technology. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sunil. Faridaji, few words from you.
Yes,
How
so
the
I think
industry is seeing that, what the changes are going to happen in field of diabetes, technology.
Yes, so I think good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this invitation. And personally, I, as well as our organization, is extremely excited about this, this new conference that is set up and which is only going to focus on technologies and diabetes. So I remember when Dr. Amit Gupta spoke to me, as well as Dr. Bansi Sabu, we said whatever support that is needed, we will kind of provide to you for this endeavor. And our shared vision that each and every one of you all as a practicing physician has, as well as we as an organization have, that to make sure that India becomes a diabetes care capital of the world is going to be achieved through technology. And as Dr. Bansi Sabu was talking about, that how in rural areas we can reach is only through technology. So thank you so much, Dr. Bansi Sabu, Dr. Jyoti Dev, Dr. Shashank Joshi, Dr. Manoj Chawla, and Dr. Amit Gupta, and Dr. Rakesh Parikh, and everybody, all dignitaries on the stage to kind of truly have set up this. And I'm sure that our dream of making India the diabetes care capital of the world is going to be achieved in not so near future. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. We have Sai also.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So proud to be part with all professors eminent. I like the name which Dr. Shashank sir has given, Digitonians. I think it's very apt. So two exploration is happening very clearly. One is the metaverse and the 5G, which is going to change the next level, for sure. And there is another data which says that today India consumes the data which is equivalent to all top 15 countries, would do so. So that means very clearly, we are advancing significantly. When we see from the healthcare professional point, earlier we used to term as key opinion leader, and today it has been changed to a digital opinion leader. So there is a new terminology which is getting worked out called DOL, DOL, and where all the metrics, all the ratings has been done silently behind you. And maybe only me and Farida will know from a pharmaceutical standpoint of view that how much research going on who's there in social media, who's leading the show, who's influencing, and in all set of things. But especially here, I remember for ATTD, only very few go from here, and I always wonder why we have to travel for a advanced technology. Why in reverse cannot happen? Possibly Dr. Bansi has first time thought about that. And sooner or later, we will see more number of international faculty attending the ATTD of India, which is going to be, the realistic dream. Thank you, sir, being a part, and very happy to be part of it.
Sir, I would just like to share that.
Within 2 years, we'll see this happen. Within few years, before 2025 only, you will see this happen.
I would just like to share one information with all the dignitaries here. that we have more than 1,500 doctors who have registered from the other countries for this function. So this is again.
What Sai was saying that instead of going in HTTD, people should come from there. So at least we may not get from the European delegates, but I am sure next year only we will get a lot of South Asians and many of our delegates coming to us.
While Sai is here, we can take the first promise from him that the next big study from Sanofi will be released at D-TechCon 2023 or 24 and not at ATTD to begin with.
I will definitely try. I can tell you that much I can tell. He will definitely try it from head office. Now, Amit, we can request for vote of thanks. Over to
so I will. So before I invite Dr. Bharat Sabu, I would just request all of you. So today's one of the key words which we have taken away from Dr. Shashank sir, and that is Digitonian. I think it should be the trending on Twitter today for the D-Tech, and every one of us should write Digitonian and digital
doll.
Amit,
doll. I thought doll was a good word that Sai gave us.
So today we are going to make these two words trending on the Twitter from the D-Tech. We will be tweeting very soon about these, and all of you are requested to follow up with that. Now I request my very dear friend Dr. Bharat Sabu, who is again a very young person, very talented leader, and I will request him to give the vote of thanks for this inaugural ceremony.
Thank you, Amit sir. A warm good afternoon to everyone. It's an honor to present the vote of thanks for this August gathering, actually. We are fortunate and thankful to have the presence of Dr. Mahendra Manjapura, who is Honorable Minister of State for Ayush, Women and Child Development. Respected Dr. Akhtar Hussain, President-elect, IDF. Respected Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir, who is Chairman, IDF Southeast Asia. Respected Dr. Shyam Sundar Agarwal, who is President, API. Respected Dr. Vasant Kumar, sir, President, RSSDI. Dr. Jayesh Lele, who is Secretary, IMA. And Dr. S.R. Arvind, sir, who is President, Diabetes India. Also, many congratulations and thanks to the award winners, special guests, and the keynote speakers, under whose guidance the D-TechCon is going to have a unique identity in the annual calendar of diabetes management, I am sure, across the world, and would be a sought-after event next year. The organizing team of D-Tech would like to thank the most important set of people, which are the organizers themselves. My respected elder brother, Dr. Banshi Sabu, who is a founder chair, my dear friend, Dr. Amit Gupta, who is organizing chair, Dr. Rakesh Parikh, who is program chair, and respected Dr. Jyoti Dev, sir, who is the chief advisor for this event. The advisory committee also deserves a special mention for enabling the smooth conduct of the program. Respected Dr. Brij Makkar, sir, Dr. Sanjay Agrawal, sir, Dr. Anuj Maheshwari, Dr. A.G. Unnikrishnan, sir, Dr. Manoj Chawla, sir, Dr. Mithun Bhartiya, respected Dr. Saurabh Mishra, and whole team of organizing committee, which include hundreds of people who are my very dear friends. We are also thankful to Government of India for giving us the Association of Startup India, which is very unique for this conference. And we would also like to thank Diabetes Technology Network UK and ATTD for supporting our endeavor. We are also thankful to the industry partners and startups which are there, without which the event would not have been the glorified one which it is today. And last but not the least, the delegates which make any event a successful one in terms of dissemination of science. We would like to thank our mammoth thousands of delegates, more than 1,500 international delegates, for registering for this wonderful event. As the scientific coordinator of this esteemed program, I would like to conclude this inauguration program by just reciting a simple quote from legendary Steve Jobs, who says that let's go invent tomorrow instead of worrying about what has happened yesterday. And may we be able to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat. Now I would end this inaugural ceremony, and we will start the proceedings in the hall.
We will have our national anthem. We will have national anthem from RX events.
Yes. RX event, please play the national anthem.
Requesting everyone to. Before that, if anybody wants to make any comment.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, Amit.
Yes, thank you everyone. Now I hand over the proceedings to Dr. Rakesh Parikh to begin the proceedings in the hall A. And Dr. Rakesh Parikh, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we can close the this opening.
Sir, yes. Yes.
Thank
But
you,
the link is
Amit.
Sir, the hall A is the same, so we need we can stay here.
Okay.
So it is the hall A where the inaugural ceremony happened. So we stay here only for the next section.
Thank you, Dr. Amit, for the inauguration ceremony. And now we move to the symposium. The keynote speaker, I think the keynote session is there now. Keynote address is there. So for hall A, we have Dr. Purvi Chawla and Dr. Rutul Thakkar as the hall in charges. So Dr. Rutul, Dr. Purvi, are you there?
Yes, we are here.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And after that very feisty and forward-looking and inspiring inauguration session, we move on to the inaugural talk of D-TechCon, the World Congress of Diabetes Technology. We have a stalwart expert addressing the keynote lecture on the evolution of diabetes technology. May we invite our esteemed experts chairing the session. Dr. Sunil Gupta, sir, an esteemed physician and diabetologist from the city of Nagpur, who's also spearheading, who's also the national president of DIPSI, Diabetes and Pregnancy Study Group, India, and national treasurer of RSSDI, and has several other feathers in his cap. We also have Dr. Supratik Bhattacharya, an endocrinologist from the city of Kolkata. Can we have the slide, please? So he's the director at SKN, Diabetes and Endocrine Center, Kolkata, and endocrinologist at AMRI Salt Lake and Apollo Sugar, Kolkata. We welcome you to chair the inaugural keynote address. All halls will have the same being aired right now.
Thank you very much, Purvi. Can we take over now?
Yes, sir, all yours.
So yeah, so nice of you for a very nice introduction on behalf of me and Supratik. And it's a matter of honor for all of us, both the chairperson as well as the team who's conducted this session of a keynote address from none other than Dr. Tadej Batalino. Can I have the introduction slide of Dr. Tadej? Yeah. Dr. Tadej is one of the pioneer person who has done the pioneering work in technology. And I feel he's one of the best person to speak on evolution of diabetes in technology. He's attached to the University Children's Hospital, Ljubljana, and his faculty at the Slovenia Faculty of Medicine, University of Ljubljana, and has completed his medical school there itself in 1990. He has also completed master degree as well as a PhD in 1996. He completed his clinical fellowship from Chicago and has also completed his fellowship from Europe, that is from France, Paris, And he's currently the consultant and head department of pediatrics and adolescent endocrinology in the University of Ljubljana. He is the PI on several research projects. He is on the editorial board of Journal of Pediatrics, Diabetes, and Journal of Pediatric Endocrinology and Metabolism, and was the editor for European Journal of Endocrinology from 2009 to 2015. He has authored and co-authored almost 224 papers in international peer-reviewed journals, and he has a cumulative almost 46 indexes, and is the member of numerous professional associations, including ADA, European ESD, and many more. He served as a European on the European Association of or ESD, that is European Association for Study of Diabetes Council, and is the co-organizer for 13 annual meetings of ATTD. And I feel he's one of the pioneer in starting ATTD globally, and one of the most validated meeting on technology. And he was also the faculty of Hello Diabetes last year, and we wanted him to be again in this meeting next after 2 months. Dr. Tadej, over to you now.
So, Sunil, thank you for very kind introduction of Dr. Tadej. We all know him, and from ATTD he is very well known. But just to tell everyone, the time in range, that concept which was given by Tadej, and it was started with ATTD. I was working with him from 2017. I was part of his international consensus for CGM, and in 2019 I was also the part of that TIR paper, and he is the first author for the TIR paper, which has been in diabetes care, which was published, and then it has been an established concept of monitoring diabetes from HbA1c to TIR. So it all goes with Dr. Tadej. Now I requesting RX Events for his talk.
My dear colleagues and friends in India, dear Banshi, thank you very much for your invitation to this D-TechCon, World Congress of Diabetes Technology. It's a privilege and pleasure to be with you, and I do hope we can meet very soon in person. Those are my disclosures for you to review. And the proposed agenda for today is first a little bit of why we need to do better, and then an overview of technology in the last year, something on advanced hybrid closed loop, and perhaps 2 clinical cases for you. So something doesn't go well. A beautiful study from the UK Biobank, where 1/3 of a million of people were investigated and tested for genes that are actually related to incidence of cardiovascular disease, were segregated by the glycated hemoglobin in the lower normal range and upper normal range. None of them had diabetes. And as you can see here, either in a linear or polynomial comparison, those with the lower range normal A1C compared to those with the higher range normal A1C, there was a 3-fold increase in risk in the chronic heart disease. So without any diabetes, glucose is already dangerous. In this DirectNet cohort, the high glucose was related longitudinally to the spatial working memory disturbance. And also when we did this acute clamping from normoglycemia to hyperglycemia in young individuals with diabetes compared to control individuals, as you can see, high glucose very acutely impaired spatial working memory in these individuals. So the high glucose actually impairs your ability to work in school or in your daily activities in your job. The newest longitudinal follow-up from DirectNet clearly showed that with high glucose, either sensor glucose above 180 mg/% or area under the curve above 6% in glycated hemoglobin, is associated with a full-scale IQ, intelligence quotient diminution, as well as with a lower total brain volume. And finally, this is a case control study from Sweden again, It's a registry of type 2 diabetes, again, a third of a million people compared to 1.8 million controls. And what it looked was Alzheimer, vascular dementia, and non-vascular dementia. As you can see, both vascular and non-vascular dementia were related to diabetes. But interestingly, they were related to an increasing glycated hemoglobin, so increasing mean in blood glucose. Here you can see vascular dementia already with the smallest increase in A1C, the risk go up all the way to almost double the risk, as well as non-vascular dementia to the risk of 1.6. All of this, of course, is significant. And for those of you that prefer cardiology, this is a nice study with the ST elevated myocardial infarction, the STEMI patients. As you can see here, when they were stented, the restenosis on the stent was considerably higher when glycemia was elevated. So high glucose was related to a restenosis of stenting after the STEMI event. So we can easily say that hyperglycemia, time above range, is associated with severe damage to the brain and to the cardiovascular system. So we said in a commentary that either we do something or we observe helplessly what's happening with our people with diabetes. It is possible to do. This analysis of the SWEET registry demonstrated that if a center has more stringent targets, the outcome of these people in this center with diabetes is better. And also the comparison over the 2 10-year periods, so 10 years ago, 2008 to 10 and 2016 to 18, contrary to some data from the type 1 exchange, we were able to show an improvement in glycemic control in this population. As you can see here, 13,000 people. And this was associated with the use of technology. And I think a very important message from the DCCT EDIC cohort, which is really interesting. They compared whether they make a difference, whether the first 10 years are well controlled versus the second 10 years. And this data demonstrates that if you have here a person with diabetes A that had first 10 years well controlled, A1C of 7, and the second 10 years A1C of 9, compared to a person with diabetes B, when he started with first 10 years at 9, and then the next 10 years at 7, together they have the same glycemic exposure over the 20 years. However, the person that was initially well controlled has a third reduction in the risk of cardiovascular disease and half reduction in reduced GFR, so the kidney disease. So amazingly, earlier implementation of intensive therapy is associated with a greater reduction to the risk in kidney and cardiovascular complications. So we have no time to waste. And we went a very long time. This recent review in the Lancet Diabetes Endocrinology shows how basically we started for fasting glycemia all the way to the time in range, which is the current standard of diabetes management. So what happened recently? Here is a nice report on the pump use from Scotland, and they clearly showed that the introduction of pump therapy improved glycated hemoglobin in all age groups, and those that with poorer control initially did best. And here, another study from the SWEET registry, 25,000 individuals were included. And here, the demonstration goes one step further. So the more technology is used, the better are the outcomes. Here is injections, no sensor, injections plus sensor, pump, no sensor, and pump plus sensor. As you can see here, glycated hemoglobin decreased 8.8, 8.1, 7.9, 7.8. So basically, the more technology you use, the better is the outcome. And here, it's an interesting comparison in between a real-time measurement and a intermittently scanned measurement. It's a prospective 6-month study here. And recently, actually, we now understand that the real time actually performs better than the intermittently scanned. Is it because of alarms, particularly predictive alarms, or perhaps of the continuous visibility? We still don't know. But the data here is very clear. Time in range was considerably higher with the real-time usage. And this is data on the newest sensor on the market that actually has, please note here, a mean mark of 8.8%. So this is a really significant improvement in accuracy with this G7 sensor, and it is sustained over all the way to day 10, both in the arm and in the abdomen. As you can see here, the first day is worse a little bit, but then it goes below 10 and stays below 10 on both sides. So the mark is really something that we didn't even see in the SMBG, in the finger stick era, so below 10. And several additional evidence that introduction of sensors works. This is a nice report from Australia when they showed an immediate improvement and a sustained improvement with the use of sensor in young individuals with type 1 diabetes. Importantly also, this study published in JCM coming from Stanford, demonstrating that even in children, we should not be afraid of near normal glycemia. They started a sensor-augmented pump immediately after the disease onset and demonstrated that in the first 6 months, they were able to have a reasonable time in range with this technology, and also hypoglycemia was rare. They even suggest a threshold alarm of 65 milligram per deciliter, actually, that would be enough and would increase the time in range in this population. Very importantly, CGM also works in type 2 diabetes. This is a study with basal only that was published recently in JAMA. As you can see here on the left-hand side, very clear improvement in cumulative distribution of A1C, as well as of time in range, as you can see here in the table. So also in type 2 with basal only, we have now very solid evidence that CGM works. Not only this, this was a continuation of this trial published in Diabetes Care. As you can see, if they continued to use CGM, they even improved a little bit more. Whereas if they discontinued to use it, they went back to those that used only SMPG. So there is no memory and no learning effect. CGM only works when somebody really uses it. Importantly, it's cost saving. This study is from Kaiser Permanente in California, also published in JAMA. And they have type 1 and type 2 population, and they analyzed cost effectiveness of the use of CGM. And here, very interestingly, for type 1 diabetes, expectedly, decreased emergency department or hospitalization severely actually reduced the cost. So it's an imminent saving with this technology. To a surprise, this was also true in type 2 diabetes, also because of decreased emergency department and hospitalizations. So an immediate saving in this particular environment with the use of CGM. And finally, perhaps if you want to use CGM in type 2 diabetes, where there is really a lot of population with type 2 and perhaps limited resources in the healthcare professional teams, we need automated advisors. We demonstrated some time ago now that those advisors, artificial intelligence is as good as specialists in diabetes, diabetologists. Here you can see that advisor was non-inferior to the diabetologist in this study. And now we have an advisor that is cleared by the FDA and marked CE in the European Union, both for type 1 and type 2 diabetes, and can be of particular help both to professionals and I hope soon also to individuals with diabetes. So how's about advanced hybrid closed loop? Well, recently, there are several options that we have now. So this is the first New England Journal publication in an advanced hybrid closed loop. And here it's a typically more or less, as you see, pediatric study. And they clearly showed an advantage. And the time in range was around 70%. So exactly to the target. And even the continuation phase then published in Diabetes Care showed when the both group merged, they almost reached the target of 70% of time in range. Here is the real world data with the same system. This is Control IQ using G6 and Tandem and this algorithm Control IQ. And you can see they were able to reach 68% real-time studies, real-time observations. And this is very comparable to the New England Journal study that I just showed you. With 670G, as you can see here, yes, there is an improvement, but it's a fatigue. This system actually is a little bit troublesome to use, and this is why perhaps it was a bit less successful than expected. But then finally, the 780G came, and we published this NIH-funded trial now in the beginning of 21 and demonstrated a very clear advantage of 780G as compared to the 670G. And this was very likely due to the automated bolusing that this 780G system uses. And in addition, there was a beautiful trial by the CAM app in a very young children with type 1 diabetes. As you can see here also, clear benefit of this advanced hybrid closed loop in very young children here. The mean age was 5.6 years. And also they reached the time in range that is very close to what we really want here. Time in range, 71% on a closed loop versus almost 10% less in the control group on a sensor augmented pump. So beautiful results for the CAM app in the very young individuals. And here actually, interestingly, if this is the data from a different system, a Dia-B loop, and here they showed that they may use it even without an additional carb when there is exercise. So a very nice experience from another available advanced hybrid closed loop system. Interestingly enough, even in advanced hybrid closed loop systems, a lower intake of carbohydrates is associated with a considerably better time in range here. As you can see here, the lower actually the amount of carbs, it's not no carbs, it's just lower amount of carbs, additionally increases the time in range. And this finally is the newest guy on the block. So FDA cleaners in January of this year, it's called the -5. And you also uses the Control IQ algorithm, Omnipod, and the G6, and very comparable data also, as you can see here in this advanced hybrid closed loop that is now available in the United States. How's about some real life data? So this actually is the real life data with 670G. As I told you here, actually on the study, only around 63% time in range because of a little bit difficult use of this system. Whereas when you compare the first report of the first 4,000 individuals using 780G here, the time in range was surprisingly 76%. So this, I think, was a surprise to all of us. It was better than expected. As you can see during the night, even 83% of time in range. So the first report was really encouraging. And importantly, it was independent on the environment or culture, because the artificial intelligence doesn't understand culture. So please look, Italy and UK, very different environments, very comparable results with this advanced hybrid closed loop. But then very recently, only a couple of weeks ago, a bigger, larger comparison was published on 12,000 individuals using 780G here. And there was a pre-post analysis, a longitudinal analysis, and also analysis by age. And for the first time, as you can see here, all users below 15 and above 15 years, the time in range is comparable. Usually, younger people did worse on technology, but here, because artificial intelligence also doesn't understand age, the outcomes are very comparable. And this is true for all targets. So being GMI, or time in range or time below range. And again, very similar across different cultures, across very different attitudes, if you want. Just compare here, perhaps here Switzerland with 71 and perhaps Poland with 82. Very comparable. Sometimes surprisingly, some environments are doing even better. And this is pre-advanced and post-advanced, and you can see an 11% increase. If we remember from our consensus statement that 5% increase is already clinically meaningful, this is double the success when you go to the advanced hybrid closed loop. And this is true for below 15 and above 15 years. Again, very rarely actually we see this, that comparable regardless of the age. Here you have the bolus analysis actually. As you can see here, let's say autobasal correction. So here in the below 15, 5.5 autocorrection, here 6.2. So very comparable data. And also longitudinally. So this is 6 months follow-up. There is very consistently 75, 75, 75, 74.5, 74.3. So a very consistent result over the first 6 months in this analysis. And daytime and nighttime, of course, night is always better because there are no mills, but again, comparable results. And probably another very important message, the more aggressively your settings are, the better is the outcome. So if finally you choose a target of 100 mg/cent and an action insulin time of 2 hours, your outcome may be very close to 80%. So as you can see here, 78.9, so almost 79% of time in range, again with hypoglycemia very much in target, so time below range of 2.8% here. So the most aggressive, the most ambitious your settings, the better is the outcome, of course, for those individuals that you can do this safely. Perhaps two cases. This is a 19-year-old Anna, has diabetes for 14 years, was on sensor augmented pump, and intuitive, very nice lady, reliable, attentive at the university. But during the lockdown, during COVID, she started to have troubles. And this is the troubles: terrible glucose control on a sensor augmented pump during the lockdown. Remote telemedicine did not help. We tried to help, but it not. So there was a decision that she starts a 780G. As you can see here, actually on the 780G, the very first week, 81% in range, 80% in range. And this is a day actually when the time in range was 100%. And of course, my question is, how many times do you see 100% time in range before the use of advanced hybrid closed loop? So we were really pleased that Anna improved so much. And perhaps an example of Agnes, 21-year-old lady, who is a competitive biker. And this was a biking day. So she took a tour. It was a chronometer tour here. So an exercise, so the 1.1 hours, 34 kilometers and 556 meters of elevation. Interestingly, during this day, here on the slope, there was a slight elevation because of adrenaline, but no hypoglycemia, and the time in range in this day, 88%. We also have trackings of power and speed and the heart rate. As you can see here, during the steepest part of the climb with the bicycle, there was a little bit of adrenaline-based hyperglycemia, but no hypoglycemia. And despite the fact the power here was right 800 watts, actually, she did extremely well also the day after. So very obviously, 88% despite the strenuous physical activity in range, and obviously considerably less burden to this young athlete. So perhaps whichever technology we use, we will have to use it into a digital virtual clinic and data collection and data presentation. Perhaps we will see the person with diabetes with us in the outpatient, or perhaps remotely, but the data should be actually captured remotely and analyzed, so it's much easier both for the person with diabetes and for the team. And in this connected cloud, not only the person with diabetes and the healthcare professional, but the connected cloud care can also give important data to the, let's say, population management, so to the governments, and of course, to the insurance systems that can improve care. So please allow me to propose to you a couple of conclusions. Hyperglycemia, high glucose, is the primary cause of short and long-term diabetes complications. Real-time CGM and intermittently scanned CGM bring individuals closer to the time in range and time below range targets. Glycated hemoglobin A1C is simply not enough anymore. Evidence is mounting in support of time in range centered diabetes management also in type 2 diabetes. And this, of course, is of particular importance because there are so many individuals with type 2 that can benefit from CGM and time in range. Advanced hybrid closed loop is currently the best option for optimal type 1 diabetes management. And finally, we hope that all this technology development will improve long-term outcomes and reduce the burden. We were just in Barcelona for the 15th meeting, and we would like to invite you all to join us, I hope, live, face-to-face in Berlin next year, February 22nd to 25th, 2023, ATTD in Berlin. Please join us. We promise you a very exciting program. With this, thank you again for your kind invitation. This is my team that has to work while I speak. Again, many thanks and hope to see you soon.
Right. I think we had a fantastic keynote address from Professor Tadej Batalino, and I think the concept of TIR based on the CGM as well as the hybrid closed loop has entirely changed the tracking as well as management of diabetes, as well as type 1 diabetes. So I think Dr. Bansi and team, I want to congratulate from both Professor Sunil Gupta and me for this initiative. And I think Dr. Bansi is again the brainchild, track, treat, and test. So these were the three keywords that were being used for the Defeat Diabetes campaign. And I think all of these would include technology, and we can't go anywhere beyond without this. So with this, any final words from Professor Gupta, please.
Before Gupta tell, there is no thank for me. D-Tech is made by all of us. We all are partner, equal partner for this. We all are stakeholder of this technology meeting from India. Now over to Sunil for final words, and then we start with the second session.
I feel wonderful session we had. I feel like I also saw the message from Purvi that we are running a little late. So let us close this session. And I don't think Dr. Tadej is here around for the discussion. So let's close the meeting with the remark that certainly this has opened the eyes of all of us, that not only type 1, but all type 2 diabetes, even simply only single basal therapy also. We have a concept or a hypothesis or a perception that those who are on basal bolus therapy type 2 only, it should be used. But even someone who's only on basal therapy type 2 diabetes, you have a scope of using this particular technology so that we can offer a better outcome. And we have seen the newer pumps, how 780G has changed the scenario, especially in the two important cases, ANA and one more. And I feel that has also opened our eyes. With these final remarks, let me close this meeting. Over to organizer, Dr. Rutul and Rakesh and Purvi.
Thank you, Sunil Gupta sir, for wonderful remarks. And we'll move to the next session of Pediatric Symposium in our Mars Hall A. So for that, we have Dr. Meenal Mohit, who is chairperson today. She is MBBS and MD and consultant endocrinologist at Jaipur. She is director of Shashakt Thyroid and Endocrine Diabetes Center. And we have another chairperson is Dr. Archana Sada ma'am, who is from Aurangabad. She is director of SADA Center for Diabetes and Self-Care. Definitely the pediatric symposium is the most important symposium, as most of the innovation and technology which comes to in diabetes field are mostly in type 1 diabetes. So over to you, both of the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ritul. Thank you, organizers, for having this session. We are moving on to the Pediatric Symposium, and our first speaker is none other than Dr. Thomas Dan, and he's the right person and a perfect person to be sharing a very interesting topic that is very relevant for us as we are trying to have our registry in India. And Dr. Bansi Sabu himself is working very hard so that we can bring about changes and understand what is happening in India. Dr. Thomas Dan is the director in the Department of General Pediatrics Endocrinology in Germany. He's the chairman of SWEET project, and we are all learning from him. We have been connected through the SWEET registry, and we see how robust, how much learning comes from it as we are learning from him. The former research fellow for the Joslin Diabetes Center and Harvard Medical School in Boston, and the recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award of the International Diabetes Federation. With this introduction, I would like to welcome Dr. Thomas Dan, and please take us through the impact studies from the registries that you have the experience of.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shana. So let me see. Can you see my? No, you cannot.
Yes, we can. We can see the slide. Yes.
You can see the slide.
Right.
Very good. So,
sorry, can it be made full screen?
Pardon? You cannot see the screen. Okay. So
it's not full screen.
Not full screen. So let's see how we can do it again. Can you see it now?
Yes, perfect. Perfect.
Excellent. Okay, so, well, thank you very much for the invitation, Dr. Kolkani and Dr. Sada. So my theme is the SWEET project, using data to analyze the impact of diabetes technology in children. Now, as you can see already, many countries are there, and we were able to really come up with a lot of good ideas, but we, of course, there is a big team behind that, and I just want to show you 6 people who are very important in really making all the calculations and keeping this alive, and all the questions to many people who are part of this registry. And you also see our corporate members here, which are real members of the registry as well, and working together to make this work. So the vision of SWEET is actually that what we want to have is equal high quality care for children with diabetes. And in order to achieve that, we want to have real data to support this. And particularly if we have seen what Dr. Battaglino has shown with the newest technology, how can we actually convince the society that this is an important step forward? And I think with real data, we will be able to convince also the other stakeholders, particularly payers, that this is needed to harmonize care and to optimize the outcomes in children and adolescents with diabetes worldwide. Now, as you might be aware, the SWEET project is around for quite some time. And in 2016, you see Dr. Bansi standing there on the floor as well. This group got the Prize of Innovation of the International Society for Pediatric and Adolescent Diabetes, kind of as a recognition that this might be a way to move things forward. And I'll give you a couple of examples in the following slides. You can see the world map of the SWEET group in 2021. So there are centers now all over the world, on every continent. We do have centers. There are still some, how should I say, green or gray areas where we don't really have many centers yet. India, as you can see, is really an outstanding contributor for the suite registry. And of course, we hope that still more Indian centers will be able to participate. Now, here you see the current status. We have now close to 100,000 patients in the registry. More than 100 centers are active. And it's kind of, I think, very reassuring that even though there was the COVID crisis, there was no downfall or shortfall of centers participating, although there was so much work in the centers trying to cope with all the challenges that COVID has given to us. You see that we are trying to collect as much data as possible. So there are lots of visits that can be analyzed, and we can always also longitudinally follow up what is happening. And one of the most important tools here is really the benchmarking report, where every center can see how it is doing in relationship to other centers. Of course, we also have to check for the completeness of data, because this is very important. And you see that for some parameters, it's actually getting better. For other parameters, it's more problematic to document those. And we either have to decide whether we want to continue to follow up on these, or what measures can be taken to improve those. And of course, we can also create all kinds of reports for local areas to answer certain questions, to do research publications. All of these things are possible on the basis of registry data. And of course, the centers are different. And here, this is a so-called bubble plot, and it shows you the relationship of patients, what the percentage of patients is with A1Cs above 10 and those below 7.5. And here you, of course, then can compare your center with another one of similar size, of similar problems. And obviously, if you're there in the top left corner, you want to find ways to proceed down to the lower right corner. And you can look for a center of a similar size who's able to achieve this. Now, another important part of this registry is the peer review. So we had, of course, before COVID, done this in real visits where one group is visiting another center to discuss the outcomes. We now are changing, also because of the size of the registry, to a virtual peer review where much of this can be done over the cyberspace. And this is also very, very successful and efficient. Now, what are the results? And in particular, how is this possible to actually show the progress of pediatric diabetes over time period, in particular in relationship to diabetes technology? And you can see that between 2008 and 2018, 22 centers did follow up their data continuously. And so we were able to take these centers, which are shown with the yellow dots, again, all over the world, and also with Indian centers participating, to see what is going on over time. And interestingly, the good news is, in contrast to the type 1 diabetes exchange in the US, with their model, they were not able to show any benefit in relationship to increased use of technology. This was completely different in the suite registry. In every age group, we did see a significant improvement of the glycemic control. Although this peculiar relationship to age and A1C remains a challenge that those adolescents in particular have great trouble achieving the glycemic goals. Now, what is also, I think, impressive is that this improvement took place in every center except one. So It's not something that is special under special conditions. It's really across the board that the centers were able to improve in this 10-year time span. And I think, again, this is very, very convincing and reassuring. Now, what was kind of peculiar, if you look at the change in A1C, the change in terms of use of pumps, and the change in terms of CGM. You see that the yellow bars shows you the A1C, and it took quite a while until the percentage of patients with A1C in the target range was increasing. On the other hand, the use of insulin pumps was preceding that increase. So you see a continuous increase from 2008 onwards, while the A1C took some time. So you also need experience, and this is our interpretation, with technology. It's not an immediate change before you really see this improvement. There is a learning curve in this, and it will be interesting to see whether a similar learning curve will be there with the implementation of CGM. Again, we do see lately a rise in the percentage of patients who are in the target range, which coincides with the increased use of CGM. And of course, the next step will be to see how what Dr. Bartolino has shown you, the combination of pumps and CGM in automated insulin delivery will be the next big step forwards in improving the outcomes of children with diabetes. Now, let's take a look of the recent data, how this had an impact on technology. And obviously, you see how the waves of COVID worldwide were actually impacting a lot of our medical centers. So here we analyzed 22,000 children that were from 88 centers. We were able to put the centers in different quartiles depending on the background COVID mortality in their country as a measure of the impact that the COVID pandemic had on the medical systems locally. And you see, of course, India in the first wave was not so much in a problem area compared to others like Belgium, Chile, England, France, Ireland, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, Sweden, and USA, which had the highest COVID mortality during the first wave of COVID. Now, what did it do with the glycemic control? The good news is on the left side, you can see glycemic control did not change that much. We compared the immediate time of the lockdown with the time just prior to the second wave, which was in August, September. And we compared the year before COVID and the first COVID year. And as you might appreciate, the rate of diabetic ketoacidosis increased significantly only in this quartile of the countries where the COVID hit the worst and where the COVID mortality was the highest. The medical systems were stressed most, and so also the care for children with established diabetes kind of fell short, and so we had a higher rate of DKA. But the reassuring thing is that immediately prior to the second wave, this was already the same again. There was no significant difference, so that the medical system was able to adjust to that quickly after the first lockdown. Now, another thing is, of course, looking at things like the severe hypo. There was no influence whatsoever on the rates of severe hypo. We could also could have speculated that the insulin dose could be increased because people were unable to have any physical exercise. And indeed, you do see in certain quartiles during the lockdown an increase in the insulin dose, probably related to the lack of physical exercise. But again, this normalized immediately after the lockdown. But now let's take a look at the technology. And on the right side, you see insulin pump use, and you might appreciate that the insulin pump use did not change too much during COVID. but it was completely different with when we look at the CGM. And in every quartile, so independent of what was happening during the lockdown, immediately after the lockdown, there was a huge increase, much higher than in the years before, in people starting CGM. So the COVID crisis kind of showed people that it is important to have CGM. It is important to have it as a basis for cyber telemedicine care, that you can upload the data without visiting your doctor, and you can actually have a consultation on the phone, on the Zoom, whatever people are using. And this increase can already be seen in the lowest quartile already during the first wave, so that this understanding kind of without such a huge issue on the medical systems, people already started CGM there immediately and continue to do so much higher than in the other quartiles. So COVID, I think, was kind of a starter of using more and more CGM in most of the pediatric centers worldwide, making an understanding how important diabetes technology is to cope with such a crisis. Now, if we have that, we also have to change our way of thinking, how we are judging glycemic control. Because if we do not have the lab A1C any longer, we have, for a registry, tried to combine the data of the blood-based A1C measurement and the time and range measurements that are uploaded. And there are, of course, two ways to record those time and ranges, either with the real data, with a CSV file, with a timestamp of every measured continuous glucose measurement, or basically just by capturing the time in range, the time below range in total numbers. So Reinhard Holl and his team, they developed something called the glucose indicator. It's published for the German data in the May issue of Pediatric Diabetes. And you can see that this combination allows us to use either the A1C measures based on the standardized A1C, the estimation from time and range based on the real CGM profiles, or the estimation of time and range based on the parameters, just giving the percentages. And interestingly, you can see that this reflects very well also the measured A1C, and shows also that the percentage of patients in good control is increasing overall in 2001 as well. Now, when we now analyze different patient groups in terms of their outcome and using of technology, again, here this paper published in Diabetes Care showed that the A1C was lower in all categories who use pump and or sensor compared to the ejection therapy, or those who didn't have any sensor treatment. Not only the A1C was lower, but also the DKA episodes were lower in the pump and sensor group and the pump no sensor group. Not so much with the hypoglycemia, but you have to appreciate that, of course, many of the patients who have had and experienced a severe hypoglycemia, and we know from registry data that once you had a severe hypoglycemia, you are more likely to have another one for the next 4 years. This might be a kind of a biased look here, but nevertheless, I'm convinced that sensors, of course, are decreasing the risk of severe hypoglycemia as well. And just to add to that, it's of course not only important to have technology, but it's also important that we have ambitious targets which are related to the better outcome. So better A1C targets, lower A1C targets are associated with better metabolic control. And interestingly, the A1C showed no relationship to the full-time employees. So even the smaller centers with less personnel were able to achieve good outcomes if they kind of delivered education with ambitious goals. So I guess this is also a learning here. So if we kind of sum up this, is it really important to have registry? I hope I have shown you the answer is yes, and this was also confirmed in the WHO report from the European Union, which featured the SWEET registry as a best practice example. However, it is very clear that if we start a registry and we always have to have one eye on sustainability, a registry doesn't come at no cost. And we, of course, have the responsibility to have a sustainable registry, which doesn't only collect data, but also delivers some important information for the society. I think it is important not to start new registries all the time, but try to use existing initiatives and not reinvent the wheel, which is done so often. And I think we can show easily that this data translates into healthcare interventions. But we need the people with diabetes for that to make this happen. We need advocacy of all stakeholders to make best use of it. And so I want to close with showing you how the SWEET group changed from 2021 to 2022, because we were able to meet face to face, most of us again. And I think this was a great, great step forward. And I hope to see all my friends in India in the not too distant future, face to face as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. This was wonderful. And the whole concept of registry, it has taken it to a different dimension. It is just not a registry of numbers and names, but a way of learning, a way of going forward, paving so many aspects. And that is going to change the way we practice advocacy, policy, the guidance, everything. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
That was really nice, Dr. Den. We learned a lot from you. Actually, we all are also a part of SWEET Registry. We all have, Dr. Bansi has introduced SWEET Registry to all of us. Our centers are all a part of SWEET Registry. We have been a part of it. So, and practically, honestly speaking, learning from you, taking from you, now we are thinking of our own registries also, type 1 and other data also. And it's really a good way of keeping not only a track of the disease, the patients, but giving them a good quality care.
I agree. Yes, thank you very much for this, Dr. Mohit.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Sharda, if you allow me, we move on to Cheryl.
Yes.
Ma'am, we just have a short housekeeping announcement. Hall B is also active at the moment. So we have comorbidities and complications going on there. So delegates who would like to attend that may move to Hall B. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Purvi. First of all, many, many congratulations, Dr. Bansi sir. Once again, a new chapter to our ventures, I should say. And human brain is beyond words. Like, we have converted the adversity of COVID-19 into the best use of technology. So we are here on this platform, and D-TechCon is a new chapter, new step towards it. Cheryl, it's my pleasure to introduce you here. Cheryl is a close friend. She is a registered dietitian, certified diabetic educator, insulin pump specialist, certified sports nutritionist. She is a certified onco-nutritionist, founder of Nurture Health Solutions with a rich experience of over 22 years. Now, Cheryl, that's not easy to digest, looking at you. But yeah, of course, you are a first ranker, post-graduation and RD exams, recipient of Sadhana Award 22 for excellence in the field of nutrition and dietetics, recipient of Unimo Rangoli Award 22, recipient of the She Excellence Changemaker Award, recipient of Finer World Award for Changemaker and Social Media Influencer 21, recipient of Alan Dresch Fellowship 21. You've been selected amongst the 15 people in the world by ISPAD at Boston for special training and research in type 1 diabetes, course director, visiting faculty and trainer at various educational institutions, associations, and corporate houses. Author of the award-winning book, Diet in Diabetes Simplified. And I think this is the same book that I have in my clinic, at my shelf.
Me too.
You've authored many patient education books as well, like healthy eating, carb counting, and this is what we're going to learn from you right now in your session through the app. right? So with that, I invite Cheryl to the platform, please, and please enlighten us with carb counting.
Thank you so much. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate the entire team headed by Dr. Sabu. And I think it's a very unique conference and a need of the hour. And heartiest congratulations to the entire team. And it's wonderful to have two of my favorite people chair this session. And so I'm just going to share my presentation. My screen is visible and am I audible?
Yes, all perfect.
All right. My topic is mobile apps for carb counting, insulin doses, and more. And I'd really like to thank Dr. Sabu for giving me this topic because there was a lot of research and learning that I had to do. And it was really, really interesting. My disclosure is that I have no financial or non-financial relationships with any of the products or apps discussed in this presentation. I have a disclaimer to make. I'm not a tech expert. I'm a learner, and I'm learning from my patients and from everybody around. And like Dr. Joshi said, Sir said that it's time for all of us to become a digitonian. So I think this is time for all of us to learn. I dedicate this talk to my mentor, Dr. Iskankar, from whom I've learned so much. And as they say, your patients and your students are your best teachers. And Lakshmi, who's a type 1 visually impaired individual with type 1 diabetes, I think he's been my biggest teacher because I've learned so much about apps from him, and I'm going to share whatever I know. As you know, in the past, like when we started our practice and over the last maybe 22 years, conventional diabetes management, we saw that compliance to doctor, dietitian, diabetes educator follow-ups was really poor. There was poor compliance to self-monitoring. People used to just monitor maybe once in 3 months and then go to the doctor. And that also it used to be very, very controlled diet, activity, and then going with good reports. Compliance to diet and lifestyle was really poor. And honestly, there was no follow-up to a dietitian. We really never saw a person with diabetes come back to our clinic. Low awareness of management of diabetes comorbidities, no real-time feedback mechanism, and therefore low motivation levels. They always came with their logbook after an event has occurred, and we could really not do too much, and therefore the outcomes were poor. Now, when we look at technology, and we're all discussing that, and we look at our phones, in fact, there was a very good survey that was done that actually people keep their phones closer to even their spouses, and that is all we know with today's kids and as well as the adults. And India has 1.2 billion mobile subscribers in 2021, out of which 750 million are smartphone users. And according to the Deloitte report, 1 billion smartphone users will be there by 2026 in India alone. ML apps are available on Google Play in the first quarter. And in the year 2020, the first quarter, there were 43,285 apps compared to 23,955 apps that were there in the first quarter of 2015. So it's doubled, and it would be definitely more than this. And there's an ocean of apps out there. And like we always keep cursing technology for obesity, NCDs, etc., can we look at it as a blessing? It's always an indicator of social status where people are looking, do you have an iPhone? Do you have an iPhone 13 Pro? Can we also look at it as an indicator of social well-being? So it's important. I think in today's times, yes, it's important to bridge the gap between the doctor and the patient. And more important is also to get the caregiver into the entire, management, and therefore mHealth or apps really help in connecting and bridging the gap between the patient, the doctor, the healthcare team, as well as the caregiver. Now, while we're looking at carb counting apps, and honestly, when I started managing people with type 1 diabetes, I used to receive calls at 12 in the night, 1 in the morning, because they're eating something and they wanted to know how many carbs in it. And that's when I actually went and wrote the first carb counting book so that my life would get more easy. And with people on, MDI regime or on insulin pumps, carb counting becomes extremely important because then we have to take the insulin according to the meals that we eat, according to the insulin to carb ratio. And in India, we have so many different kinds of food, especially in our country so diverse, with North eating so differently to South and West eating so differently to East. And now with apps coming in, it has really made life easy, not only for us, but also for the patients and their caregivers. Carbs and Cals is a very popular app from the UK, and it is very popular in terms of showing you foods of different weightages along with their nutritional information. You have the Diabetes M app, which also has a lot of database of different kinds of foods. You have the My Fitness app, and I've just put down apps which our patients commonly use, and then I'm sure there are many more than what I'm showing you in my presentation. The My Fitness Pal was again very popular among our patients. However, a lot of foods are very westernized, and therefore for Indians, we have to look at something which has got a lot of, a database of Indian foods. And therefore, there are now many apps which are available, like the Fitterfly app, which has got a lot of, foods, Indian foods especially, on their database. You have Healthify Me, to, a lot of our patients refer to look at the macronutrients of different foods. There's the Blue Circle Diabetes app, which is also introduced in nutritional info section, in which there, the proteins, carbs, and fats of different foods are enlisted. In our own clinic for our patients, we actually have more than 5,000 foods. So we have an app which we have worked with a college, which is a Thakur College in Mumbai, and designed an app which has got more than 5,000 Indian foods as well as restaurant foods. So this has made life very easy for our patients because now they can just refer to the app, look at their portion sizes, and then bolus accordingly. Now, what are the challenges with carb counting in India? I'm sure you will agree with me that the roti size, in every household is very different. You have a chapati, you have a roti, you have a bhakri, and the carbs could differ. It could go from 10 grams per, for a full carb to around 60 grams if it comes to a bhakri. And therefore, the carbs would really vary, and the amount of insulin that you need to bolus would be different. Again, when you look at dal, you have thick dal, you have thin dal. Some communities add jaggery or sugar to the dal, and there the carbs would vary. And that is where, the apps may not be really able to account for this. Then we're looking at high GI foods, because certain foods have a high glycemic index and then would require more insulin, even greater to the insulin to carb ratio. Also, a lot of eating out is happening, a lot of ordering in of food is happening. So again, factoring the restaurant food, and every recipe in every restaurant is going to be different. So these are some of the carb counting challenges that we face even with apps. However, it gives a fair idea to an individual as to what could be the approximate carbs, and they could bolus accordingly. Now, there are certain terminologies that I've come across from a lot of my patients over the last few years. One is, Night Scout, which is something which I always hear from my patients. It's basically an open source cloud application. It's also known as CGM in the cloud, where you can visualize, store, and share the data from CGM sensors in real time. It acts as a central repository of blood glucose and insulin dosing, treatment data for a single person. And what is really interesting is it's not only the person who can view it, but also their caregivers, the doctors, the family members who can view the CGM graphs and treatment data anywhere in the world using just the web browser. What you need is a CGM sensor, Discom, Medtronic, Libre. With Libre, you need a transmitter or Eversense, but that is not available in India. You can upload the data through an internet-connected mobile phone, and therefore you need a working internet and with a matching uploader app. A remote glucose monitoring by followers. I think this is really great because especially for parents, they're always worried when the children are in school, is the child going into hypoglycemia? Can I prevent the hypoglycemia? Can I get an alarm for it? And therefore, this really gives a lot of, I think this is a very important tool for all our patients, especially for their caregivers. Another term that we often come across is NFC, which is near field communication compatible phones. For example, the Libre and the Libre Pro are FGM devices, and they are not Bluetooth compatible, and therefore you have to manually scan them. And now by putting a transmitter, you can convert this FGM to a CGM. And if you have an NFC compatible phone, then you can directly look at the trends as well as the readings. You do have Libre 3, which is a CGM, but it is not launched in India as yet. Glimp is a very popular app which is used by most of our patients to scan the data and get the readings in real time, and this is something that is often used with our patients using the Libre. Then you have the apps and the transmitters. For example, you have Tomato, which is compatible with Meow Meow. You have the Link Glucon, which is compatible with the Night Rider Glucon, and you have the Diabox for Bubble. Now, what do these apps and the transmitters do is that they send BG data every 5 minutes. The best part is you can have predictions. You know that you're going to go low. What is a BG trend looking like? Is it going high? You have smartwatch support, and this the smartwatch that I've shown you is the Tomato. it syncs data to Night Scout and helps followers to see PG data live. Calibration, in case the person feels that the readings are not accurate, they can calibrate using the glucose monitoring reading. Alarms for users as well as followers in case of hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia. Logbook as well as statistics. This is how the Tomato app looks like. The bolus wizard, this is again a very unique feature, and that is why on patients on an insulin pump, it becomes very easy for them. There are already pre-calculated, measurements in terms of ICR, the active insulin time, the ISF, which makes it very easy for the person to just feed in the glucose reading, feed in the amount of carbs that they're eating, and take the insulin accordingly. However, for people who are not in an insulin pump, there are apps such as Diabetes M, there's X-Trip Plus, there's Blue Circle Diabetes app, and I'm sure there are many more out there. These help the users to calculate the TDD, which is the total daily dose, the insulin sensitivity factor, the insulin to carb ratio based on user log entries. All that the user needs to do is to enter his or her macronutrients, that is the carb, protein, and fats, and the app calculates bolus requirement based on ICR, the insulin on board, which is the active insulin, and ISF. And this is what the Diabetes M app looks like. And these are some of the features, which is log entries, reports, data, charts, and graphs. And they also have the bolus wizard, which includes the ISF, ICR, active insulin, as well as the type of bolus, that the type of insulin that the person is taking, especially in terms of bolus insulin, physical activity correction, and sickness correction. The X-Drip app is becoming very, very popular amongst our users, especially our patients, and it's an all-in-one app. It's a DIY app, which is a do-it-yourself app, and it can upload and read BG from Bluetooth, NFC phones, glucose monitoring devices, and smart pens. Remote glucose monitoring, it can upload and download the BG readings to Night Scout, Tidepool. Followers can access the data anywhere. It can be connected to the smartwatches, so then you can access the BG readings on your watch. What is very interesting is the various customizations like alarms, alerts, display settings. For example, somebody cannot read the font size. You can actually go and increase the font size, on the app. You can vocalize the readings, especially for people who are visually impaired. It gives you predictions. For example, hypo is happening in how many minutes. In fact, we get to see our patients, trends in terms of the predictions that the person is going to go into hypo in the next few minutes, and there the person can take corrective action. There's bolus wizard, ICR, ISF, etc., and calibration. It actually reminds the individuals to calibrate every 24 hours, and it also gives you the statistics. And this is what the bolus wizard looks like. This is the X-Trip app. The My Sugar app by Roche again helps to calculate the right amount of insulin for corrections and meal times. So it also has a bolus calculator. It also has the other features where it has an estimated HbA1c. The meal photos can be uploaded. You can do the logging. You have analytics as well as the bolus advisor. The Blue Circle Diabetes app, again, it helps to track for vitals. There's a lot of community support, and most of these apps are made for people with diabetes, by people with diabetes. So I think they've seen, and there's a felt need for these kind of apps, and it's only getting better. It syncs and connects with Glimp, Libre Pro, Meow Meow automatically. It has a bolus wizard feature, and you can also add followers who can receive notifications when the person is going low or is going high. It also has recipes, and it generates reports based on data. This was something really interesting, and this is something I'm really looking forward to, is having smart pens in our country where people are not on the insulin pump, but on an insulin smart pen, where it's a reusable pen that works with bolus analog insulin cartridges. You can do half-unit bolusing, which is great especially for our very small children. It is iOS and Android compatible. It has a built-in bolus calculator. It also displays the real, the active insulin time, which is very, very important for them to decide if there is any insulin so that they can prevent insulin stacking and hypoglycemia. It can set up reminders. I think this is again important because sometimes our patients tell us we've forgotten to bolus for our meal, but here it actually sets up reminders to remind the individual to take their bolus for breakfast, lunch, dinner, bedtime. It also gives you alarms and alerts. And it can hold up to 1 year of insulin dosing data, which the healthcare provider can get in, the access to, and then see whether Is the person taking more insulin, less insulin? I think this is really important because sometimes we come across our teenagers, especially in the adolescent age group, where they're looking at keeping the time in range, but they're eating unhealthy and then bolusing. And this is a really useful feature. What is also very interesting to note is that it has a temperature sensor. So if, it can actually set an alarm if, or it gives you an alarm if the temperature is high or low, so that the insulin is safe and, potent to use. Remote monitoring, insulin dose, BG and carb values, and it sends everything as a single text message for up to 5 people. Those are your followers. This is another app, which is the MyDose Coach 2, which is by Sanofi, and this is predominantly for your long-acting analogs. Again, a very popular app. And I remember in the olden days, and everybody will relate to this, used to get logbooks. Sometimes you could not even understand what the logbook looked like. Most of it was forged. And, they just wanted to give you very, very good reading so that you're happy and they go back happy. However, today with, with mHealth and all these apps coming in, you actually can see the data. And today you have a lot of glucose monitoring devices, which have, which give you an app, and everything gets uploaded to that, and you can see points in range. Predictions. I think this is again extremely useful, not only to the user, but to the caregiver as well as to the healthcare provider. And a lot of apps such as Tomato, Eggstrip, Glucon, Glimp, Diebox, they show you the BG trend. The artificial intelligence actually does the calculations based on the BG trends over a period of time, tells you about the insulin on board, depending on the type of insulin, and then gives you alarms and alerts, which enables the users and their followers to act in real time and prevent a fatal hypoglycemic or a hyperglycemic episode. Statistics, it also actually gives you a predictive value of what is going to be the estimated HbA1c. And I think in today's time, we're all talking about time in range, time above range, and time below range. So it gives you an estimated value for each of them. Followers, we've spoken about it, and this is something which is really interesting, where people, their caregivers, as well as their healthcare providers can remotely monitor the blood glucose trends and make corrective action in real time. A tide pool uploader, this is another popular one which most of our patients as well as healthcare professionals use, because it can actually help to retrieve data from more than 50 devices, including the glucose monitoring devices, your insulin pump, and a wide variety of your diabetes apps. So this is how the tide pool app looks like. It gives you point and range if you're using a glucose monitoring device. There's also the tide pool loop, which is a compatible pump with a compatible CGM, and a controlling algorithm, which is almost making it a closed loop system. Again, today you have a lot of, blood glucose monitoring devices, which are, linked to the app. So it basically can integrate with the app and gives data in real time. And then it becomes a 360-degree approach where they have a health coach who's basically analyzing this data, giving feedback in real time. The doctors are also are integrated into the system, and they can analyze the data and give feedback in real time. So to conclude, mobile apps have really, added a different dimension to the entire thing. And honestly, I cannot imagine life or managing patients today without mobile technology. So it is a 360-degree approach for diabetes management. It helps to bridge the gap between the patient, the caregiver, and the healthcare team. We are in times of precision medicine, precision nutrition. It definitely helps to improve compliance because they're getting feedback in real time. They're really motivated. It brings about a behavior change. It improves glycemic control. And most importantly, it improves the safety. Hypoglycemia can be extremely dangerous, and we can actually prevent any kind of untoward episode happening because of mobile health technology. Having said that, it does not replace medical advice. This is the most important thing. A doctor, dietitian, a diabetes educator, and a psychologist are very, very important, and human intervention is extremely important. And along with mHealth, we are only going to make this better, help improve the quality of lives of our people living with diabetes. So thank you so much for your patient hearing, and I'll be happy to take any questions if there are.
I think, Cheryl, I have just completed my play school and I need to fill a form for a proper school now. I don't even know the alphabets, I believe. But it was really wonderful listening to you and learning from you and coming to know about so many latest apps and the technology, how far we have really walked.
It was wonderful, Sharad. And I know your passion, especially with type 1 diabetes. And with, I think the best part here is that the youngsters are so keen. Even I work in the rural areas, but even they are so quick to adapt to any technology. And I think from a kid to a senior citizen, technology is right there. And these are so simple because they're all phone-based. Self-learning models are there. And you took us through so many. I mean, I've taken snapshots of all to look into them as well. Thank you.
Honestly, when sir told me to do this presentation, I said yes. And honestly, I don't know how did I say yes to it.
Wonderful.
But thanks to him, I learned a lot. And as I said, Lakshmi really helped me, I just wanted to validate everything with him. So that really helped. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cheryl. With this, we move over to the last talk of this session. Can we have the introductory slide, please?
So we have none other than Mohit Bhandari. Please. Go ahead, ma'am. This is Dr. Mohit Bhandari because we've been talking about him whenever we talk of bariatric surgery.
Yes, of course. Yes. So Dr. Mohit Bhandari is a bariatric, metabolic and robotic surgeon based in Indore. He's a founder and director of Mohak Bariatrics and Robotics, a dedicated bariatric and robotic surgery hospital. He has the distinction of performing the highest number of bariatric and metabolic procedures in Asia Pacific region and probably globally. And I must add that few of them out of these numbers are my patients. So till date, he has performed more than 20,000 bariatric surgeries. He has pioneered the largest series of single incision weight loss procedures ranging beyond 1,500. His center has been declared as the first center, the ranked 1 center for weight loss surgery center by Times of India and various research audits. He has featured in the Limca Book of Records for performing the highest number of bariatric surgeries done at a single center by a single person. Wow, 25 cases in 11 hours time. Wow. So I think we have a lot to learn today, and we are just eager to hear you, Dr. Mohit Bhandari. Over to you.
Just to add, yes, even I have my patients who've been operated upon by Dr. Mohit and now they are back with me.
Yes. Dr. Bhandari.
Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Bansi Sabu and the entire team for inviting me to present on this new weight loss technology, a swallowable capsule, which is, one of the most cutting edge and latest thing weight loss industry. I'm Dr. Mohit Bhandari. I'm basically a bariatric, metabolic and robotic surgeon. I do weight loss surgeries. I come from Indore. We have a very big center in Indore, but I run my hospitals in Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Rajkot. And now we have a huge East African operations which have started for obesity surgeries. This is my center in Indore. We also have a Mohak Bariatric and Robotic Surgery Center. It's the largest volume center for obesity and weight loss surgeries in Asia Pacific region. We invite you to this huge campus. These are my disclosures. I work with Professor Phoebe and Manuel Galvao, one of the two of the most leading names in bariatric surgery in the world, and they work with me here at Mohak Hospital. We have done close to 20,000 bariatric procedures, but now what we are doing is a swallow balloon. And this particular technology has come because we know that bariatric metabolic surgery is not a cup of tea for everybody. So you can see that there are so many of these bariatric metabolic procedures here, but at the same time, not a lot of physicians and the patients both are interested in bariatric surgery. There have been 122 meta-analysis and 45 RCTs done, which declares bariatric surgery to be the strongest tool for treatment of obesity and diabetes. But the elephant in the room is that we are operating only 1% of patients who actually deserve bariatric surgery. And only 85% of patients, disclose that they did the surgery. Either there is a fear of surgery or there is fear of something which is very, intrusive. So, that's why, we realized one very important fact, specifically me as a leading bariatric surgeon, 8% of total weight loss. We just require a 10% of total weight loss to give patients resolution of their comorbidities, which are associated with obesity. And therefore, we came up with something non-surgical. Now, when you are talking about non-surgical weight loss, what does the patient want? Like, for example, I think that having this beautiful meeting by Dr. Bansi Sabu, we will have a lot of physicians here. And a lot of patients come to them for weight loss. Now, if we want to give them 15 to 20% of total weight loss, what does the patient wants from all of us? Even as physicians, they want confidentiality, they want discreetness, they want safety, they want something non-surgical. Sir, मेरे को surgery तो नहीं कराना है. They say that hospital admission should not be required. आप कोई OPD का procedure बताओ, which can be done specifically in COVID times, कोई non-COVID environment. It should be outpatient procedure, maybe done in a beautiful, outpatient clinic, or maybe a suite, or maybe, in a setting which is not even close to a hospital. There should be no surgery, there should be no anesthesia, there should be no endoscopy. So, अब ये इतने सारे factors हैं which the patients want. So, there is one beautiful technology which has come, which is known as a Allurion swallow pill, which I would want to introduce to all of the physicians today. And this is a beautiful device to give 15 to 20% of weight loss. It is the company from USA. It is a swallow capsule which does not require surgery, does not require endoscopy, does not require any anesthesia, in just 15 minutes of outpatient procedure. In fact, 5 to 8 minutes, I would not even say 15 minutes. What is done is that these are the two gentlemen, Shantanu Gaur and Dr. Ram Chuttani, behind the story of the Allurion. They started this particular company in Boston. So it's a simple swallow balloon. So you can see it's a swallow capsule, not a balloon also. This is such a small capsule, you see, just like the capsule which we give to our patients, like a multivitamin capsule or something. The patient has to swallow it with water. And once the patient swallow this with water, it converts into a balloon. So you can see that this balloon is, 550 ml capacity. It remains inside. Now, how does the procedure take place? So I will show you a small video so that you can understand that how the procedure is taking place. So you can see this video here. So this is the capsule which is there, and it is attached with a thin catheter. So as you can see that the thin catheter is there, and the patient is swallowing this capsule with water. And when she drinks water, we continuously track if the capsule has reached inside. Once we confirm it with an X-ray or even ultrasound can be done, we start to fill this capsule through a very thin catheter, which is attached to the capsule, and then we remove the catheter and send the patient home. So this entire procedure, as you can see, is just 3 minutes. So, sometimes it takes 5 minutes. So this is another video. The patient is taking the capsule. Sometimes I push the capsule through the stillet, and once the patient has taken it, we take an X-ray, fill the capsule with water. So this is the distilled water with which we fill. And once the capsule is filled, we know that the complete fluid here, 550 ml, which is distilled water, is put inside the capsule. You can see that now it is about to end. Now, once this ends, the patient takes an X-ray to confirm that the balloon is inflated. And then we remove this particular catheter like this. And then, the patient can be sent home. So this is a beautiful procedure. The patients are very comfortable. So this is the thin catheter I'm talking about. So that is the thin catheter attached to the patient, and through this the filling is done. And you can see that the patient can comfortably talk in 2 minutes when the filling is done, and then we can send the patients home. So, we have done it in groups together for all the patients, and, patients enjoy. You can do 10, 15, 20 procedures in your clinic. Make them sit all together. They enjoy, they can talk to each other. This helps in decreasing the discomfort also, and the filling can be done. I have done 20 patients simultaneously, and it's a small, amount of time, 3 to 5 minutes, which is required to complete the entire procedure. and the patients, they do pretty well. So month 1, after the balloon is inserted, patients have a lot of weight loss. Month 2 to 5, they follow the program and do the, so what happens with the balloon being inside? When the patients eat, they feel full very early. And they said, we don't want to eat, just like bariatric surgery. So they feel full and they feel having satiety. And this fullness is even more than bariatric surgery. And after the 6 months have passed, there is a flap valve in the balloon, which is the exit valve, which releases all the distilled water, because the valve in the balloon is guarded by a suture whose life is 4 to 6 months. So anywhere between 4 to 6 months, the valve, the suture will melt and the valve will be released, releasing the distilled water out of the balloon, and the balloon passes off in the motion. So you don't require an endoscopy to put in the balloon. You do not require an endoscopy to remove it. Now, let me inform all the other gastroenterologists or physicians observing this thing that any other balloon available in the market, which people talk about, it is an intragastric balloon which has to be put by endoscopy by giving general anesthesia. So this cannot be done in your clinics because you have to give general anesthesia, and that general anesthesia to put the balloon. Now, once 6 months have passed, again you have to give another general anesthesia to remove the balloon. So you are dependent on the gastroenterologist, whereas this particular balloon, as you have seen in all my videos, you can do it in your clinics easily. And you can use this balloon. We can train all of you to put this balloon, and it's a capsule. It's not even a balloon. It's a capsule which the patient can take it, or you can put it through a stillet, 3 to 5 minutes, and the patient can go home from your clinics. So that's the beauty of this balloon. In short, no endoscopy to put it, no endoscopy to remove the balloon. And beautiful weight loss, 15 to 20% of total weight loss is what the data suggests for the Allurion swallow pill. Not only that, the beautiful part of this particular balloon is that the company gives a weighing machine to the patient. So all of you can give this weighing machine to your patient along with the balloon, and a health tracker, which is a watch. This beautiful watch will monitor their number of steps, their basal metabolic rate, the amount of nutrition they take. And the weighing machine will give you the weight every day, because the weighing machine is Bluetooth enabled, and an app is registered on the mobile phone of the patient when they come to your clinic to get this balloon, and the weight daily comes on that app. So, patients are very confident. I always tell my patients that when I was doing these bariatric surgeries, I am still doing them, I never give a weighing machine. So when we give a weighing machine, the confidence of the patient increases that the technology is really robust, and it is really going to give a lot of weight loss. We have 15 dietitians, 5 international and 10 national on our roles on Allurion program. So all these dietitians, they are in regular touch with our patient. So I know all endocrinologists and physicians will have dietitians with them, so they can run the Allurion weight loss program, and we can train them to put these balloons. So, this is very good. These are some of the contraindications. So esophageal disorders, obviously Crohn's disease, perforated bowel, GI bleeds, we will not use this particular balloon. But it's very safe in all other set of patients, for all the other patients. Now the beautiful part is that Allurion balloon, as all of you would have understood by now, does not require endoscopy and anesthesia. Also, it is very different than all other balloons, because the procedure related side effects are very, very less. So less nausea, less vomiting, less abdominal pain as compared to most of these patients. And we give very good antiemetics and antispasmodics as a part of protocol, which we will explain to you when we put this particular balloon. So this is the profile of the patients, the data. 35 BMI is an average. Most females do, because it is very confidential. Usually female who are going for marriage proposals and all. And beautiful weight loss at 6 months. And the good part is, which $1 million question, which all physicians and patients ask, Doc Saab, what will happen after balloon is passed in motion? So see this beautiful data, which is published by Kotampesi in obesity surgery in 2012, which suggests that even after 5 years of balloon removal, most of the patients have maintained their weight, because it's a eating habit, controlled portion, early satiety, which the patients develop during the 4 to 6 months when the balloon is there inside them, and they maintain this habit for a lifelong period. This is good data, and you can see all along we have 10%, 14, 10, 15, 11%. and all of them have published this data very beautifully with the balloon, and very happy set of patients. This is a very large series, 1770 patients, again showing 14.2% of total weight loss by this particular device, and very good resolution of triglycerides, LDL and HbA1c resolution also. Another study done by Mayo Clinic, 2000 patients. Now this is a very large study. This is a meta-analysis. Again, fantastic 12% of total body weight loss with the Allurion program. So in short, we can say that it is safe, it is effective. And also the beautiful thing which I always tell my patient is you can sequentially put this balloon. So once it is passed in motion, if the patient comes to you and says, I want more weight loss, just as an example, you can place another sequential balloon, and patients can get weight loss equivalent to bariatric surgery. So maybe this replaces bariatric surgery in future. So in conclusion, very effective device, no surgery, no endoscopy, no anesthesia, outpatient procedure, 3 to 5 minutes, results approaching bariatric surgery. And long-term weight loss results are there. You can see a lot of publication, even at 16 months, 13% of weight loss, much less side effects as compared to several other balloons. And now this is something which is very important. It is an emerging therapy for the treatment of type 2 diabetes and pre-diabetics. So all those patients who come to your clinic with pre-diabetes and type 2 diabetes who want to lose weight and they're not able to lose, the Allurion therapy is of great benefit to them. So this particular data published by Lensa et al. And also presented at Obesity Week, the glyc-HB came from 7 to 5.5. So in conclusion, it's a very effective therapy for type 2 diabetes and pre-diabetic patients also. For adolescents, the balloon is doing great wonders. In Europe, it is the most common balloon put in adolescent patients. It is endorsed by the NICE guidelines to put in the adolescent patients. He is our own physician, Dr. Ravi Dosi. He is a very famous pulmonologist from Indore. He has now lost 42 kilos after doing this Allurion swallow pill. Fantastic results. This is our team here at Sri Aurobindo University. People are training others to put the balloon. This is one of our training programs where we are training the physicians to put this balloon, how it is put and how it is installed. And you can attend this training program and we can help you to start Allurion clinic at your center. You can see here is a very beautiful photograph where I am standing on the balloon. So you can see that the balloon can withhold the pressure of my foot here. So it is a very robust balloon. And this is the training program done for the physicians. And thank you very much, Dr. Bansi Sabu, for giving me this opportunity. I invite all the physicians to join the Allurion swallow pill program and we can start it at your clinic. I'm always available.
That was really wonderful, Dr. Mohit Bhandari. Though we are running short of time, I think the symposium time is over, the discussion time has been lapsed. But if we have few quick questions, we can really take them up, I think. Or Purvi will not allow, she's looking at me with the...
We can take a quick question.
Especially for Dr. Mohit, I think we'll have more queries because as a surgeon, we have something new to learn. Being physicians, most of us, we have a new experience of a surgical intervention in obesity. So, Dr. Mohit, my one thing is that other than a feeling of fullness, what are the other side effects of this balloon, like nausea, vomiting?
Yeah, so patients will usually have some fullness. So it is just like bariatric surgery. They will have early satiety, they will have fullness. If they sort of overeat, they might vomit also. Lot of nausea and vomiting doesn't happen here because it's an elliptical balloon. If you see, all the other balloons which were there previously, they were oval in shape. And this is an ellipse. So it causes less nausea, less vomiting, very tolerable, but it gives extreme fullness. And that fullness is to the extent that, the capacity to eat is very less. So yeah, less symptoms, but more of fullness. That's the only symptom taste.
How much of the exercise do we recommend during these 4 months when the balloon is there and the patient is not able to eat properly? What about the absorption of other drugs? Is it affecting the absorption of other drugs, supplements also, and exercise? The patient has weakness or something?
So obviously, if there is no reduction in the surface area of the stomach, the absorption is not affected. It is same. So this is not surgery. Exercise we don't recommend. They can do strength training, but what we say to even to bariatric patients that they should walk, controlling their heart rate or by observing their heart rate. So if they walk for say 30 minutes with in zone 1 of their heart rate, which burns the maximum fat, it's the best. That's what we explain these patients also. After month 3, they can resume to strength training and the results are very good. So it's not as radical as surgery, but still it gives 15 to 20% of total weight loss.
Thank you. Any other questions we have? Any questions for Cheryl or Dr. Den if we have from the first 2 speakers? I think Cheryl has one question.
Yeah, which I responded on the chat box. So I can share that article. There's one article.
Really important, Cheryl, because Indian food GI is very important because we have variety of food in variety of size and shapes.
Cheryl, I would like to ask one question from you. First of all, thank you for accepting the invitation for D-Tech and for being here. So I just wanted to know which app would you recommend for, especially for the Indian patients? Because now we have the mix-up of the apps which are for everyone. So is there something which is specific to our Indian patients or
What I understand from my type 1, honestly, is the feedback that I'm getting is the Expert app, which is something which they are liking because it actually integrates everything and it's your DIY app. So that is something that they are appreciating.
So I will request send a link to all of us because all of us would also like to experience that how to do the carb counting, because we are talking about that, but actually we are also not keeping our own carbohydrate count in check.
Carbohydrate counting, I can share the link that we have actually got a link.
I would like to try that.
Oh, sure. I thought you're talking about the other app. Sure.
Right.
I'll do that. I'll share that.
Thank you. And Dr. Mohit, very promising talk. And I think with the more data, more and more data coming up in the Indian patients also, I think you are doing some study also in Indian patients. So if we see more and more data, I think we will become more confident. So what exactly is the cost of this procedure, if I would like to ask you?
It is around 3.5 lakh rupees. The device is a costly device because it's being imported now. It's not produced in India. It's only produced in Boston in USA, where the principals of the company are. And it's a weight loss program for around 6 months because the balloon is there inside for 6 months. So they, as I said in my lecture, they give a weighing machine, a health tracker, and they have international dietitians on board. They're very good. So it's a program which costs around 3.5 lakh, including the device for 6 months.
Or is it covered under insurance? Because bariatric surgery is obviously
it's covered. Yes, this device is obviously bariatric endoscopy. It's covered under insurance. Most patients are getting insurance for these devices. Again, there's a caveat that you can get only insurance above a BMI of 35 with comorbidities like we have for other. So yes, it is covered, but obviously with caveats like bariatric surgery.
Thank you.
I just had a question. Do you have some experience with the adolescents, as was mentioned, as you said in the NICE guidelines?
Yeah. Today I put in an 8-year-old. Just today we put in an 8-year-old. We have done in 15, 16-year-old, many of them. Fantastic experience because parents, they don't want surgery. I mean, I had a 120 kg kid, 8-year-old, imagine. So we had to do, he's on sleep app. So he's on BiPAP and very severe pulmonary artery hypertension, and he is diabetic. So we did at least 4 of them, which are adolescents. Obviously not a large experience, but yeah, Mayo Clinic published on it. And the parents are very happy because there is no surgery. And somehow, I don't know, but maybe in your experience also, these adolescents who are huge, they look like children, but they behave like adults in terms of their diet and all those diseases. They have bad hypertension, very bad liver, all those things. So they're doing very good. In fact, it's a very good question because I think in adolescents, it's going to work like wonders because parents don't want to expose children to surgery. Plus, we have problems with the bone fusion taking place and issues related to growth, where we cannot offer bariatric surgery till until 15 years of age, unless it's very, very critical. But now, since we have the swallow pills, we won't be using surgery very often. in adolescents especially.
Dr. Bhandari, just an excellent discussion. But just as far as adolescents are concerned, I think just ruling out maybe eating disorders as well as even the genetic, causes of obesity. I'm sure you've done that, and
yeah. Obviously, there's a full psychiatric evaluation done. We cannot offer any of these procedures without that. But to be honest with you, genetic disorders, you may say whatever, but I have done a lot of bariatric surgeries on Prader-Willis and things like that. The problem is that these patients, they have no other solution except for restriction or maybe doing something radical. We need some weight loss and we are stuck. I don't know what to do with these patients, but this is something less radical which we are trying. Obviously, ruling out eating disorders. It's true.
Great.
Dr. Bhandari, I'm sorry, can I ask one question? So how has been the experience with the Prader-Willi syndrome patients?
Yeah, very good experience. We published that 15 cases, very nice weight loss, good resolution of comorbidities. Patient did it very well and good weight loss. I mean, 80% of excess weight loss at 2 years. The only problem there was, I don't know, we have a high incidence of weight regain at 5 years. Which is not very high. They never reached back the same weight they had before the surgery, but they gained 10 to 15% of their weight, 10 to 15% of excess weight they lost, not total weight, the excess weight, which is much more than what our routine patients would gain over a period of 5 years. But we can't help it. They eat voraciously, that they have this.
We do have one.
Can't help it.
That's the reason. And how what is the youngest age that you've done this on?
So you're talking about the swallow balloon. The 8 years old is the youngest. Surgery, 10 years, I think we did around 8 years back. But for swallow balloon, 8 years old, we did today only. Very easy.
Is it approved?
Yeah, it's approved for adolescents, approved even for children. So this child had very severe sleep apnea, 120 kilos. Was on BiPAP, was admitted in a hospital with severe sleep apnea and was intubated twice. So the pulmonologist wanted me to, give him something so that he can reduce at least 30 kg. So, his ABGs improve and things like that. Very critical child. And my pediatrician was there with me. So and the beauty is the child took the pill very easily. It's no problems. We gave him Coca-Cola to take the pill instead of taking water. So he was very excited, and 3 minutes it took, and he has fullness. So he's not eating like he was eating. So yeah.
We have a 5-year-old actually. That's the reason I was asking you.
Yeah, so you can do it at your clinic. It's very simple. Children, they take it. You can give them mango juice or whatever they want. So you can just take the pill, and we use a stillet to put it in because sometimes they might spit it out. So just use a stillet, ask them to drink, whatever they like, juice or whatever, maybe a cold drink or something. Children will take it by a straw. Then you can push it through a stillet and it goes very smoothly. So they would not even realize it has gone inside. So it's not a problem.
Thank you.
Dr. Minal and Dr. Archana, before we move to the next session, just one clarification. This was a pediatric symposium. But then we had to replace Dr. Partha because he was traveling. So that's why Dr. Mohit, though he was supposed to talk tomorrow, he was grateful enough to do it today. So this talk, though it was very good talk, but might sound odd in the pediatric symposium, but that was because of some reason. Thank you.
Right. But we made it familiar for everyone by asking more of our.
Yes. So I think with this, yes. Thank you very much. With this,
thank you everybody. Thank you for giving the platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, diverse application of technology. We move on in D-TechCon Day 1, Hall A. Thank you very much, Dr. Meenal Mohit, as well as Dr. Archana Sada ma'am, for gracefully handling the previous symposium. And we move on to the must-have technologies of a diabetes clinic. And for that, we have none other than Dr. Vinod Mittal, sir, and Dr. S.C. Kulkarni, sir, from Mumbai to chair the session. Dr. Vinod Mittal, sir, is a senior consultant diabetologist head at the Center for Diabetes and Metabolic Diseases, Delhi Heart and Lung Institute. He's also the director at Delhi Diabetes Care Center. He's been the past chairperson of RSSDI Delhi chapter and also fellow of American College of Physicians, and is a very, very familiar face at all our conferences, national as well as international, and has won many awards. Without much ado, sir, unfortunately, Dr. Kulkarni is unable to join in right now, so you will be handling the session completely by yourself.
Okay.
Please take over.
Thank you, Dr. Purvi, for those kind words. And we have a very important session on, again, digital technology. And overall, I must appreciate the efforts of Dr. Bansi Sabu and the entire team for taking up this, which is going to, empower all of us, and definitely it would help us in improving the lives of all our, patients with diabetes. So with this, we have three important, talks in this. One is a digital platform for education, then POCT and EMR. So straight away, I would, invite the first speaker, Dr. Sunil M. Jain from Indore. He would be speaking on basically digital platform for patient education used by doctors. Dr. Sunil Jain is an endocrinologist at Indore. He did his endocrinology DM from Chandigarh. And again, he's a key, faculty in many, conferences. And he's, a chief endocrinologist at Total Diabetes Hormone Institute Indore. And his major interest is technology solutions in field of diabetes, thyroid, and endocrinology. And he's also authored a book, How to Get the Most Out of Your Palm. So with this, small introduction, I would, invite Dr. Sunil Jain to please share his slides and deliver his talk. Yeah, Dr. Sunil Jain, is he there? Hello? Is he there? Has he joined?
Yes, he was logged in.
Otherwise, I can see Dr. Anuj, so we can.
Yes. I'm ready with my presentation.
So we can straight away.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Purvi, tell me.
Yeah, either we can do either of the talks.
Yeah. So, no, Dr. Chawla is there?
I think Manoj, we should. I'm really looking to listen, Manoj.
Okay, I'll do it.
Okay.
Yes.
So now we move on to the talk. The next till Dr. Sunil Jain joins back. Dr. Manoj Chawla, who is going to speak on POCT, point of care testing. Basically, it is the most, it's a must for all clinics, especially OPD and management of diabetes. So Dr. Manoj Chawla, I don't think, he needs any introduction. He is, everybody must be knowing him. He's from Mumbai. He's director, consultant diabetologist at Leena Diabetes Care and Mumbai Diabetes Research Center. He's also consultant at SL Raheja Fortis Mahim, as well as, he's also consultant for BSCS Municipal General Hospital. Organizing secretary for this coming conference in May, Diabetes India at Goa. And he's been awarded the RSDI Fellowship for the year 2017, principal investigator in a number of studies. And he's a member of, technology task force and he's got more than 25 papers in national, international journals. I think, with this small introduction, I would request him to please start his deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mittal and team D-TechCon. Let me start by sharing my screen. Look for the right presentation. Okay, hopefully I have it here. Okay, apologies that I was still getting organized.
Yeah.
But okay. So the topic that is asked of me is to speak on POCT, must for in-clinic and OPD management of diabetes. Well, let's start with understanding that the need to make healthcare more patient-centric has been a global trend, and more so in the last 2 to 3 years. Centralized testing does not represent a very convenient process. That was the only process, and we didn't know life any other way. So we dealt with it. But today, largely, whatever time that we can reduce an effort for the patients to go and do tests and offer everything under one roof and faster is the way of life ahead. The problem especially lies in cases of chronic diseases like diabetes, which require frequent monitoring and more frequency of blood tests. So what really is point of care testing? It's defined as clinical testing, which is close to the site of patient care, typically with small portable instruments. These are the tests which can be performed at the bedside or in a small clinic setting, usually involve blood and urine testing, but it's expanding much more. The goal of POCT is to collect the specimen and obtain the results in a very short period of time at or very near to the location of the patient. And we can see the flow for the POCT, and I'll further elaborate on that as we move on. If you look at the workflow, how does POC reduce the steps and the inefficiencies which normally existed? So when you talk about the central lab, patient goes to the lab on a previous day or with an appointment, gets the sample done, and the results are then sorted out and analyzed. Then the report is either sent. Very often the patient has to go back to the center to collect the report, and then the patient goes and does the reports. Or sometimes even the patient may come to the clinic and you may ask for tests. They go and get it done and come after 2 to 3 days. That was the way of life ahead. Today, the patient arrives to the center, and usually through the help of a finger stick or, as I said, urine and other tests, the reports are done while the patient is at the center, and within typically 30 minutes or so, you have the results and the ability to make the decision. So how can point of care testing help? Well, the advantages, especially when it comes to HbA1c, which has revolutionized the entire point of care market. The advantages are increased patient understanding, motivation, and satisfaction, because getting the results immediately, better glycemic control, increased compliance with the American Diabetes Association standards of testing frequency. It leads to more operational efficiencies. In fact, many of clinics across India today, like ours, can't imagine life without an HbA1c or many other POCTs. What are the most critical elements for POCT? Well, rapid turnaround of results so that it can impact the clinical management. The entire aspect of triage, referral, further workup, all of that has to be very, very smooth and quick. Rapid, when we say, it can be a range. It can be from few seconds to minutes to few hours while the patient waits at the center of care. Convenience to patients and care providers mainly derives from the fact that the diagnostic process is completed in the same clinical encounter, so to say, and it's not that the patient has to go and come back for it. Why is testing compliance poor? So, there's a term called as loss to lab, that you ask the patient to do a particular testing, but the patient is lost to lab and never really did that. There are issues related from cultural issues to provider time constraints, which lead to this poor testing compliance. And all of us here have seen that patients coming to the clinic and saying, yes, you have done the test, you recommended the test, but we forgot to do it. We just got a call yesterday saying that your appointment is there, reminding me for the same, and I had no time to do the test and so on. So I'll do it the next time, and that story goes on. There have been significant technological and analytical advances in point-of-care testing devices and the reagents which are manufactured. An increasing range of tests can now be performed in under 10 minutes. And these include, of course, blood glucose, HbA1c, lipids, electrolytes, urea creatinine, blood gases, coagulation, and cardiac markers, And we used a lot of these, especially the D-dimer and the CRPs as well during the COVID times. The point of care testing technology offers convenient aspects, which is immediate result, decision making without the need for repeated visits, and very often use of small finger prick blood samples. Why is this important? Because people with diabetes do face greater risk. They did so. It came to the forefront in times of the COVID, but they've always faced that higher risk and will unfortunately continue to do that. At the crux of all of this is also obesity. Obesity, along with diabetes, higher chances of respiratory dysfunction because of various mechanisms, as said here. Comorbidities, very often diabetes, cardiovascular disease, obesity, metabolic syndrome, kidney disease, and the comorbid risk factors of hypertension, insulin resistance, dyslipidemia, and so on. So many studies showed us that people with poorly managed diabetes face greater risk. Today we talk in terms of COVID, not completely over yet, but in general, the chances of other infections or other aspects of immunocompromised status getting further hampered is much higher in patients who have poor diabetes control, not to forget the long-term complications of diabetes itself, be it the micro or the macrovascular complications. Diabetes management during the COVID-19 pandemic, what was required? That glycemic control should have been optimized. This would have helped to reduce the morbidity and even mortality in patients with diabetes. More special attention required to those who had poor attention and additional comorbid risk factors. But what was the reality? That in spite of these facts, people stayed at home, especially in the first 2 phases. People stayed at home, didn't want to get out anywhere, didn't want to go to the hospital, didn't want to go to the laboratory. And they were okay to do telemedicine consultations, but that had limitations. Most patients may have had SMBG, if at all, being done at home, but they could not do any other test because of the fear of getting out. Challenges in achieving compliance to guideline management targets is not unique to COVID-19. So yes, when we talk about people having had poor compliance, the fact is even before COVID, and unfortunately even after COVID, the world remains the same. That the compliance with guidance targets for diabetes management were already poor. We look at the US data, it is 26.7%. Patients who were diagnosed with diabetes met the guidelines for frequency of glycemic control, blood pressure, or cholesterol management, which is where POCT becomes important. Let's look at the various clinical applications. Even a blood glucose meter today is considered as an important part of your point of care testing. Again, an aspect that we can't imagine life without the glucose meter in today's terms of managing diabetes, be it in the clinic or in the hospital OPD or in the hospital as well. Point of care testing with a glucose meter is a widely used tool to enable immediate determination of glucose levels in hospitalized patients and for patients on a day-to-day basis. Then comes HbA1c, as I said, which has been the largest uptake of point of care in diabetes clinics has happened because of the HbA1c capability. Use of POCT for HbA1c results at the time of patient consultation usually takes 2 to 3 minutes, variable in different machines. The new technology allows this measurement of HbA1c by a nursing staff or a paramedic in the clinic, and in a matter of minutes, you get the results. This simplifies the logistics of having immediate results without the need for patient having to go to another laboratory, or if they have not done an HbA1c, come at a later date and so on. Hence, POCT enables many clinical decision-making in the same visit itself. Compliance with recommended frequency of HbA1c testing has been actually well studied. This is about 42,000 patient records in the US were retrospectively evaluated for adherence. And what was found was less than 7% were tested at the recommended frequency for HbA1c testing. And I would ask all of you to think about that same question, that before you incorporated POC, I'm assuming that most of you have, in your clinics, in your hospitals, in your OPDs, what was the frequency of patients who were doing HbA1c? And today, once you have HbA1c, how large is the number of patients that you are able to do HbA1c for? In fact, for many of us today, trying to treat a patient without seeing an HbA1c just on the basis of a single fasting post-lunch or some SMBG becomes extremely difficult to take a clinical decision of how to titrate or adjust the dosage. So treatment frequency is important. 70% of the patients tested and treated according to ADA guidelines met the HbA1c goals, provided you follow that. But only 30% met the A1C goal if they do not follow the guidelines for testing and its frequency. Point of care testing, in fact, can increase compliance with testing frequency and reduce HbA1c. So you can see the data here. The ADA compliant testing frequency, when it was followed from the pre-POCT level to post-POCT level, 95% of the patients started having their frequency of HbA1c as per the recommendation. So many advantages of HbA1c. The most important, I would repeat, is glycemic control treatment decisions can be achieved with just one single office visit rather than the need for patient to come back. The point of care allows physicians and medical staff to accurately achieve the real-time lab quality diagnostic results. It improves the efficiency and productivity, simplifies the process and procedures, reduces the staff burden because of recurrent visits for the patients if they had to do the test outside, and brings the focus where it belongs, and that's on the patient and patient care. Moving beyond HbA1c, you could also do tests like urine analysis. You have today means of doing the dipsticks, whether it's to look at urine sugar or urine ketones or even blood ketones on the blood ketone meter. Also, the ability to do urine for microalbuminuria through the dipsticks, or the means of using microalbumin or micral again through the point of care machines and devices, just like HbA1c, D-dimer, and CRP. What's moved on beyond HbA1c is the ability for us to look at lipid profile. And that's again something that people are regularly doing. Yes, there may be a limitation of non-fasting lipids, predominantly the triglycerides getting affected in the non-fasting triglycerides, but it gives you a fair idea on the cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, and also a means of predictive value and a regular screening by using point of care, even if the patient is in a non-fasting state. Requires less than 5 minutes. These POCT devices have been on the market that provide the full panel, and we at our center use this very, very routinely. Again, a very, very recent development which has come in, which is the hemometer, allows us to take quantitative measurement of hemoglobin in just 1 minute, just like your old glucose meter strips. As you can see, this is the hemometer. You put the drop of blood on the orange shaded portion here, and within a minute, you'll get the patient's hemoglobin. Good for in-clinic testing, also a good device for patients who have issues with their own hemoglobin and would have had the need to go to the laboratory frequently. They can keep a check at home itself. Other examples of POC, well, you all have seen this, a lot of rapid antigen tests for COVID. Well, that was nothing but point of care. You didn't have to go anywhere. It was home testing. You could do that. And then, of course, moving beyond the blood and urine tests, the aspects of doing your retinal screening is also something which may come under the purview of point of care testing. That means easy to do tests for screening or monitoring while the patient is in your OPD or in your clinic setup. The advantages of all of these are simpler sample collections, simple pre-analytical process, faster test result. It removes the pathology access barriers and increase patient satisfaction, especially in a chronic disease where they have to do this on a continuous basis. And they don't have to take the effort of traveling twice to the laboratory for doing the reports, collecting it back, then coming to the doctor's visit. In everybody's busy life, and especially cities like Metro and other growing cities with the traffic situation, this is a huge advantage. The disadvantage for some may be that, yes, at your clinic, the workload increases. Potential errors may happen due to lack of expertise and quality control, potentially incompatible to local laboratory method used. Sometimes the POC cost may actually be increased cost of the whole testing as compared to the laboratory method. But as long as you are subsidizing that and the patient doesn't have to pay more than the laboratory cost, then that's good enough. And a possibility of transcription error in the clinic communication at times. So managing point of care testing, systematic approach is needed to organize this. Physical requirements, small, it doesn't require a huge space. Usually all of this can be done in the area of a desktop itself. Your clinics and OPDs will normally have their AC runnings and will have the temperature maintained. Most of these machines require that same kind of temperature between 2 to 8, around 20 to 25 degrees Celsius for able running of these machines. The staff training is a simple program. Every time a new device or a new machine is acquired, it may differ from the previous one minimally. So the minute aspects of how to use the device would require a couple of hours of training, and it has to be an ongoing training so that you are able to maintain the quality of these testing aspects. And the analytical quality should be done. It's more of what the company recommends, what the makers of these devices recommend. At the same time, what quality control you as a clinic or hospital incorporates is also important. To sustain a point of care testing service, it is important to have ongoing technical support from the manufacturer of the device. So that's again important, which helps you choose which point of care testing device I want to really acquire. Something where the reagents are easily available. In case there are errors, they are replacing that so that there is no extra cost to the center, and the technical backup which should be available by the company. Finally, let me just show some examples of how we've been doing it at our center. Right, there have been multiple interventions of all these masking and barrier devices, so to say. But the workflow at our center is when the patient arrives, gives the files at the reception, their initial weight and BMI is done, and then the patient is recommended the point of care testing as per the physician's requirement. While the patient waits for their consultation, the tests which may be recommended earlier, which are done, some tests which may be again recommended by the physician. For example, if the HbA1c was not mentioned earlier, but at the end of 2 months itself, the physician decided that we need to do HbA1c or do an albumin-creatinine ratio, those tests would be carried out. The smart POC workflow, it is usually handled by the nurses and the paramedical staff. Collecting the patient sample, performing the test requires small space, no huge space required. And then that in general leads to improving the patient satisfaction. On multiple aspects, the POCT intervention as compared to the central lab has led to patient satisfaction in their reviews also. So for example, patient saying, I would rather have blood taken by a finger prick than by a needle in my arm. In terms of convenience, them saying not having to travel to outside laboratory would be extremely convenient. And all of this leading to better disease management because of improved frequency of testing which suffers. Let me conclude by saying immediacy and convenience were viewed as important benefits of POCT. Being able to provide and discuss the results face-to-face rather than over the telephone later when the patient would do a report and if not able to come call you up was felt to overall have more of an impact on patients, especially in chronic disease management like diabetes. It also allows the HPCs to recommend changes in the management at that visit itself and emphasize on the same. And the opportunity to provide test results immediately in a face-to-face encounter was perceived by participants as promoting shared decision-making. So with that, the other benefits also which would have to be remembered is that today point of care is expanding. This can be done with right devices in a small space with maintaining the analytical quality of the devices. And many tests today as we talk are being incorporated into the point of care, namely thyroid, creatinine, and so on. So let me end by inviting all of you to join us for Diabetes India 2022 this month itself. And let me end again by congratulating the entire team of D-TechCon and handing it back to our chairperson, Dr. Vinod Mittal.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Manoj Chawla, for that insightful talk. And point of care testing is really the in thing today, and it's there in most of the hospital, and also it's coming up in clinics. Definitely, the cost of the test will go up. So I think my suggestion would be we can do more tests at one time. So if we're doing more tests, then the cost of the test may not be that high. Maybe multiple. Yeah. You're muted. You're muted, Manoj.
I said that's the main difference. Unlike the laboratory, where a particular test requires you to run a minimum number so that you're cost compliant. For point of care, most of these come as single reagent devices. So you have, and that's where it becomes better, because as you rightly said, in a laboratory, if you do 10 HbA1c, they're going to run one set. But here it is all individual, so it doesn't matter.
So the cost won't be, so the only thing would be, basically better compliance and better management.
Right.
Because, and maybe the patient is saving cost in not going to the lab, because that is a separate visit to a lab.
For example, yes, at HbA1c today, let's forget the flyby 999,000 test laboratory reports, but otherwise a standard laboratory today for HbA1c would charge you about 500 to 600 rupees in, say, Mumbai. The point of care again would be offered at 500 rupees at most centers. And as you said, it rightly saves the cost of traveling and etc. So,
and time.
And time, of course.
Save time. Yeah. So the only, one more suggestion is, the extra burden comes on the doctor, especially in OPD, running. setups to have a good quality control. Hospital, we have a quality control manager, but individual clinics, so it becomes a responsibility of the doctor running the clinic to have a good, yeah. Okay, so I think now we move on to the next talk, and I can see Anuj there. Dr. Kulkarni is not joining, probably.
No,
sorry, Dr. Sunil Jain.
He's not able to join us as there is a
okay. So we'll have more discussion. So I would request, Dr. Manoj also to please stay back. So we move to the next talk by Dr. Anuj Maheshwari, who's governor of ACP India chapter, and again known face everywhere, and is a close friend of mine. He's professor and head of medicine, BPD University, Lucknow, and he's got many fellowships. He's even vice president of RSSDI, and he's holding many important posts of various organizations. And at the same time, he's got many orations, awards, and chapters in the books, as well as papers in important journals. He would be speaking on electronic medical record, which is a gold mine in the basically hands of doctors. So over to you, Dr. Anuj.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod Mittal, for the kind introduction. Let me share my slides. I think screen share, right? You have to give to me. Because, yeah, yes, thank you. So, very rightly, you said that electronic medical record is a gold mine in physician hands. But I would say that physician doesn't know that they are the gold mine. So this is the important thing, and this is the aspect what I'm going to highlight today. EMR, a gold mine in physician's hand. And at the same time, I will reiterate must-have technologies for diabetes clinic. Let's come over to the agenda of the day. What is the EMR? What is the EHR? EHR means electronic health records. EMR means electronic medical records. Both are the same thing. What they work, how do they work? And what is the ABCD of today's clinical practice? And how does it fits in the ABCD of any electronic medical record? And what is the concept of the gold mine? And finally, summarizing the talk. So, nowadays, when we talk about the management, fast management, as well as the physician's concept of the management, data is the new soil on which our management is based. And those who own the fertile soil will be the winners in this economy. And what makes this data always new soil more fertile? It is the maintainability, it is the automation, it is the information security, it is the flexibility and scalability. All these things are really required to make it more productive. So first is, what is it? Electronic medical record or electronic health record is a digital version, paper charts of the paper charts and records, as well as you can say that it is a digital version of your prescription, detailed prescription for a patient. Many of the times you may not get enough opportunity to write each and everything on your small piece of the paper, what you give to the patient, but this digital versions keep everything which is required and which you wish to be there with the patients on its prescription. Comprehensive documentation it is for the patient medical history, test, diagnosis and treatment, and whatever has been done with the past. It is most accurate document, has the legal value as well as, and it is hassle-free. Why should a physician use it? Because it is safe and secure. And nowadays, everybody can understand, and no one would be denying that record keeping is very much important. Not only to avoid the litigations, not only to help the physicians keeping more correct treatment, but also because of research purpose, making the policies, making the designs of the further medical help and medical health. It is very much required that all physicians should do the record keeping. It should be comprehensive. At the same time, it is time saving also. Initially, many of the physicians can say that it is requiring more time because they need some more data, some more time to understand the EMR, but after some time, when they understand it, it's very little time taking. It is easy data accessibility, improving the working efficiency, improving the clinical revenue and high revisits rate. How do it increase the clinical revenue? When you are talking your patient, when you have opened the EMR, when you have opened the any health record system, you know what has happened to that patient in the past. And you very authoritatively tell the patient what has happened to him in the past, what the medication he has been given, and he understands that doctor is so much concerned to me. He knows each and everything, each ABCD of my treatment before coming to my clinic, and it is the most important thing what a person can expect from the doctor. It produces the advanced analysis of data for quality improvement. At the same time, it helps in the publication. Many of the EMR, now the advanced EMRs are already there in the market as well as in the field of the medical practice, which are inbuilt with the statistical analysis software, which helps in making them useful for the publication. And it provides another opportunity for leading CMEs. You can extract the data, which is the real data from your EMR, and present anywhere, wherever you want. And they also provide the platform for the clinical trial. In the past, we have done many clinical trials on these platforms also. Why this EMR has been so much important now? Because in COVID-19, we knew that most of the physicians were not being able to come in the direct contact of the patient. Even patients were also scared of coming in the contact of the physician. So there was a problem coming with each other and getting the prescription from the physician coming in front of him. So that's why this electronic medical record system has really helped a lot in such type of the condition when patients and doctors were not in the position to meet with each other. This new technology has really helped us, but it is more important to make it standardized. Increased focus must be kept on the standardization so that everything should be acceptable and usable by each one of us. There has been new technological innovations like blockchain, which ensures the more data security to our EMRs. There may be some of the artificial intelligence uses at the same time the IoT, which is the Internet of the Things, which makes it more useful in our day-to-day practice, involving the day-to-day activities in our regular data entry. 5G network is getting compatible for this, and it is providing the more speed and more accuracy to these devices. And wherever, and these are the wearable will boost patient health engagement. So these are the things which are adding up with the quality of the electronic medical records and what a features of the good EMR. ABCD of the EMR. Obviously, it should be accessible. It should be brisk or fast. It should be communication fast or very good communicable. And of course, it should support in our decision taking. So access is not only for the doctor or not only for the clinician, which is well aware that it will be, and also to the patient. Patient can check his health records anytime whenever he wants, putting up the ID and password. But at the same time, the data safety should be ensured that it should not be opened by any unauthorized person. So access should be for the patient and clinician, but at the same time, data safety should also be taken care not to go in the hand of the people, those who are uncalled for. If we talk about the access for the patient should have their easy access to their record with the upcoming Ayushman Bharat Health account, which has made the patient able to manage their own data, and doctors are able to follow longitudinal care across the different healthcare organizations. So this is the biggest tool across the India, which is working in the name of the ABHA, that is Ayushman Bharat Health Account. And this is the digital healthcare key for each and every citizen of the India. Now, how we can acknowledge the access for the clinician. Doctors will be able to access all their data from any device because of the cloud-based infrastructure of the all EMR, which is the prerequisite based on the ABHA, what I told you, Ayushman Bharat Health Assessment, Health Access. Physical consult or video consult from anywhere is possible by these EMR. You have all records on your fingertips of all the consultation which you have done with your patient, video consultation or physical consultation or only audio consultation sometime. Data safety issue is well taken care. Standard data encryption keeps all your data safe at all times. It reads the electronic health record vendor contacts carefully, is required by every physician who is using the EMR and EHR. Being brisk is the most important thing, because every physician wants everything to be done in fast. In India, the patient loads it very much. That's why we need fast and energetic advancement to our practice by this EMR, as well as the things what we are entering into the EMR, they should go on brisk and fast. There should be some smart recommendation. It should not take much time to entering the data. When you are putting up one letter or two letters of anything, it should suggest you all the details of that information what you wish to enter. Even for old timers, these smart recommendation make data capture much easier, faster. It should be brisk in the practice management also. It can easily manage your practice with additional information and additional features what the electronic medical record system can have, like suggestion of the treatment, depending upon the information what you have already entered, and you can track your data and be up to date by using it. When we talk about the communication, it should be well communicated. It should be easily communicable. Teleconsultation, virtual consultation, it should be capable enough to give the SMS, WhatsApp integration is very much important, what is being done by many of the new EMRs. It should review the patient's clinical history and private notes quickly. At the same time, good doctor-patient communication must be ensured by this good EMR, which is actually required for the improvement of the health outcome, high patient satisfaction, high patient retention, high referral and revisits, and low chances of the malpractice and low litigation rates. There should be a prompt messaging, maybe in the form of the SMS or WhatsApp message. This should be a good communication. Virtual clinic can work very well. And while using this EMR, even when I am outside of my clinic or when I am outside of my state or outside of my country, I can help my patient by connecting with them the virtual. You can communicate your clinical experience with your colleagues also. You can immediately take out the data. As I already told, now many EMRs are there which are equipped with the analytic tools or statistical analytic tool, and they give you immediate reflection of your previous done treatment of the patient and previous day's practice, which you can share in any CME or any place where you want to share with your colleagues. It can help you doing the strong clinical decision support. How do it that? As I already told you, it put up the advanced and comprehensive analysis by this advanced tool, which is being equipped with this extensive record keeping with easy retrieval. There could be some smart tools and calculator to save the time, which can help in calculating the dose as per the weight and height of the patient. Useful triggers and alerts for the conditions which you are entering there. They can give you that what you should do or what you should not do. Suppose if a drug is contraindicated, your EMR will suggest you, please don't give this drug, your patient is having this problem. And this is the biggest help what you can get from the EMR. It is handy and customized menus which are predicted entries. Help the medical fraternity make better decisions. Easily publish your original research. Help the fraternity in making good clinical guidelines based on the data. You can ask the original question from your data. You can get the answers to clinical questions from your own practice benefit, plan prospective research studies, or perform retrospective reviews. You can always follow good clinical practice guidelines and follow the standard research framework and protocol while using EMR. What you cannot do while giving the paper prescription. Let's talk about the clinical practice, ABCD of the clinical practice, and then we shall be knowing it, how does this ABCD of the EMR fits well in this clinical practice. We know that availability is the most important issue in the clinical practice. But now in the days when so many CMEs, so many webinars are there, doctors are also occupied here and there, so many places. So how do they can make their availability and how do they can connect with the patient all the time? This is the EMR which can help them. Second important thing is the behavior. And third is the competence. Obviously, the EMR adds up to the competence. And finally, the data, as I already told, today's soil is the data. And data is the fertile soil which can give you the biggest economic results. That's why we call it the gold mine. Features of today's clinical practice, when we talk about the availability, you can be easily available for your patient, the teleconsultation on the SMS, messages, WhatsApp, and sometimes very specifically made application for the doctors. You can make your availability more easy while connecting with the smartphones. Use the application to stay connected with the patient for a longer time. He can share your his notes.
Your voice is breaking, Dr. Anuj. I can't hear you. Yeah. Please. You are unmute. Now you're okay.
Yeah. So should I continue again? I'm sorry
you can.
for this technical fault which occurred.
Definitely.
So as I was saying earlier, that behavior towards the patient is very important thing. And many of the times it helps us when we tell our patient that few months before you were having pain in your legs, what is there? How is that now? Then patient becomes impressed that doctor remains so much of the small things to me, remember and giving me the appropriate advice accordingly. So he is the best doctor. So your connection with the patient becomes improved. At the same time, many of the doctor and many of the clinician healthcare workers have a myth that screen time affects the doctor-patient rapport. They understand that if the doctor is more on the screen, then probably patient may understand he is not putting up the enough attention to him. But actually it is not there. Whenever you are working on the screen and asking your patient and revealing the information related to your patient and telling that you were having this thing in your past, actually, when I open my EMR and I tell your patient 6 months before your blood sugar level was this and now this, and before 2 months before this was this and HbA1c was this, patient gets impressed how much this doctor is getting so much information about me. And you were having this problem 6 months before, but you are not having this problem. This not only gives you an idea how improvement is coming fast, but also your patient becomes impressed of you. So it is screen time is causing any deterioration in the patient-doctor relationship is absolutely a myth. The patient do not mind waiting for a few more minutes if they are reassured and informed about the critical importance of their longitudinal data in their well-being. Obviously, it improves and it adds up the competence. You can gain edge with the advanced practice, high level of the data security with extensive patient detail, possibility of the longitudinal analytics, evaluated data, analytical dashboard availability for all patients, and handy population, summaries, metrics within the EHR, advanced risk score assessment, what you can inbuilt with the EHR, and predictable treatment outcomes are there. A wise doctor once wrote, which nobody could read. It happened in the past. Now the things has been past. Now it never happens if you are using an EMR. Digital prescription is very much legible and very much understandable by each and everyone. So competence has also been improved by using the EMR, and those who will use the EMR in future, they will also add up to their competence. They can review the patient history. They can achieve the data which would be the safe and secure, exportable and analyzable, available and handy, at the same time shareable and interoperable. Standardized comprehensive data is always ready for them if you are using a good quality EMR. Features of today's clinical practice, as I already said, data is the gold mine. If it is safe and secure, you always keep your gold in locks, in safety and security. The same thing is very much required. But we have got a lot of tools which can keep our data safe, like Ayushman Bharat Health Account, blockchain, advanced data cloud computing, and encryption. These things are making data comparatively more safer as compared to your keeping on the site or server of your nursing home or hospital or on your computer disk only. So features of today's clinical practice is important data should be the more available and handy, and this can be done by using EMR. You can make the data available at the right time and right place. Data is just useless if you cannot use it when it is really required. If you want to present any data, or if you want to require any data for any patient anytime for his treatment, but you don't get that at that particular time, it is just useless for them. But EMR is a thing which can make you data available at the right time, right place, in the right form. Exportable and analyzable, making better clinical decision at the point of care is great. Dr. Manoj was talking about the point of care, and this point of care can be more enhancing and more useful if we can utilize this data for the exporting as well as better analysis to enter in our system using the EMR. If you are unable to analyze your data, it is really like sitting in the middle of an ocean without a single drop of the water to drink. So analytic capability is more important. The main focus of the ABHA is interoperability. Very soon, regular usage of the electronic health records will become mandatory to allow for patient data to flow seamlessly between different providers across the country. With government guidelines, data sharing will be a necessity rather than a facility. So before this becomes a need, before it becomes a requirement, we So if we summarize this physician's gold mine, this is a gold mine which gives you a better clinical outcome, which generates, helps in you causing better revenue at your clinic. It gives you the better practice management. It gives you the better research opportunities. Thank you very much for your kind listening.
Yeah, can I have one question with Anuj?
Yes, Bansi bhai.
Yes.
Bansi, how are you?
All good. How are you, Vinod Mittal, sir?
Yeah,
I just want to ask
fine.
one question to Anuj that, even it is a gold mine, and we know that data is very, very important for each and every physician who is practicing, but still people are so much, worried about sharing the data. They don't want to share it. They feel that, and they are not doing out of it. Most of the time, these data are incomplete also. They are not able to make it complete. And neither we are able to come out with our publication. Even real world data is also not possible. So, few simple study we are not able to generate in our country. And one of the important reason is that this technology should be available to all physicians. I think one thing which we can do is easily is electronic medical records, which is costing very minimal. In India, it is very, very cost effective, but still we are not able to generate. You have tried to generate some data in creating some sort of a registry with a third party. We are trying since long, but still, the data is not coming up. So what could be the reason why people are so much, having a fear that my data, or it will not be shared in a proper way?
Dr. Bansi, the answer is already lying in your question. People are not really taking care of sharing these data or getting the data on the EMR, taking the data on the electronic form. They are afraid that it may not be misused. And in fact, this is only because of the poor awareness. When they are writing a prescription on paper, it is also being misused if it can be. And this is more misuse. Many of the times people are misusing with the wrong information at the medical store, at the shops where from the patient is purchasing the medicine. And probably this is not giving the right information. If your data is being used for the research purpose or being shared, it will always be with the consent of the physician and consent of the patient. Consent of the physician and consent of the patient should always be, and it is already a part of the any EMR, and it is included on the first page. It is a disclaimer that patient is ready for sharing the data for any research purpose, and doctor can also give the consent if he is exporting the data or sharing the data with the others. So this risk is actually myth, that if we will keep the data electronically, it will be theft. And many of the times we do not know what is the data and who is really making it theft. So this is the problem. We are really living in a forced fear, which is actually not there. So fear, what we are happening, it is the this problem, and awareness is the only thing. I would inform you that for the all ACP members, I have made it available free of cost. EMR should be given to them, and that EMR has been endorsed by the American College of Physicians directly from the headquarters, and now it is being provided each and every physician who is a member of the American College of Physicians without any charge.
Great.
Sir, I would like to make one small comment here. Actually, we are treating the data just like we treat the gold. We are very possessive about the gold, so we are also possessive about the data. We keep the gold very safe. We don't disclose the gold to the general public or the friends or the families. We keep it safe in the lockers. So same thing is happening with the data. So we don't need to treat it like a gold. We need to share it more often for the purpose of the scientific development.
I have one comment here. Like in most of the institutions also, we have electronic medical record, but we don't have a separate team for the research purpose. Like, we need a assistant to enter these data. If like we are already short of time. When we see patient, we are already, we can't even educate or counsel the patient well because of shortage of time. So overall, I've seen most of the institutions, they don't, have, separate team for this research kind of. They have other records, but not like this. I think that is the need of the hour that they have to make to understand, like that data, overall data is very important.
Probably, Dr. Vinod Mittal, they could not understand that data is a gold mine. So you have to teach your
they have not understood. So that's what
the data. It will give you the gold.
Without understanding data is a gold mine, they keep the data in the safe and they don't want that it should be shared with anyone. Without neither they are using for themselves, like it happened in the old time. People were keeping the gold neither using for themselves nor giving to anyone. So
not to even their children also.
Very correct. So recently, one thing I would like to add here, Manoj, just a minute. One thing I would like to add here, that interchangeability and transferability of the data between the different EMR, it is the need of the hour. Now we are using different EMR at the different places. We cannot say each and everyone should use the similar kind of the EMR. But suppose if my patient is going to Dr. Manoj or Dr. Bansi, then the data should be easily transferable to them, or they can watch or see the data from my EMR. This kind of the things should also be required to be more encouraged for the time to come. Now you can make your comment.
No, I was just trying to say that recently they listed water as a commodity on the stock exchange. We should consider, maybe D-TechCon should consider doing it with data.
Yes.
Amit is already getting ideas.
But sir, somewhere there is fear of adopting all technologies. I guess the biggest problem, even in young doctors, I've seen they just give the written prescription and they don't want to adopt this all EMR and solutions.
For that purpose, we need to increase the awareness. That is the only thing. For diabetes management, as we did so much of the awareness, Dr. Bansi has created a lot of things for the diabetes awareness. We can do similar things for the EMR also.
Bansi, you have to make a strategy to make people understand that data is a gold mine.
Yes.
So another...
to answer your thing, Rutul, every such young physician who's writing on paper is also extremely keen that they have a paper with their name on it published. And that's what has to be explained to them, that unless they have electronic data today, gone are the days that anybody is going to screen through paper data and come out with data analytics and help you write a paper. So it has to move on. And I just thought, every time that we talk technology, yes, it's good to be playing the devil's advocate as well and talking about not completely bowing down to technology. And that reminds me by a quote by Kristen Langer, which said, technology is a useful servant, but a dangerous master. So as long as you learn to keep technology as your servant and don't let it master over you, you will prevail.
But we have already, many of these are already become master for us. We can't do without. Yes, Purvi, you want to make some comment?
Sir, I just wanted to say that I think it's high time that we also adopt this confidentiality agreement, or just something akin to a HIPAA that we signed in the US. Something like that, where we are taking permission that anonymized data from the patients can be used for further research or further application.
I think this should be taken by each and every clinic that we can use, and this should be a agreement can be done with each and every patient who is coming to your clinic, that you are going to use the data without giving their information. The confidentiality will be maintained and still the data can be used. And there should be more exchange of data also. So, from one city to other city, from one center to other center. And this also gives you a lot of information, because otherwise we will never improve also. Suppose if you want to know that what exactly happening in our clinic, unless you will know, we will never know. Like you have seen thousands of patients, and we are putting, why we want to do the real world evidence for any new medication which is coming. So unless you do it, unless you audit yourself, you will not find that, yes, it is good, but you will never know that how many of them have stopped, how many of them have developed side effects, how many of them are not ready to take it, what is the cost implication. So many things you can find out only with RW. And I think in India, we should come out with more RW, which is very easily doable, but somehow we are not able to share the data with neither with colleagues nor with the organization. If we have taken more time,
the
chairpersons are there, they can take the next session.
So we close this session here, and I hand over the mic to the organizers, Dr. Purvi, to take up the next session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Bansi, and the entire OC.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was indeed wonderful discussion, and we'll move forward to the next session of digitosomes. And for that, we have chairpersons, Dr. Purvi Chawla, who is working in Mumbai at Lina Diabetes Care. She's a senior consultant diabetologist, and she is co and sub-investigator for global national clinical trials at BSES Municipal General Hospital, Mumbai, and Mumbai Diabetes Research Center. She is organizing secretary for Women and Diabetes 2020 Organizing Committee, Challenges in Diabetes, and many more conferences. And our next, another chairperson is Dr. Ajoy Tiwari from Lucknow. So he is MD, FICP, FRCP from Edinburgh, Glasgow, and he is also FSCP, PG Diploma in Diabetes from UK. And he is director and consultant diabetologist at Joy Clinic and Diabetes Care Center, Lucknow. So over to you, chairpersons, for the next talks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rutul. Firstly, a big thank you to Dr. Banshi Sabu sir and the dynamic duo of Dr. Amit and Dr. Rakesh for this wonderful, unique conference. And moving on day one, Hall A, we have digitosomes. So we know that the great growling engine of change is indeed technology. But digitosomes, as I understand, I think it has been coined by Dr. Rakesh, and as I understand, it's just bits of digital information being used for making decisions regarding patient management. So very interesting, and we have 3 really dynamic speakers in this session and very interesting talks also lined up. Without much ado, I welcome our first speaker from Hong Kong, Dr. Elaine Chow. She's the Deputy Medical Director, Non-Oncology Clamp Studies in Hong Kong with 7 years of experience in clinical trials, including the span, right from phase 1 to phase 4 and the BABE studies as well. She's also highly experienced in euglycemic, hypoglycemic and hyperglycemic clamp studies in not only type 1 but type 2 diabetes patients also and healthy volunteers. Expertise in continuous glucose monitoring devices and their evaluation in all different types of diabetes patients and of course chronic kidney disease patients as well. And she has special interest in the PK and PD studies of insulin analogs. So let's hear it from Dr. Elaine Chow on big data technologies and the new opportunities that it can offer for diabetes care. Personally, I'm really looking forward to learning more in this session.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Let me share my screen. Okay, so is it okay or all good? Yep. Okay, so thank you again to the organizers, Dr. Chawla, Dr. Tiwari. Really my great honor here to be able to speak to you today about big data technologies and how we can apply it for diabetes care. So here are my disclosures. So I really like this definition of diabetes technology in one of the latest standards of care. And I mean, I think we understand diabetes technology is something for example, the hardware, the software, the devices that helping people with diabetes to manage their blood glucose levels, stave off complications, but actually more importantly to really reduce the burden of living with diabetes and also improve quality of life. And we all know that we are in the middle of a double revolution, a digital and a genomic revolution. So since the 70s, 80s, we've now moved rapidly onto mobile networks, social networks. We are constantly connected to all sorts of wireless sensors and devices. But at the same time, since the 2000s, we've seen an explosion in the use of genomics. And today, what we're really hoping for and moving forward is to be able to all integrate all this information to help us really better prevent, better treat and better manage all our diseases. So, the big question is, how can big data change healthcare? And indeed, I'm sure this is also, what the payers want to know. So, I mean, I think there are many areas which big data can help us. So, for example, it can help us to have a right living by having more targeted disease prevention, help us to have the right care, better coordination between different care providers along care pathways, putting people with the right care provider, so shifting the volume of care to the correct settings, the right value, having an appropriate payment and innovation and alignments, and also helping us to achieve right innovation, so accelerating discovery in R&D, improving clinical trials and their efficiency. So, but at the end of the day, what we want to ask, what do we actually need data for? So, but this might be quite different for a person living with diabetes versus a healthcare professional sitting in the clinic. So the person with diabetes, perhaps their main concern would be, an instantaneous decision. So this is me now sitting with my my dinner. Oh, my sugar is 13.5. Should I be giving 2 more units of insulin, eating less carbs? Should I go exercise afterwards? Versus, the healthcare professionals. So we are looking at more long-range data, for example, blood glucose data for treatment titration, for us to, assess the risk of complications or, for healthcare resource planning. So I actually really like this diagram, which I actually borrowed from Boris Kovachev, and he describes this concept of the big data ecosystems in a person with diabetes. So if you see here, we think about someone, for example, wearing a glucose sensor, then you're collecting information about your blood glucose or what you eat, your insulin doses, every few minutes. So you're collecting a very, very close real-time data. Versus, you're probably a person is embedded within a wider environment. For example, things about behavioral trackers, which maybe change every few months. And on an even broader perspective, a more episodic lab records, A1C physician encounters, which occur every few months. So, if we think about big data, in healthcare as well as in diabetes, I think there's several levels with which you can apply the big data. So at the first level, you're purely at a descriptive level. Okay, so for example, your CGM, this is your ambulatory glucose reports. This is just describing your time and ranges. You're descriptive, you use your big data to identify who are the people who are not undergoing retinopathy screening. At the next level, you want your big data to be predictive. So you'll be wanting to use your big data to predict, who is at risk of complications. You might want to be predicting, who and when might be at risk of impending hypoglycemia. And then at the third level, truly is what you want to do is have a big data able to for you to translate into action. So being prescriptive. So you're thinking about, for example, treatment change, organizational changes, behavioral changes. So, I think, I obviously don't have, a huge amount of time today, but I would like to maybe describe the application of big data in several of these areas. So where I could see what, one of the biggest potential is, using big data in sort of personal day-to-day management of diabetes, in personalized predictions, and also using big data. I think I gather you were talking about this just the end of the last section on how to use it to improve population health management and also risk stratification. So I think I will be concentrating on these two examples today and sharing just some of the experience in Hong Kong. So, now, we're blessed with lots of different sensors and wearables. Well, blessing may be also a burden, but I think, many people with diabetes might be using one or many of these devices. So now with, for example, continuous glucose monitoring, you're looking at minute by minute glucose data that's being captured, constantly. People will be, tracking your activity via these Fitbit devices. Now, we're moving on to these smart insulin pens that can also capture insulin doses, or even some of these food photo apps, which can also capture your diet. And also, apart from these sensors and wearables, you might also be integrating more personal data from, for example, your genomics and also even the gut microbiome. So, I just want to share with you, one of our trials that we're currently doing. So, this is our Flash LMP RCT trial, which is an entirely academic study. So here we're looking at how we can use CGM and technology to assist lifestyle modification in people with pre-diabetes. So in this randomized arm who received the technology assistance, so they've been receiving a number of wearables. So one of them is a CGM, a flash glucose monitor. They having digital wearing scales, also food apps and to track their food and activities. But also at the back end is where we have a multidisciplinary team who actually offers them personalized dietary advice. And also this is integrated within a social network with WhatsApp and other Facebook platforms to support them. But what I actually found really, really interesting and always wondered myself is, what actually is about, for example, using CGM that actually improves people's, glucoses or their lifestyles. So this is just an example here of one participant. And I'm sorry, this is in Chinese, but I'll also try to read what's on it for you. So for example, this person here, so he has quite a healthy lunch. So at lunchtime, he decides that he's going to have just a banana, bread, and some salad, and some cheese, and some biscuits. So here I thought, oh, okay. He scans his glucose machine at this point, 9.1, not too bad. And then he goes to just before dinner time. So he looks and says, oh, okay. So my pre-dinner is about 5.7. Again, I'm pretty happy with that. So he then decides to go on to have some desserts, some fatty piece of beef, and then bang, so his glucose goes up to 10.6. And then he's like, oh gosh, I need to do some exercise to bring my sugar down. So what really intrigues me is what kind of behaviors which goes on behind these people's people, they think, and how they use technology to decide or help them do what they do every day. So I guess a lot of you might have heard of this excellent work by the Israel group, where they integrated, personalized data across the microbiome, anthropometrics, food diary, etc., and using CGM data try to generate personal glycemic responses. So I think this is, really next frontier of how we are going to move forward in using sort of personally collected, data to help motivate or change people's behaviors. But sometimes I wonder whether this is enough. Because at the end of the day, we probably all know that certain foods should be more desired than the others. But how do we actually motivate people to change or to go along with our advice? So this is here where I think possibly the next stage of personalized behavior needs to also capture big data in terms of people's thinking and behaviors, and be able to integrate this within a wider context. So I quite like this fog behavior model. So this which kind of describes what I think should have how technology should change behavior. So the fog behavior model states that you need to have motivation, ability, and prompts which occur all at the same time for one's behavior to change. And I think sometimes technology, where it's useful, is to be able to give you the extra prompt, the extra nudge for people to go to do this a little bit more. And I think one example would be, for example, the features of real-time alerts on CGM. So this is the data from the Alert Prospective RCT, where they're comparing real-time CGM versus just intermittently scanned CGM. And you see, I think there is a value of these real-time alerts because, you could see that people with the real-time CGM with these alerts are able to improve their glucose to a greater extent, improving their time in range by 7% more, and also reducing their A1C by 4%, by 0.4% more than than the other control group. The other thing which I think, CGM or with the technology can help is the ability to remotely monitor. So this is a study where they're comparing CGM use in people with or without monitoring, remote monitoring in pregnancy. So you could see that the people who were using the CGM sharing function together with one of their care partners actually overall achieved better A1C control compared with the other people who did not. So now I would like to spend the rest of the time talking about use of big data in population health management. So, this is our overall vision of the health data ecosystem. So ideally, what we want to be able to use is the personal health record data to be able to, support individual clinical decisions, and the practice level health records can be, exchanged to a wider population to help inform public health policy. And eventually population data could be able to use this to help inform clinical research, also clinical guidelines, and to be able to overall change the health system on the whole. But the key question is, how do we able to harness this big data and be able to use this very effectively? So I think just taking on from some of the discussions we had, just in the last session. So I think a lot of the challenges to big data are in common. So one of them is, for example, poor data quality. So how can we make sure that the data is consistently captured? How can we make sure that the fields are correctly filled in and not missed? The other issues are to do with the wide variety of technologies that input. For example, just thinking about all the different of CGM systems, all these different glucometers, different practices. It's very difficult to integrate these into one and having standardized criteria. There are also issues in scaling. So having a big data analytic platform in a single practice might be reasonably easy to build. However, once you want to stretch this across different platforms, this becomes increasingly complex. And also, one thing which seems to be a barrier is organizational resistance. So, getting different maybe payers or different parties to agree to having the same unified protocol. And also, obviously, there's different other concerns. For example, the issues we do with security, privacy, anonymity, and how this data is going to be used. So I would just like to share with you one of the experiences in Hong Kong. So the Joint Asia Diabetes Evaluation Technology Integrated Program was inspiration by Professor Junia Chan, established many, many years ago. And I think just want to share with you, because I think this possibly highlights what makes it successful. So at the very core of the JADE program is a structured diabetes care assessment. So we have a very structured way of capturing, for example, A1C, your blood pressure, all the demographic data, also complication data, which is collected in a very, very standardized format. And the other important part is that it is sort of target and goal orientated. So, everyone you'll be given whether you've attained the multiple goals, including your A1C, blood pressure, LDL, and use of these organ protective medications. The diabetes system is linked to electronic medical records, and this data is being used both fed back to the patient, but also by the doctors and also non-physician staff to help them evaluate, engage, and also empower the diabetes patients as well. And also additionally, this data is being used by the wider hospital authority to help decide on financing, capacity building, and also policies. So this is the risk engine that's is used to estimate the risk of complications. And this is also very important, is having this standardized report, which is also given to the patient and also the healthcare professional, which informs them of their 5-year probability of, for example, stroke, heart failure, end-stage kidney disease. And now we've evolved to giving this information via app. So this is the JADE app. And again, these people can get this as a personalized report integrated with personal management modules, which will all record their blood pressure and other blood glucoses, etc. So, but I just wanted to highlight that, all this did not happen overnight, because, this is really a very, very long journey. So, back in 1995, Professor Chan already, built this as initially just a structured data collection for diabetes complications, just on a paper pro forma. But one of the key things that, they established early on is having a very structured way of capturing the data and having this diabetes registry, which is very instrumental. It's only around the year 2000 that across the Hong Kong, the whole public hospital authority, that we started having electronic care records. And again, so it's only then that we started having this integrated across the EMR. And because it was easier to integrate the EMR because it was so structured in the first place. But still at that time, we were still limited within the secondary hospitals and not yet out in the greater community. In 2007, the JADE protocol was established with a digitalization, with web-based interface, and also started with providing the personalized reports with decision support. And then subsequently in around 2009 onwards, then it got rolled out to wider to other care providers such as primary care and also even to private public partnerships. So you could see that this is actually a journey that took a long time to build, and every step, there were steps to make sure that we'll be able to effectively capture the data to the people who mattered most. And you could see what this outcome is. It actually really translates into improvements in care. So this is a comparison of people who received the JADE technology-assisted care versus people who did not. And you could see at every complication, major clinical events, all-cause death, the technology-assisted care really improved outcomes compared with people who did not use this structured platform. Moving forward, ourselves recently we've been building a new EHR-based machine learning model for predicting other outcomes. So we've actually now using the in collaboration with the HA Big Data Lab, and we're fortunate that the Hong Kong government is really pushing for using big data to help improve outcomes. And we've been using over 1.1 million cases in Hong Kong to generate a new machine learning model to help predict severe hypoglycemia falls in older adults over the age of 65. So just to conclude here, so I think, everywhere in the world, diabetes services need to adapt with the evolving technology. Big data is great because, there's more data, but also, how do we use this data in a real-time or retrospective manner to help people with diabetes reach, meaningful decision-making? And I think what is key is that data needs to drive action. I think, as the COVID-19 pandemic has illustrated, the remote and cloud facilities can help, virtual consultations, but also possibly some security and privacy issues. Also, technology is just a tool. I think still motivation is key. And I think, we are not moving completely to digital healthcare models now, but I think, every setting needs to decide how we can best support a hybrid in-person digital healthcare model to really be able to deliver the best care to our population. So I would finish there. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you be able to have any further questions or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elaine Chow, so much for that very comprehensive talk on big data and its application, as well as its challenges, and then circling back with the fact that motivation is the key for managing our patients of diabetes. But I think you brought out some really interesting and important points regarding the application of big data, and I'm sure it's going to encourage a lot of us to get more organized about our data sets and look at them together in the future. With that, I request Dr. Tiwari sir to introduce our next esteemed speaker. And Dr. Chow, just a small request, please stay back so that we can have a robust discussion at the end.
Sure. Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you. And after a very scintillating talk by Dr. Ellen Chow, we have Dr. A.G. Unnikrishnan with us, and he's an MD, DM endocrinology, DNB, MNMA, MS. Dr. A.G. Unnikrishnan is an endocrinologist and CEO of Jalaram Diabetes Institute, Pune, a leading diabetes institute in India, and an international diabetes center, a certified center for education and excellence in diabetes care. He heads clinical care research, education, and also oversees a philanthropic rural diabetes care program at the institute. He also heads the newly formed Jalaram Diabetes Research Center, which is in the field of innovations in diabetes-related diagnosis and management. He has published the largest multi-center study of subjects with pancreatitis and pancreatic diabetes worldwide, in addition to his many other publications. He's also the former editor-in-chief and founder editor of the Journal of Thyroid Research and Practice. He is former executive editor of Indian Journal of Endocrinology and Metabolism. He has more than 200 publications in index journals. Currently, he is the editor-in-chief of the Chronicle of Diabetes Research and Practice. He has received the Subhash Mukherjee Oration Award for the Endocrine Society of India and the Srivastava Award of the RSSGI for his contribution to diabetes in India. He has also received the Jacob Memorial Prize for the Best Patient Care awarded by the Christian Medical College, Vellore in 1998. He received the Fellowship Award of RSSDI in 2070 and the Dr. Sam G.P. Moses Oration Award for the Diabetes Association of India in 2018. Recently, he received Diabetes Excellence Award at Digital Diabetes Summit at Hyderabad 2019 and DMIDU Gold Medal in 2021 and Dr. R.M. Shah Oration Award in the SwasthCon Conference 2022. So without much ado, I'll request Dr. Unni Krishnan to go ahead with his talk.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here. Let me try to share my slides. I hope I'm audible and my slides are visible.
Yes, sir. Both are audible and visible.
Thank you. So my topic is to integrate research with patient care, promises and challenges. So let me begin with a case. This is a 58-year-old gentleman, 16 years of type 2 diabetes, recently diagnosed with CKD, was admitted the first time in our hospital with bilateral pneumonia, had respiratory failure requiring ventilatory support. And because of the risk of hypoglycemia, the random blood glucose was 301. We had to do a sustained low efficiency dialysis and monitored his watch for hypoglycemia with both glucose meters and AGP. So if you see his values, and this was taken in September 2016, nearly more than 5 years ago, what you will see that there was a hypoglycemia in the dialysis period, and there was a hyperglycemia in the post-dialysis period. So when we see a clinical phenomenon, and now in the era of technology or AGP, it's time to look at it in a different way. And therefore, we decided to study the ambulatory glucose profiles in patients with dialysis. And that's one of the ways where you find opportunities in research and clinical practice, because you are able to apply the clinical practice, audit your findings, and publish research. And what we found is that, and this was the first published study of AGP or flash glucose monitoring in people with diabetes on hemodialysis anywhere. And what we showed is that on the day with dialysis compared to the day without dialysis, on the day with dialysis, the blood glucose levels were lower. That was statistically significant. What we also found is that before dialysis as compared to after dialysis, just a moment, before dialysis compared to after dialysis, during dialysis, the blood glucose levels were lower. So there was an intradialytic hypoglycemia and a post-dialytic rise in glucose readings, and that was reflected in area under curve of glucose. And this is the graph showing you that on the day without dialysis, what is the blood glucose level, and on the day of dialysis, what is the blood glucose levels. You can see the mean glucose levels on AGP on dialysis versus off dialysis, suggesting that what we then applied this research to is that we started earlier itself, we were reducing the dose, sometimes telling our patients to eat a snack, sometimes stopping the insulin on the morning of dialysis. But after this, what we decided to do is, because our patients coming to our dialysis unit used to come for long periods, we decided to tell them to do all the three. So we would skip the insulin, we would tell the patient to eat an extra snack, and we would actually even try to reduce the basal insulin on the day before and continue to reduce it on the day of dialysis, and then wait for a day or two. So this is how one of the ways to apply research into practice and find an opportunity, because nephropathy is very common and you can use technology to understand it better. This is another paper we published in our journal, the Chronicle of Diabetes Research and Practice, where we looked at diabetic retinopathy versus diabetes without retinopathy. We found that almost all the markers of variability, including the time in range, you can see were lower in people with retinopathy, though the numbers were small, all the variability markers, and we found that all were lower. And we found that in people whose age was above 65, we are supposed to keep the hypoglycemia below 1%, but only 50% could keep it below 1%. And, in the retinopathy group, whereas in the non-retinopathy group, about 91, we could prevent hypoglycemia, 91%, suggesting that in elderly people with retinopathy, going for aggressive control may lead to more hypoglycemia and retinopathy. So you'll have to balance those things. So this is one of the ways to look at research. And let me move on and tell you two stories. One is a very old story in an era before really internet was available, and then we used the internet to study this disease. I'll talk about it. And this is fibrocalculous pancreatic diabetes, or chronic pancreatitis with diabetes. And this is our mobile diabetes clinic, which we designed to do rural diabetes care. So these are some pictures of young people with diabetes in the 1970s who would come with diabetes very emaciated. And we found that they had large intraductal stones in the head of the pancreas going onto the body as well as the tail of the pancreas. So a very clear evidence that these people had fibrocalculous pancreatic diabetes. And this was earlier in 1960s defined as a tropical disease where there is pain in childhood, diabetes in adolescence, and death in adulthood. But what we found is that the disease is changing, because earlier this young person with diabetes who's thin, eating tapioca and dying of diabetes complications is replaced by older people, diabetes, but living longer, normal BMI, drinking a little bit of alcohol. So not really idiopathic or tropical pancreatitis, but an alcoholic pancreatitis and developing complications. So a disease in the 70s is very different from the disease in the 90s. So how do you document a changing disease? And that was a challenge, and we decided to bring together specialists, but we found that there were problems in collecting data, compiling it, analyzing it, copying, using the data, confidentiality and ownership. And therefore, we, at that point, and this was more than 15 years ago, where online studies weren't a thing, and IVRS was not there at all in India, and was very limited, in fact. So we looked at India's first online academic study, and we used the internet to study a rare and mysterious disease called tropical chronic pancreatitis-related diabetes, or FCPD. So this was a website we created. Looks very primitive, but we are talking about the pre-iPhone days. We are talking about the pre-Android days. We had a simple website. Each center could use, had a user ID and password. And we had 32 centers in the country. Each center had an active user and could enter data. And we had all the top centers in the country: the Christian Medical College, Vellore, the Banaras Hindu University, the Amrita Institute, where I worked. And we looked at different aspects to look at confidentiality. We made sure that each institute had access to its own data, but only the team had the access to the entire data. And this, harnessing the internet in many decades back, actually, we found that we could collect 1,086 patients with this rare disease. And we published this paper, and everybody who contributed even one case was actually an author in our paper. We had some novel findings, such as we showed that tropical chronic pancreatitis, as described, is rare. And we found that in chronic pancreatitis, 40% had diabetes. We found that tropical pancreatitis is a pre-diabetic stage, and this leads to FCPD, or chronic fibrocalculous pancreatic diabetes, because you can see people with fibrocalculous pancreatic diabetes had longer duration of the disease. The point, and of course we showed that in a multivariate analysis, alcohol and female gender cause more diabetes. The point I'm not trying to make is about the results, but about the means we employed. We therefore harnessed the internet in India's first online academic internet-based study, where we showed that it could be done, 1,086 patients from across the country in a national prospective manner. We could look at data, analyze it, work together, give every investigator the authorship, and publish the results. So with that, I go on to the next part of my talk. So I talked about how we used the internet decades ago to understand a rare disease, compile data, and publish it. Now, that's a very urban and tertiary hospital-centered research. But what about the rural masses? So as you can see, I of course work in a hospital, a tertiary care hospital with all facilities, but we do have a mobile diabetes clinic program where we reach out to the community. But the challenge was how to get the community, how to manage diabetes as a whole in the community, how to improve diet, exercise, physical activity in rural India. And thus our mobile diabetes clinic program was born. This is our mobile diabetes clinic. It has a Doppler, a biotishometer for neuropathy. It has a retinal fundus camera. And you see the kind of patients coming, and you'll see that the sheer burden of diabetes in the world coexists with ground realities such as affordability, accessibility. This gentleman who visited our clinic has an toes amputated, infected leg, and he's just put it in a plastic cover and come to the clinic. So that shows that when we look at technology, it should be reaching the poor as well as the wealthy. So this is about our program where we looked at, this is a young girl who was not able to obtain insulin. So there are lots of problems, and therefore we designed this mobile clinic. And you have a fundus camera here. We had an area for patients to sit, and we can send this design to everybody, anybody who needs it. This is the examination bed. We had a registration room. We had the Doppler and the neuropathy analysis done here. And this is a registration room. This is a fundus camera, a non-midriatic fundus camera. We are talking about places where internet isn't available. So we did not use cloud. We actually used USB drives to transfer data to the hub, from the spoke to the hub. So the hub is a big village. The spoke is a small village. Each day, our mobile diabetes clinic would set out from the hub to the spoke and come back in the evening and go to the next hub. And when one hub and all the spokes were over, we migrated to the next. And this is a design. We employed community health workers to do this task of bringing the patient to the mobile clinic on the day the mobile clinic visits it. We published our paper also in the Journal of Diabetes. And we found that using a simple tool, modifying the diabetes risk scores used currently, we could identify 20%. So what we did is, using the high-risk approach, we brought patients and screened the high-risk people. Screening everybody in the community or rural population is impossible. But if you screen high-risk people, you pick up more diabetes. So we looked at the high-risk approach. And if you look at the population, you'll have to screen the entire population to pick up diabetes. But if you screen just the high-risk people, you pick up more diabetes. These are some of the papers we published. And we designed, please do interrupt me if I'm running short of time. May I go ahead? Hope I'm not running short of time.
You are absolutely fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So then this is a paper I published in the Annals of Internal Medicine with Dr. Nikhil Tandon. And this is a study done in India and Pakistan, which looked at clinical care coordinators who used a decision support software to help doctors control blood glucose levels, cholesterol levels, and blood pressure. And just the presence of care coordinators using decision support software to provide guideline-directed therapy was good enough. And I thought, why don't we do similar something in the rural India? And we did this project with the government of India. Part of it was also supported by the Maharashtra Arogya Bhavan and the local district health authorities, Sanofi, and of course the Chalaram Diabetes Institute. This is Dr. Anjali, who led the project and trained ASHA workers. And the ASHA workers were also sent messages. Though this is a very exotic looking phone, we used a simple phone with text messages so that ASHA workers go house to house. So this was a design. So we took 2 clusters of villages. And in one cluster of villages, the ASHA workers went house to house and screened people with diabetes. And then every month, the ASHA worker would visit the patient's house, enter the data collected, teach the patient, measure their blood pressure, the blood glucose levels, educate them using a training manual that we designed. And also, the ASHA workers were supported by text messaging and support at a higher center. So this was an intervention where not doctors, rural health workers visited the patient's house. And here we screened the patient, gave them advice once, followed them after 6 months. We found that this simple use of simple technology was able to, using our mobile diabetes clinic, our diabetes screening programs, and ASHA workers who were coordinated for house-to-house visits, we found that itself actually brought down A1C from 8.79 to 8.23 in the intervention group, whereas the A1C rose in the control arm, and similar results for cholesterol. So this is to say that even for the community, India being a large country, we need to design programs relevant to the community. And sometimes like this, the results can be so satisfying, and it can really empower people. And we also train the government doctors to treat diabetes. And what we found is that the government clinics started dedicating one day of the week for a diabetes clinic day, and they started treating diabetes. And we also educated the private care practitioners. So I thank the government of India and of course Sanofi, Dr. Nikhil Tandon from AIIMS for this project. And these are, of course, we went on to publish several things where we applied practice. For example, during the pandemic, we published telepodiatry in diabetes, foot management, so on and so forth. Some of the challenges faced by clinicians are no time to do research, no time to document, no time to write papers, and other challenges are ghost authors, which should not happen at all. Regulatory documentation can be difficult, access to knowledge, and the pressure to publish. But all these challenges will wither away once you decide to be true to yourself, because people do research because you want to do research. To do research using technology is an impact-making opportunity. You can be well-known and respected. If you are a senior practitioner, you can reinvent yourself. If you are a youngster, you can stand up and get noticed. And we saw Dr. Om Lakhani receiving the award today. And that's what technology in daily practice can bring you. So set up a clinical research team is important to contribute to science, and you will see the institutional growth of junior and senior employees who are contributing to a higher cause. Because all research is something like being spiritual, because both spirituality and research actually try to look for a higher cause to understand humanity. And therefore, the goals are the same. And doing research should be an integral part of medicine and diabetology. And today the internet is here. Data can be collected and we can harness the power to work wonders. Friends, thank you so much for listening to me. It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you, Dr. Unni Krishnan. And it was really a very enticing talk. And I think the technology needs to go to the grassroots level. And I think this is something which you have enlightened to all of us, that how can we better the lives of the people who are at the grassroots level. And you have been an innovator in this field, and using artificial intelligence and telepodiatry for going to the grassroots, I think are really great concepts. So I think you have to stay back with us for the question answers at the last of the session. And now I will hand over to Dr. Purvi to introduce the third speaker, please.
Thank you, sir. We have the last talk in this session on can digitosomes and machine learning set the clock back. So let's do some time travel with Dr. Malik Mohammed, sir, and to introduce him. So we cannot leave the engineers behind when we are talking about technology, and especially the medical technology or the healthcare related technology, because they have a lot of contribution to that. So we invite Dr. Malak Mahmood, sir. He is an engineer by training with a master's degree from National Institute of Technology and a PhD from IIT Madras. And as an alumnus of IIT Madras, when he completed this doctorate in the area of distributed mobile computing, he has published several papers and also at the international level as well. Besides that, currently he's the co-founder and executive vice president, research and head, India business unit for Twin Health Incorporated. And he's the vice president research. He leads the trend study department for Twin Health globally. He also heads the India operations for the company and plays a critical role during the launch of Twin Health in India. And his research on healthcare technology and insight-driven decision-making skills, formulate strategy, etc., across the globe for this particular program. He was also involved in higher education space in Tamil Nadu prior to this, and is a member of several esteemed societies in the field of engineering. So without much ado, please take over and deliver your talk on can digitosomes and machine learning take us back in time.
Sorry. Thanks, Dr. Purvi and Dr. Ajay for chairing the session, and my special thanks to Dr. Bansi Shabu for giving us an opportunity to talk about the invention that we had done. And Before I could touch upon what is that and what revolution that we had made, I would love to share some data. This is a real world data. Dr. Purvi, wants to tell something?
Yeah, is it possible to increase the volume?
1 minute. So let me start with the data. It's a real world data. Out of nearly around 9,000 plus patients in various level of the treatment, 74% of them had reversed. A1C less than 6.5, no meds, excluding metformin in few cases. And just not the reversal of diabetes. People with hypertension and diabetes, like 61% got reversed. Dyslipidemia, 43% got reversed in the men's. Or when I say reversed, it means that they achieve the normal clinical range with the medication stopped. And 27% was their obesity, 46% the NAFLD, the liver disease. This is the data that we have of our real-time world people who are getting treated currently. And it is just not health output that we look at. We also would love to focus on how to also make our people happy along with making them healthy. We precisely measure using the technology, and you could see the energy and mood of our people, amazingly great. They feel healthier by themselves. Though the health parameters are great, still they need to feel healthier, right? 95% of them feel healthier, and the overall experience is 4.8. Amazing outcome is seen even on the vertical of the happiness. So this is in the front of US, because we are present both in US and India, right? Nearly around 200 patients are there, almost similar kind of output we see even in the US population. That is real world data. We do officially run a clinical trial, a randomized control trial registered with the registry. And literally our focus is to prove the remission and reversal. The secondary endpoint that we want to prove is reversal of hypertension, dyslipidemia, fatty liver, the NAFLD, and the obesity. And we also wanted to look at the additional parameters like the pooled cohort, inflammation, insulin resistance, kidney functionality, pancreas function. And we had been seeing amazing results. We had completed 1 year of the journey of the trial. And this is the 1 year output. Diabetes, 94% reversal. Hypertension, 76% reversal. Dyslipidemia, 58% reversal. NAFLD, 73%. Obesity, 45%. In addition to that, very proud to share that people who came with nephropathy, 80% of them got reversed. Retinopathy, 63% of them got reversed. Neuropathy, 100% of them got reversed. Homo to be regulated, insulin resistance, 55%, inflammation, testosterone, the CVD, and the SDLDL. This is the RCT data that we had seen. This is the, and today the world talks about the recent consensus statement on the remission. They say in reversal is A1C less than 6.5 with or without metformin. But remission says that members should not even be with metformin. So where do we stand? So remission at the end of 1 year, we stand at 77%, right? 6 years intervention, 6 months intervention. After that, minimum 3 months with no medication, including metformin. Our remission stands at 77% against 94% on the in reversal, which means that people still continue with metformin, right? This is where is the RCT data. And what made it possible? How did this revolution happen? What is that this invention is all about? Right? The other co-founder of the company in his earlier venture was the one who revolutionized the world of IoT. To make it really, really appealing and interesting, this earlier company, Jasper, revolutionized the world of IoT. 93% of the IoT platform across the globe is from his earlier company called Jasper. You name any automobile across the country or globe, it is from Jasper. Tesla is powered by Jasper. Elon Musk worked with Jahangir for more than 10 years to build the autonomous car. When, after the acquisition of Jasper, we wanted to get into the field of healthcare, because when technology is able to offer a healthcare solution to automobiles, communication network, and non-living thing, can we do something in the healthcare spectrum? And that is where the invention of the whole body digital twin came into existence. In an automobile, in a communication network, throwing sensors, picking up sensors, building a digital twin is not a big deal. In a human, it's very, very sensitive. The crux of it is all starts with the metabolism. We all know when we talk about the chronic condition, the root cause of the problem is the disruptive metabolism. Can we measure the disruptive metabolism? That is where the invention of the whole body digital twin came into existence. It is an advanced technology with the medical science, and which empowers our partner doctor to practice using our digital twin to offer this treatment in order to reverse the chronic conditions. This is where we are. And our technology is patented. As of today, we have 6 patents in multiple spectrum, both in India and US, we have patented the technology. And what does it do? How does it do? Right? Typically, it is all about damaged metabolism. We try to optimize the glucotoxicity and lipotoxicity and see to that, can we adopt technology to reverse engineer the body and take it to the normalcy? Can we make people be free of medications? Can we make people live with health and happiness? And that is where twin is able to do. So what is twin all about? We put basic sensor on human body. We pick up around 3,000 odd health signals from the body every day. In addition, every quarterly once we did a comprehensive blood test. It's an instance. In addition, the causal data were collected from the member through the app that we had developed. So with these set of data, a digital twin of an individual was built on the cloud, right? As we all know that the root cause of the problem is the damaged metabolism. We did not have a way to precisely measure the metabolism because metabolism is dynamic and it's messy. Every minute, the metabolism is 1,000 plus biochemical reaction. It continuously keeps changing. And we did not have a mechanism to measure it. Now with set of signal getting into the platform, by correlating across all these data points, by doing a computation of 1.4 into 10 to the power of 104 computations, we were able to precisely measure the metabolism of human. And that is the novelty of what we have done. And this revolutionary technology is what is making it possible today. So having measured the metabolism, how is that we could go re-engineer the body? Is it that we had come out with a new chemical to solve the problem? Of course, no. The metabolism was impacted ultimately through the macro, micro, and the biota component. Can we titrate precisely based on an individual need? And that is where we built a world's first high-definition database capturing all the 87 factors of every nutrient food item that are there in the globe. In the Indian context, in the US context, we had built for more than 1 million food items, the 87 factors, which precisely make it possible. So understanding the metabolism, the digital twin precisely offer precision medication, precision nutrition, precision activity, precision sleep, and meditative breathing as solution, by which we are able to backtrack the body and ensure that he attain health and happiness. Typically, as I showed, members when they joined the program, and recent speaker precisely told, technology is a tool. How can we make it? How can it be motivated? The digital twin that we had built ensures to offer the motivation, because it makes member precisely understand at every instance, where is his body? Can anyone here tell what is the current situation, condition of your body? The digital twin can precisely tell, because the digital twin precisely understand what is the condition in which you are in. It throws a number which is called the metabolic score. So as of today, with 7+ billion data points from 11,000 odd members, we had continuously learned the digital twin in an amazing way to build a network of twins to offer predictions and recommendations to the doctors for precisely titrating the medication, stop medication, and ensures that they leave the member happy and healthy, right? How does it work, right? So a set of engines are there using the concepts of IoT and machine learning, right? Precisely correlating across multiple factors that's come into the platform. We build a digital engine for every piece of conditions based on which precisely the metabolic impact of the body is prescient, and which offers and recommends a solution through the precision nutrition, precision activities, and precision sleep. When I call about precision nutrition, people might be wondering, is it yet another dietary program what they are offering? Of course, no. In a typical dietary program, we all know when you cut the source of sugars to the body, the sugars gets normalized. It's not a rocket science, but there are also proof and discussions which are spoken about the negative impact of such dietary program. We had proved that unmonitored dieting is evil for a damaged metabolic body. So precisely the macronutrients, namely the fat, carbohydrates, and protein are just a source of fuel. The actual energizing factor that is responsible for the healing of the metabolism through the growth of hormones, regulating the cellular systems, everything is based on the 47 micronutrients and the biota, and precisely which keeps changing because the bioavailability of individual component differs based on the metabolic condition of the body. So having measured the metabolism of the body, the digital twin is able to offer a right combination of the meal plan with titrating the nutrients by which we are able to heal the metabolism. And the beauty of this particular treatment is the member can go back and start having his regular food as he travels through the journey of healing. Right? That is the novelty of what it is, because he has healed his metabolism. In twin, we are not here to control sugars or manage diabetes. Our focus is to go solve the root cause of the problem, which is the disruptive metabolism. And that is where members are able to, when they enter the platform, it identifies the list of food items which are intolerant. But as they travel through the journey of healing, as they had healed their metabolism, they are able to take those food which was red earlier, which starts to become orange and green gradually. And that is what makes it novel and innovative. This is, see here, though there are health coaches, though there are internal doctors to support them to connect the technology, but the health coach doesn't offer a meal plan. It is the technology which offers a meal plan, depending on the need of the member, depending on the metabolic condition of the member, depending on the preference of the member, right? And with we are showing just 12 meal plans. So far, it has produced 9,67,000 unique meals that are generated by the digital twin for member. That is the power of technology, what is making it possible. So what is it all about? How does it make it happen, right? So exactly timeline chart of individuals are computed along with other correlated entities, creating a digital twin and ensuring that we create a living digital twin of individual. The novelty of it is, as the digital twin becomes matured, the sensors and the routine starts to reduce. So how complicated or how complex it is? It is easy. A member needs to spend just 6 minutes per day on the digital twin to interact with the digital twin to make it successful. So we literally create a network of twin wherein it becomes better and better and better as the days keep passing by, right? So the innovation here is it's able to offer individualized guidance and real-time accountability, which is never seen ever. The whole body digital twin, in addition to a compassionate care team, which is the coach and the internal doctor, who is a junior doctor to the primary doctor, ensures that they are able to make people become healthier and happier. It solves the root cause and reverses the chronic conditions. It is highly individualized. It is personalized for the individual depending on his metabolic condition, his need, and it is dynamic and accountable and sustainable, because it is not that someone reverses and it he go back and he gets back and he become diabetic again. So it is just an atomic experience, which is nothing but it's a micro action with micro feelings, which is very, very important, because we just don't want member to be healthy. We want member to be healthy and happy. Every doctor talk, when we ask our doctors, partner doctors, when we go and talk to them, when we ask them, doctor, what will make you happy? Your member is reversed. I'll be happy when my member is happy. And that is where we started to build this. And the behavioral change is merely through atomic experience by the digital twin, which is through micro actions and micro feelings, which is making it possible. And it needs to be repeatable actions, which is completely dynamic. So he's assisted by the digital twin. He is instructed by the digital twin. He is aided by the doctor who understands what is happening at every instance and sustainable over time. And that is where the digital twin becomes novel and innovative. It starts with an engagement, onboarding activation, where the member is completely educated on this particular problem. Many people believe that the CGM patch is the one which is offering the reversal of diabetes. It is not so. CGM patch is a sensor to collect one of the signal to the digital twin. The real solution is through the whole body digital twin. That is the novelty of what we make it happen. And it is a journey to the reversal to make people happy and live for healthy for life. And as I told you, it precisely gives a score at every instance. It starts with the score, where do you stand? And there's a petal which indicates where does the individual body is at every instance of time. That's where I told, I know my health score at this point of time. And I open my app, it tells what is my metabolic score. And this is patented and validated through scientific outcomes, through multiple biomarkers and data, which is making it possible, right? As I told, it starts with 80% in the initial stage based on the other twins which are there in the network, and gradually it becomes mature, and wherein sensor medicines are stopped, sensors become, when it starts with 5 sensors, become 4 and then become 2. The member literally need to wear the watch and use the body composition monitor. By this time, the platform doesn't even require the food log because the digital twin is completely mature, which is making it very, very powerful. And look at this. At this instance, we picked up 50 patients, right? And we picked up few elements. Every body, what it wants is unique. This body wants more of sleep. Difference in the carbohydrates and protein ratio. And this, what it wants as activity is different, right? And it is an instance, it keeps changing. And this makes it novel and innovative. And we all know every body, how they metabolize is different. You could see here, the food which was green for him is red for the other person. And as I told, most of the food are red when he comes to the platform. As he travels through the journey of healing, the red food start to become green because he has healed, he is able to tolerate. And this is the novelty which makes sustainability possible as he has healed. So the response against each food completely differs across individuals. And you could see the variance in how much it differs. And the accuracy in the prediction what we offer is far, far, far superior than the existing prediction models. Again, it is patented, scientifically proved. And as I told you, we look at making people happy and healthy for life. And we are also running an RCT partnered with Cleveland Clinic. And the results are in line with what we are seeing in India and seeing amazing results. And the best results that we had seen in diabetes made us initiate an exclusive randomized control trial for reversal of hypertension in multi-centered approach, which is run across 15 centers in India. And we are also running an exclusive NAFLD reversal RCT across 11 sites and doing amazingly great. This is our team, which is distributed across India and US, and the top endocrinologists across the globe are part of the medical advisory team of a twin. And this is where we are doing a revolutionary work. And we are here to offer a technological solution to our doctors to become super powerful, to make their patients happy and healthy for life. Thank you. And so far, we have more than 30 odd publications. You name any forum, we are there. ADA, ACE, Endo, all forums we are there. In fact, Dr. Joshi, Dr. Bansi, Dr. Suresh, many of country's eminent doctors are part of the research, and they are part of the publication. Dr. Joshi is flying down to US to present a paper in ACE based on the research outcomes. We also have a great announcement to make shortly what happened in ADA, which is revolutionary, which because of embargo, I don't want to talk about it now, which you will, once the June ADA is over, we'll announce it public. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed, for that very illuminating talk.
Dr. Purvi, we are not able to hear you.
We can hear.
She's audible.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think we can move on to the discussion. We have a few audience questions, and to begin with Dr. Chow. Big data is definitely the way forward, as you clearly highlighted in your talk. Do you foresee data security challenges, data stealing? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. I can share with us our experience in Hong Kong. That was with the large EMR data sets held by the Public Hospital Authority. That is, very strictly controlled. And if the data is being used for, research or even, for example, auditing performance purposes, it's all, got pseudo IDs and very, careful controlled access. And for the more recent projects, I mentioned that we're doing machine learning prediction in collaboration. That's with the Hospital Authority Data Collaboration Lab, and obviously we were dealing with far bigger and multi-dimensional data sets. For that, so there's a very, very strict process. So first of all, the project you have to apply, and you have to apply for secure access, and the data is actually only held in a certain a secure room, and you cannot actually take data in and out via internet. You only can you can't even take a USB stick in, and so I think if done correctly, we can use big data to do proper research, answer important questions clinically and also for service, without compromising, data privacy or security issues. But I think it needs a lot of infrastructure and a lot of careful thought and control, and also integrity of people using the data to make sure it's protected. Yeah.
Great, thank you for those. Before I hand over to Dr. Tiwari, sir, I just have a follow-on question. So like the statistical softwares that, we always want them to be US FDA compliant, or, the 21 CFR compliant softwares, just as an example, do you think that we need to get regulatory approvals for all the software that we use apply to healthcare to be able to better manage? And maybe Dr. Unni sir can also chip in.
Yeah, so I think that it's a good idea, because HIPAA compliance is maybe another regulatory requirement, but we need to have an alternative mechanism in place. And that compliance is very important for privacy and security reasons also. As per the Information Technology Act of India, all the records, whether it is a physical record or the electronic records, they belong to the patient. The health authority keeps it in trust for the patient. So the patient is trusting you with that information. And also, I might like to add that data is a very sensitive thing, and who controls the data controls the world. And it's not the platform that controls the data. Of course, the platform which stores the data, and I'm reading out from the Information Technology Act here, belongs to the healthcare provider, but the data per se, especially sensitive personal information, belongs to the patient. So therefore, it should be very clear, because that data sanctity is important. And from that perspective, and also from a both the privacy and security perspective, which are two different things, I think it's important to realize that ultimately it's a patient who is at the center of things, and that data has to be released to the patient at any time, and the patient should have full authority over the data. It's not the healthcare provider or a private company doing the research, or the platform, or the hospital records. It is the patient's data. That sanctity is always paramount in research.
To add to Dr. Krishnan, HIPAA compliance is very, very essential for the security of the data, which is very, very essential. And with reference to twin, because there's a question which is asked here, as we are already present both in US and India, we are completely HIPAA compliant. And India data is there only in the cloud, which is Amazon cloud, which is residing in Mumbai. And we are completely aligned on it. And there is one more question asking about whether do we claim this as a reversal or remission or cure. So we started as reversal. Our RCT protocol is reversal. That's the reason we continue to do reversal. And remission was the consensus statement which was recently initiated. And that is where I showed the data about remission. Too early to talk about cure. Though as one of the initiative as part of the RCT, we are also looking to prove that through the whole body digital twin, we could sustain the output what we have delivered, which we need to wait and watch, because we know cure is it is more than 5 years for which we need to wait, and we need to wait. So that's the answer.
Okay, so Dr. Maluk, the talk was very exciting, and really we were flummoxed by your theory of twin and this thing. But I think diabetes is a very heterogeneous disease, and we have got at least 5 variants. Many studies have come from India also, and we had Scandinavian studies also, that we cannot have one set that fits to all. So how do you see this thing, and how do you say about this remission and cure? You've already said that we need to have data for 5 years before we can actually, because the ADS states that we can consider a cure if the remission lasts for more than 5 years. So that is there, but how do you fit in your data in this with diabetes, which is a very heterogeneous disease? So
Dr. Ajay say we can reverse only type 2 diabetes. We cannot, we don't take type 1 LADA, MODI, right? With reference to type 1, type 2, we had proved that it is phenotypic independent. We had proved that. And we had also proved that it is just not the weight gain or weight loss which decides the reversal of diabetes. We had also published that paper in last year ADA that it is independent of that. We have come out with a predictor model through our artificial intelligence and IoT that we can predict in how many days someone can reverse. That's the power of technology, and which is what is getting presented in ACE. So people think that longer years of diabetes, it is difficult to reverse. People who are 2 years diabetes, 3 years diabetes, it is easier to reverse. All those we have seen mix and match. Dr. Joshi, who is part of the research, is there. I would ask him to talk about it. Please, doctor.
So Ajay, these are the clusters. These are the twin clusters. So it is independent of clusters. You can see here MOD, MARD, SERD, and SID. This is twin data. And this is, again, Dr. Bansi is one of the authors of this. And this is also a manuscript under review. And clearly, each cluster, the response rate we are studying now. So these are the clusters which we got when the people were recruited in the program. Now we are seeing which cluster has a better response. And the first response paper we are presenting, in fact, next Friday, I'm at San Diego presenting that paper at ACE as a poster. It's embargoed till that time. And clearly, we have data to suggest, because we have to generate evidence. See, and ultimately, the proof of the pudding is in generating high quality science and evidence. And further to that, we are presenting our data as an oral at the ADA this year, which I'll be presenting, and 2 late breakers. So watch out for that. They are all embargoed, so I can't share that. But the cluster paper is in active review.
Heartiest congratulations, Dr. Joshi sir, and we're definitely looking forward to gaining more insights on this aspect from you. I have a philosophical question for both yourself and Dr. Unni sir. And when we talk about percolation of technology to the rural areas or to the lesser privileged also, do you feel that we are somehow increasing their exposure to sedentariness or to blue light exposure and everything that can actually paradoxically increase the burden of disease?
You want me to take that?
Yes, sir.
So maybe Unni will have the final word, but my thinking is that it's a double-edged sword. See, technology makes us sedentary is a convenience tool, but technology also makes us mobile and makes us active. Allows you to access things which you could never access. So, from a health standpoint and a paradigm, the current goal of this whole meeting is to ensure that we use technology for a behavioral change, use technology for pattern recognition, use technology to ensure that we pick up and screen complications and diseases which we never knew, and use technology to cure stroke, control complication stroke diseases. So clearly it's a double-edged sword, but I think we, from a layperson's perspective, though, because there is more technology, people are more sedentary. Technology also is an enabler for activity. Unni? You're muted, Unni.
I completely agree on that. See, technology is a tool, and the march of technology is inexorable and it's inevitable. Use it for the right way, technology is a winner. The very technology that makes people sedentary is the very technology which is going to help people be active. And that will go on, and that is going to continue to improve lives. We as doctors must embrace technology. Just two more sentences. A patient who follows all the doctor's advice, diet, exercise, but has the power of a technology with them is definitely likely to do better than a patient with diabetes who may not have the power of technology but is doing everything. So technology is an added tool. Similarly, a very good clinical doctor who has access to, say, AI for decision making is in a better position than a same good clinical doctor who does not have the access to that technology. So technology is a tool, and I believe it is the future, and it is going to enable, as we are seeing, fantastic discussions, fantastic concepts being played out here, and I hope that it's all going to improve health and wellness of people in future.
And Unni sir, all the Digitonians here will take this forward as guided by Dr. Shashank sir today morning. And the Twitter is buzz about the Digitonians things, and everyone is calling them Digitonians. So we are proud to say that we are not just doctor, we are Digitonian. Dr. Unni Krishnan, Digitonian, Dr. Purvi, Digitonian, Dr. Maluk, Digitonian, Dr. Ellen Chow. And I would just like to say a few words to Dr. Ellen Chow. We are very thankful to you because Chinese University of Hong Kong has come forward in a big way. And today you have spoken. Dr. Juliana Chan is also going to speak on a very, very good topic. And a lot of doctors have registered from the Hong Kong actually, with your support. So from the organizing team, I would like to thank you especially for this contribution to this D-TechCon.
Thank you. It was my pleasure to participate.
Continuous support, and big round of applause for you.
Thank you.
So I think with that cue, we conclude this session on digitosomes. I think a very successful and a very, very comprehensive discussion on digitosomes. So we thank you, Dr. Ellen Chow, Dr. Unni Krishnan sir, and Dr. Mohammed for the wonderful insights shared, and Dr. Ajay Tiwari sir as well for co-chairing. And sir, Professor Dr. Shashank sir, having you was just a cherry on top. So thank you so much for sharing your insights, wonderful insights. And with that, we hand it back to the organizers.
So now, move on.
Yes, for next session, we have Dr. Malay and Dr. Preeti. Please take over.
Thank you, Dr. Rutu and Dr. Purvi ma'am. So now going to our next session. First of all, special thanks to my mentor, Dr. Bansi Sabar, Dr. Rakesh Parikh sir, and Dr. Amit Gupta sir for giving me this wonderful opportunity in D-TechCon virtual conference on diabetes technology. So we have Dr. Pratik sir. Hello, sir. So for that, I warmly welcome to our eminent chairperson, Dr. Mandesh Tivaskar sir, and Dr. Ritu Johri ma'am. Introduction, please. CV. Yes. So there is no need to introduce Dr. Mandesh sir. Sir did MD, FRCP, London, Ireland, Glasgow, Edinburgh, FSCP, FICP, and FGSI.
Male, let it be. That is okay. That's perfectly fine. Okay. So
So
no need for a detailed explanation.
without
Thank you
wasting
very
much
much.
time.
Yes. Thank you very much. And let me honestly confess that this was absolutely jaw-dropping session. Digitosomians, amazing concept. I was really truly thrilled. And as Purvi has rightly pointed out, Shashank was not just a cherry; he was a cherry blossom on top. In fact, I would say. And as usual, innovations in a right kind of directions, as when we rightly pointed out, can be the savior. So the weapon, a tool that you can have, which can either change the whole perspective, the way you look at the management. Now we move on to the next session, that is mixed bag. And I do have honor along with me, Dr. Ritu Johri, to co-chair this session. And the first session is by none other than Dr. Pratik Chaudhary, sir. And he would be talking about precision diabetes. Now we heard how really technology can be effectively used. Now, Dr. Pratik is going to guide us about the precision diabetes, where we stand today. So a quick brief of Dr. Pratik is being just a young, budding and very, very dynamic endocrinologist from the London King's College. He's being the professor of diabetes at the University of Leicester. He's a great researcher, and his work package, which led to HypoResolve Consortium within the PI of large multinationals, publications which happened on the biological and the psychosocial impacts of sensor-detected hypoglycemia. So there again, the technology is cropping up. And he's also a chair of Diabetes Technology Workshop and the network in UK. He's a medical advisor to the Department of Transport. And also he is an associate editor of Diabetes Medicine and a member of a ESD postgraduate training program. Over to you, Dr. Pratik, and I would be very eager to hear from you on precision diabetes, where we stand today.
Thanks, Dr. Devaskar. And I must admit, after that last session, I feel those people were way more qualified speakers to speak about this topic than I actually. But there we go. I hope we've got the right slide set there, or is this one?
Yeah, perfectly. You're perfectly visible and audible. Maybe probably that you may stop your sharing in the sense that I would say the next slide mode, or what I don't know what is called, presenter profile.
Oh, is it the wrong view? Oh, there's always when I have two screens.
That's perfect. Yes. No, this is perfect.
It's always confusing the computer which one it chooses to. A technology conference, running the technology is always a challenge. So thank you for that introduction. And actually, I was mind blown by the last session as well. So that was so exciting. This maybe a bit more balanced, a bit more basic. So, precision medicine, I suppose you've had the word there. It's medical care designed to optimize the efficiency for a particular group of patients, or even for a particular patient, by using different profiling, and that could be technological, genetical, or modular. And I think the enabler for this, so this was something, there have been four major industrial revolutions. The first one was the steam revolution. The second became the electrical revolution about 120 years ago. 50 years ago, we had the electronic revolution. And we're just about on the cusp, 2000 last 10 years, is the artificial intelligence revolution. And that's what's really driving a lot of this push towards precision medicine. And really the next 20, 30 years of medicine and things in the world will rely so much on this kind of artificial intelligence. And what's enabling this to come together is the confluence of different things. Because now increasingly, certainly in the Western world now, we are moving away from paper records to electronic health records. So a lot of the data is captured in a digital way that you can analyze and use. We have connected glucose and insulin data and other sensors as well. That could be weight, activity, blood pressure, connected devices. So it's data coming together instead of lots of data being stored on pieces of paper. And along with that, you've also got big data analytical methods. And the major place where a lot of this big data analysis started is, of course, in finance. If you think about it, a lot of the closed loop algorithms, the DIY closed loops, they were written by people who wrote the same algorithms to when to buy and sell stocks. And that's just the same as when to give insulin or give glucagon. And it's the same mindset, the same algorithm. That's what the people who did the DIY algorithms wrote. And actually, as you're analyzing big data, that software, the methodology for analyzing big data is moving so rapidly. And then finally, you've got biobanks. And by biobanks, now there are around the world many established biobanks that have got a lot of genomic data, but they also have biobanks of human data about weight and activity and when people are sleeping or when people are awaking. And so we've got the resource now to start using that data and analyzing it. And the areas in which that can move, I just took this, it's huge, right? You got data on how people move in an environment, in urban planning, how much, if you plan your city, how much people will be active, what's the impact of the environment on it, what's the impact of our lifestyle with the built up, with cars, with sports and activity, how much people are using those things. Again, all these things influence the outcome of, so you've got your environment, you've got your genetic aspects, you've got your hormonal aspects, is very nicely shared by the previous speaker. And we also know that one size doesn't fit all. We've been so used in this era of evidence-based medicine to say, okay, semaglutide will drop A1C by 1.5%, will give you an 8 kilo weight loss. SGLT2 will give you 0.5% A1C and 5 kilo weight loss. These are average numbers from large trials of 8,000 people, but in those trials, there were many people who did not improve and many people who improved way more than that. In closed loop trials that I'm involved in, we've got some people who improve 10% time in range, some people who improve 30% time in range. Of course, it's based on their baseline, but based on the way they interact with that drug or that technology. And there may be genetic prediction factors that govern why a drug or a therapy will work better in someone. There can be participatory, adherence, compliance issues with drugs and technologies. And all these factors govern how things improve. You can see how important this is. There was a position statement recently from the ADA and AAISD. This was 2 years ago now. And a lot of big names, Andrew Hattersley, Ewan Pearson, people we know who were involved, William Keffelu, involved in that program. And they launched the Precision Medicine and Diabetes Initiative by the ADA and ESD a couple of years before that. And the program of this was a kind of a program of over 10 years. Phase one was get things ready, get stakeholder engagement, because there's no point having the science of precision medicine, but not having it incorporated in healthcare delivery systems. If the government systems or the payers, people who are buying healthcare and providing it, if they don't buy in, the stakeholders don't buy in, that having all this amazing technology and not reaching the people doesn't make sense. So identifying, getting the stakeholders involved, organizing the evidence and getting a consensus report, which you just seen. And then the next stage now that they're into is getting research programs out to address those gaps in research, to get the projects like the Twin Project there and other new techniques, get them tested in large data and large studies, and generate the research evidence to move in that direction. And then you've got dissemination and clinical guidance, and then you've got patient and physician education. So there's this roadmap for how we would bring in precision medicine, so that in the next 5 years, it'll become not just a thing that we aspire to or talk about or hear about, but something that enters into our daily practice. And I think this is where we are, understanding the disease using data already collected to understand what factors predicted, so that you can create those algorithms, create those plans about how you can move things forward. We still have to do the regulatory engagement and patient engagement and clinician education. And then you need to generate the studies that will get the regulatory approval. And then the next step is getting any technology into healthcare. You need to get regulatory approval that the system works. And then you need to show clinical benefit and clinical economic value to get it paid for by the payers. And then it starts entering into the clinical translation. So it's a way to go before we can start using some of these things widely. Now, with precision medicine, you can divide it into different aspects of where it will work. You've got prevention of diabetes, you've got the appropriate diagnosis of diabetes, surprisingly still a problem. And then the biggest chunk, of course, that we've heard about is precision therapeutics, which drug will work better where, and then the monitoring of those outputs, and then the prognosis. Can you predict who's going to do well, who's going to do badly? Why? So in terms of diagnosis, I think it sounds like you've, in the previous talk, people have mentioned this before, but you've got lots of different types of diabetes. As you can see there, you've got your type 1 diabetes, a small group, and a very heterogeneous type 2 diabetes, and you've got small groups of monogenic and secondary diabetes. And you can look at different factors that cluster that tell you which diabetes someone has. And as you can see here, there's a lot of overlap between type 1 and type 2 diabetes. A recent study from a clinic in Scotland, they did a C-peptide simple test on all people who were coded as type 1 diabetes in their practice, and they found 10% people were miscoded. We're just on the verge of starting that process where I work in Leicester and near Birmingham. We've got a very high proportion of South Asians, Indian and Pakistani population, where again, we're picking up so many people who are miscoded. A 20-year-old gets diabetes, actually type 2, but because they're young, they get coded as type 1. And so I think you've seen this. You've got the autoimmune disease, this SAID version, which is what we classically call type 1 diabetes. And then you've got the severe insulin deficient, SIDD. So these are type 2s, but they become rapidly insulin deficient. SIRD, severe insulin resistant diabetes. Often that will be associated with quite a lot of central obesity. And these are the people who often need a quite high dose of insulin. We certainly come across quite a lot of people who are on 100, 150, 200 units of insulin. And I probably got a cohort of at least 100 patients in our practice who are on more than 300 units a day with severe insulin resistance. And then the vast majority of diabetes is this mild obesity-related diabetes. If you look at any of the, here is 22% in this study. That's the sort of classic diabetes. Then you got 40% with mild age-related diabetes. Often these people are diagnosed after the age of 55 or 60 and not that obese, but and they've got a combination of insulin resistance and insulin deficiency. And you can differentiate these to some extent with genetic risk markers. So if you do a genetic cut, you can find out that with some specificity, you can say that if you got a type 1 genetic risk score, we can say with some confidence that whether you have type 1 or type 2, depending on the overlap. And you can see in the younger people, generally that risk score will not help the diagnosis, because if they're under 20 and they're slim, and you know that they've got type 1. But in this middle group, age 20 to 40, they can help you differentiate type 1 and type 2 diabetes. And in your older people where your thinking of type 1 is lower, 40 to 50-year-olds, there again, it can help identify that 5 or 10% of those people who are actually type 1. And when you give them tablets, they're at risk of DKA or the lung problem. It's important, of course, you're all, of course, aware of the different stages of type 1 diabetes, and with genetic risk scoring and precision medicine, maybe you can find out people who are going to get type 1 diabetes earlier on. And that not only reduces the risk of them presenting with DKA, at least 60 or 70% of people with type 1 diabetes, even in the West, present with DKA. And with screening and appropriate risk scoring, maybe you do better closer monitoring and you can prevent those crash landing with DKA, which obviously sets people up for a bad relationship with this condition that they have to live with. Also giving you the opportunity to intervene with therapeutic drugs that can prevent or slow down the progression of disease. In the UK just now, we've just been involved in a study where we are starting to screen the population across the board of 4-year-olds for type 1 diabetes, identifying those people who already have the antibodies or the genetic risk factors, monitor them over time, and then being able to intervene early. And again, as you'll have heard of teplizumab, and now there are at least 4 or 5 other molecules that we are that are being tested around the world that can intervene earlier and prevent the progression. And then we move to precision therapeutics, where we might tailor therapy to an individual depending on how they're working. If you know the risk, maybe there is precision prevention where you can give immunotherapy or give someone lifestyle or other advice early on to help prevent the disease progression. And just thinking about that heterogeneity in clinical response, this was a real-world study of a high-dose 3 milligrams of liraglutide in Canada. And you can see here, look, what struck me was the error bars of the intervention. So the weight loss, we can tell people you're going to get an average of 8 kilo weight loss, but actually some person got 2 kilo weight loss and some person got more than 14 kilo weight loss. And again, knowing that ahead of time, predicting which person is better going to respond to an SGLT2 or a GLP-1 by genetic risk score can help move things forward, get the right person, the right therapy, reduce costs in the system, improve outcomes within the system. So the framework, there's a nice framework that's been published for how you analyze it. You understand the variation in efficacy of a diabetes treatment, and you understand that can be a pharmacokinetic variation or a pharmacodynamic. So there's a genetics of drug transport and metabolism. We know, for example, that the active insulin time of rapid insulin can be 2 or 3 hours in some people, and there's a cohort about 20% of people who have a very slow excretion of insulin, and so they get delayed hypoglycemia at 4 hours quite routinely. And this was picked up in a lot of the closed loop studies where they had to modify the closed loop to those people. So there's a genetic ways in which you handle the drug pharmacokinetically, but also in genetic variation in how the drug acts, how effective that drug is within your body. And a few of the drugs that have been found out that we use a lot that have a clear genetic difference in how they work is things like metformin and SGLT2s. So this was a study where they looked at different risk factors and other core drugs and that are governed by this OCT1 gene that influence the incidence of GI side effects with metformin. And this gene also affects the GI side effects with tricyclic antidepressants, citalopram, PPIs, calcium blockers, and a range of other drugs. And you can see the range of people with GI side effects, the odds ratio, you can be 4 times higher if you got more than one risk allele. And it can be, the baseline is no drug. So what people get GI side effects of metformin is governed by this OCT1 gene. Similarly, the outcome of this SLC47A1 drug also governs the remission from diabetes with metformin or lifestyle, as happens. And this is a paper by Ewan Pearson and kind of the commonest drugs, 4 common groups of drugs that we use. And so metformin, you get a better result. Side effects in those with OCT1 transport, as I just said, but also outcomes are different in people with different alleles of the GLUT2 genotype. There's a couple of genes, the CYPC8 and the SCLCOB1B1 activity that can affect how well you respond to rosiglitazone. And that probably explains those few patients on TZDs who had massive improvement. Again, of course, there's the CYP gene is well known for governing who have a strong response to sulfonylureas and a weak response. It can be responsible for about 0.5% difference in A1C. And for DPP4s, again, you've got a CTRB1 gene, which can affect a 0.5% difference in DPP4s. So knowing these differences can maybe guide which drug you might use in a different person in the future. So with systems and precision medicine, the big enabler, of course, is big data, because you need millions of data points to be able to identify these differences in outcomes with different people. And so you've got the epigenetics, and then again, with big data, the other thing is how precision medicine can help give you personalized decision support, because it's not just the genetics and the metabolism, if you like, but it's also how the human interface works with that person. And that might also be an area of precision medicine that people look at. The area of diabetes that I'm most involved with is technology. And again, here we can say, how do you personalize the technology that you give to someone? How do you know whether a pump is better for someone or a CGM or a closed loop? And how do you tune those devices to the way that individual works? The way a person interacts with the technology depends on their lifestyle, depends on their psychology, depends on their social and cultural background. And again, the way we're learning about this is we're now with connected devices, data going through a mobile phone to the cloud. Connected pens, insulin pumps, CGM devices that send data to the cloud. At the moment, we're doing a very basic work with them. We're just looking at the data and helping them in clinic. But the real value of these systems is that they're collecting data on different parameters. They're putting them, the phone is just the enabler that sends into the cloud for us to look at them. But the main difference, the main value will be when that data will come back down to the individual as an individualized decision support, moment by moment. If someone with type 1 diabetes takes 4 or 5 boluses a day, using the same fixed carb ratio sensitivity every single day doesn't make any sense to me, because every moment in time, depending on how stressed you are, how much food you've had, how much sleep you've had, how much activity you've done, your insulin sensitivity varies. And a closed loop does that for basal. But actually, that information, that system can be available for people on injections as well, which is the vast majority of people. And I think you can leverage the data from closed loops to help the millions of people who are going to be using injections, because for a much lower cost. And then, of course, you want to be able to get precision prognostics, understanding which person with their background, with their genetic background, with their clinical environment characteristics, and what their risk of different disease conditions is. Providing some of that information might help them change their behavior, move to different drugs, and see and get them better outcomes. As you look here, the cumulative incidence of prognosis to the diabetic kidney complications is very different depending on what type of diabetes you have. And again, knowing that might make you more aggressive for this group of patients compared to this group of patients. Finally, one of the ways in which we're trying to address this, we've just been going for a European grant. And what we're trying to do is we know what the data is from the real randomized controlled trials, and we have a huge body of evidence in big real-world databases. And we're working with the Swedish, the Danish, the British, and the German database, pulling them all together. And then we can find, if you give a drug, let's say this is semaglutide RCT showing a certain outcome, we can find people who have a similar criteria and see how they perform in the real world. We can then also look at how that drug performs in the entire cohort who was exposed to that drug, and then conduct virtual trials in those real data spaces to identify the different factors that govern the outcomes. And that will help us get a more precision medicine-based approach. But along with the science, we also have to work with the regulators and the payers to make them agree, make them believe that this sort of approach will be valuable, will give them value for money, will get better outcomes for their population. And so finally, the moment precision medicine is helping us make better diagnosis, that's where we are today with C-peptides and antibodies. But application to wider diabetes therapeutics and prognosis is currently aspirational, and it relies on a lot of data coming through. And I think big data, real-world data, and linking with genetic biobanks. So these data linkages is where the world is at the moment, and that's going to be really important in converting the aspirational into the pragmatic. And then finally, we need interactions between the academics, between the industry and the governments and payers, so that we are allowed, we can finally get those benefits to our patients. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. That was just outstanding. Now, Dr. Ritu, would you like to take the next session, please?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Prateek, for that lucid presentation. I think precision medicine, quite interesting for all of us. So I would like to now invite and introduce Dr. Revaital Nimri for the next presentation. Honor for me indeed. Senior Pediatric Endocrinologist, ma'am is also the Director of Scientific and Technology Diabetes Services, Institute for Endocrinology and Diabetes, also is associated with National Center for Childhood Diabetes and the Snyder Children's Medical Center of Israel. She's also the co-founder and chief medical for the R&D department at OSER, DreamMed Diabetes Senior Pediatric Endocrinologist and diabetes expert who focuses solely on new as well as innovative technologies for treatment of type 1 diabetes. Without further ado, I request Dr. Revaital Nimri to take us through her presentation.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and I hope that you see my slides.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Okay. So good afternoon. I'm honored and privileged to take part in this meeting, and I would like to thank the organizing committee and Dr. Basu for inviting me. And I'm very happy to share with you today the highlights from the automated insulin delivery consensus meeting. I'm, of course, presenting on behalf of the consensus panel. And this is my disclosure slide. I decided to start with depicts the evolution of the automated insulin delivery systems with several important milestones on the way. The foundation of automated insulin delivery approach was introduced already in the early 16 and 17, but it took several decades until technology breakthrough, mainly continuous glucose monitoring technology, advances and enabled the development of more sophisticated AIDs with a control algorithm that continuously adjusts insulin delivery in response to real-time sensor glucose levels and other inputs such as meal intake or exercise announcement. AID system have recently become an integral part of diabetes management, and guidance is needed for utilizing this technology in clinical practice. So for that, a year ago, during the 2021 Advanced Technology in Treatment for Diabetes, we could not meet in person like we're doing today, and we held a virtual consensus meeting. The recommendations were developed by a large, as you can see, group of developer, researchers, and clinicians with recognized expertise in automated insulin deliveries, as well as individuals with diabetes. And you can appreciate the long list of participants from 18 countries around the globe. And the main aim of the consensus were first to agree on the indication for use, to give recommendation how to initiate AID use, to delineate the way education and training should be given, and suggest the way for follow-up, to give clinical guidance for AID treatment based on clinical experience and studies, recommend metrics for reporting, how to report, how to present the data, and to give recommendation and identify gaps, opportunity related to psychological and behavioral issues, and finally determine the needs and future of AID systems. So the panel was divided into 9 subgroups, each assigned a topic to discuss, review the literature, and provide evidence-based recommendation. At the virtual meeting, each group convened in a virtual room, and then we all convened together. Each group presented the data. We had discussion, and we came up with a final report with the recommendation of the consensus meeting. Here are screenshots from the consensus meeting held in May 2021. So there were 9 main topics that I won't go over it, but you can see it here. We had an introduction, summary of clinical evidence, target population for AID therapy, how to initiate, how to report and present AID data. Regarding the glycemic target with AID, the panel did not recognize separate targets for AID, although many can achieve the target AID, the target time and range with the current AIDs. We currently recommend the new old time and range recommendations. However, may be subject to change as the technology evolves and should be customized according to the individual patient with diabetes. So this is the last one, and the future of AID, as we already talked about. So hopefully soon you will be able to read the full panel discussions and recommendation. I will present the main recommendation from the 4 topic outline in this slide. So clinical evidence supporting the efficacy and safety of automated insulin delivery system has grown over the last 6 years with the introduction of commercially available and soon to become available AID system. And now it's more important, people with diabetes have now the option to choose the AID that is most suitable for them. AID use across the board increased time in range by 9 to 16%, reduced A1C by 0.3 to 0.5%, with either no change or reduction in the time in hypoglycemia, even when comparing to predictive low glucose suspend. But probably most telling is the real world data with thousands of users with no exclusion criteria that supported the randomized control study. This glycemic improvement was demonstrated across all age group in all genders and regardless of diabetes duration, prior insulin delivery modality, or if it's pump or MID or baseline A1C. And this is a 6-month study showing nicely that the use of AID improved time in range for many, for any baseline A1C. The greatest improvement was seen in people with the highest initial A1C. And similarly, we also showed in a study that the lower baseline time in range is associated with the greatest improvement in time in range. And this was found for the 670G and also for the advanced hybrid closed loop of the Medtronic. This was data from our GIF study. So the panel advocates that all people with diabetes should be considered for AID use, especially those with experiencing suboptimal glycemia, problematic hypoglycemia, nocturnal hypoglycemia. Lifestyle and quality of life should also be taken into consideration. AID can be particularly useful in persons with moderate and high frequency of severe hypoglycemia, and also in people with hypoglycemia unawareness. Furthermore, new small initial study reported an improvement in hypoglycemia unawareness with the use of AID system. And the panel also acknowledged that there are racial and social inequities in technology access and use that need to be tackled in order to reduce disparity in diabetes care. So we have solid evidence exists for the benefit of AID for schoolers, adolescents, adults. All are highly recommended to use AID. But special population with insufficient data are preschooler under the age of 7 and the older above the age of 65, although data are accumulating and some new evidence is coming, but still we don't have enough data to recommend for them. And other population other than type 1 diabetes, population that can benefit from it is pregnancy complicated with type 1 diabetes, not sufficient data to support AID use. In addition, glucose target needed during pregnancy are lower than most commercially available AID. Other target population for AID use could be those with intensive insulin therapy, such as type 2 or cystic fibrosis who use MDI or those after pancreatectomy, but other population has only small feasibility studies. We cannot recommend in this, but the panel also stated that hospitalized people should continue the use of AID in the hospital. So based on the clinical evidence, population that would benefit from AID were graded according to the ADA evidence grading system that you can see here in this slide. I'll move to the next topic that received a lot of interest in the discussions. Should AID be initiated shortly after diagnosis? What is recognized is that tight glycemic control may preserve beta cell function. Furthermore, the use of technology, as you know, CGM or pump early after diagnosis was recently showed to be beneficial, but still we don't have evidence for early initiation of AID. This is lacking. And there are ongoing trials that are noted here in the slide and underway to answer this question, hopefully. So the recommendation was that not enough data yet to conclude early initiation of AID will preserve beta cell function, but likely benefits on long-term glycemic control as well as long-term device acceptance, durable use, and a particular benefit for preschooler age. So in addition to the preparation of people with diabetes, we are focusing always in the people with diabetes, but also the healthcare team should also be equipped with tools for AID to set realistic expectation, as well as this long list of tasks that are mandatory before the team will start using AID or start educating people on AID use. see this very busy slide. I will not go over this, but rather emphasize the importance of proactive addressing user expectation before initiating AID, acknowledge that there are some burdens, but the benefit outweighed the hassles or the burdens. We also know that we need to provide a comprehensive pre-AID education. AID is not just technical and cannot be separated from the overall management of diabetes. It is actually, as you can see, the tip of the pyramid. The basis is the core management of diabetes. So the panel said that initial device training can be done in the clinic, virtual or both. Training should be tailored to the individual based on current therapy and personal family skills. A special attention should be made to population with long-standing diabetes or what we call suboptimal control for potential transient worsening of retinopathy and potential microvascular complications such as temporal neuropathic pain. The panel didn't say that we want use AID in this population, but be careful, that's all. Further information on AID initiation you will find in the full article. Here is a proposed pre-AID checklist, and this is recommendation for preparation and initiation of different AIDs that you can see in the full article. So a strategy is also not just for initiation AID, but also for post-AID system start, and we need early follow-up of people that started to use AID, and we also need device setting optimization. And in the upcoming slide, I will give you really a test from the highlights from the clinical advice of the AID use. And the first piece of advice for clinical use was to get rid of the traditional concept of what we call basal insulin and bolus insulin, because as we all know, the way this technology is working is more about insulin delivered by the system and insulin delivered by the user. And this is what is also the way that we should report the data. The panel also wanted to make clear that all systems typically perform best and are safest when they are used according to the manufacturer's specific instruction. Therefore, what people say, working against the system, such as entering factitious carbohydrates or overriding the system recommendation, should not be done, and we should help our patients to trust the system. Another really important topic is that all current available AIDs are hybrid, which means that the user needs to give the pre-meal bolus. Therefore, the carbohydrate ratio should be evaluated regularly by assessing post-meal glucose excursion and aiming to be less than 60 milligram per deciliter increase compared to pre-meal bolus. We also recommend that some systems need more 10 to 20% more insulin for meal. That means to lower the insulin to carbohydrate ratio. A super important point is that the time in user-initiated bolus needs to be given prior to the carbohydrate intake, because AID will automatically increase algorithm-modulated insulin delivery after initial rise in glucose levels after meal consumption. So a bolus delivered either during or after the carbohydrate consumption can lead to insulin stacking and hypoglycemia. So usually recommend 10 to 20 minutes before the meal to give the meal bolus. In situation where a meal bolus is missed or delayed, consider giving it in the half of the amount in the first hour, or if the user didn't give it at all, just skip the bolus. One of the biggest challenges of diabetes management is exercise management, as physical activity quickly increases insulin sensitivity. We need several actions that should be done to reduce the amount of insulin during the exercise, like set a higher glucose target up to 1 to 2 hours in advance, and may keep it post-exercise if post-exercise hypoglycemia is a concern. Minimizing activity at times of peak bolus insulin action. We may consider discontinuing the pump. This is okay, but remember to stop the insulin delivery, otherwise the system will calculate this amount of insulin. We also advised, again, consuming carbohydrates before exercise, unless glucose is below 120 or during prolonged exercise activity, and as long as the temporary target is set, as in this time, correction bolus will not be given. The panel also wanted to stress the issue of over-treating hypoglycemic events during AID use. The traditional amount of carbohydrate should be reduced, as the system already reduced or stopped insulin delivery upfront. So already when low glucose is only predicted and not actually low, as you can see this in this slide, it stopped the insulin an hour and a half before the hypoglycemia already occurred. So in this way, we'll have to reduce glucose fluctuation. And this is one of the most important issue in AID use. Infusion set failure can occur in the same way it happens with insulin pump. So in case of sustained hyperglycemia, need to measure glucose, ketones, and if glucose level continues to be elevated after correction bolus, give a bolus with a pen or a syringe and change the set, like we're doing in open loop. Recommendation for sick day may differ depending on the system, the individual, and the severity of the illness. The best is to stop AID and move to open loop sick days rule, especially in the presence of ketone. It is also important to adjust from time to time the open loop setting in case of pump failure or CGM cannot read. Also provide the individual with multiple daily injection regimen in case that the pump is broken or there is any technical problem or just someone wants to have a pump holiday. So I would like to end with my talk with this recent meta-analysis by Pease, which demonstrate that AID provides greater time in range than any other current technology. And pay attention, the greatest improvement was seen among the group equivalent to the DCCT intensive care arm, but this time with no increase, AID no increase in hypoglycemia. So the panel has strongly stated the need to make AID systems available for anyone who wants to use it. Patient-related outcomes should also be considered when determining treatment choices. And finally, AID represents an overall cost-effectiveness treatment option. So the recommendation, we strongly recommend that all payers, government and private, should reimburse or cover the AID system along with initial and ongoing AID education and support for the management of people with type 1 diabetes. And I would like to thank the ATTD Congress for organizing, and I would like to thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Oh, that was really revitalizing, Dr. Whiteley. So it was too good. And a new area of exploration that we have explored. So with your permission, Ritu, can I take the next session? Thank you very much.
So please.
Yes. Now it's my honor and a privilege to introduce Professor Dr. Peter Schwartz. Being a specialist in the internal medicine and the medical faculty at Carl Gustav Caras and rehabilitation in the internal medicine, Sir is from one of the most beautiful cities of the world. I really rate this. Dresden is one of my dream destinations. If at all I have to revisit it again. Most heavily bombarded city in World War II, but one of the most beautifully rebuilt city I know is Dresden. And Sir is going to talk about strategic forum of digitalization in the European Diabetes Forum. Professor Peter is one of the greatly researched fellow. He has been one of the prime authors of around 252 publications, and his H-index, we popularly rate people on their research abilities on H-index, is whooping 52. And he has received so many accolades and awards, and is one of the papers which got published at Barcelona DTD conference was a social media sensation, where he was talking about what government should do in preventing diabetes. So over to you, Professor Peter Schwartz, for your ideas and views on strategic forum digitalization of EUDF. Thank you very much.
Dr. Tivaskar, thank you very much for this very honorable introduction. It is always like this. If you get introduced like this, often you cannot merit these expectations. But it's a great honor for me to talk to you and to your colleagues in India at this Global Congress about recommendations of our work of the European Diabetes Forum. And this is a strategic forum which we have found about self-care technology and digitalization. And to start with, here are my conflicts of interest. I'm cooperating with many organizations, political organizations, payer organizations, industry organizations, but always driven by the passion or the vision to develop tools and strategies who really can help our patients in their daily belongings, in their daily management and self-management of diabetes to improve the outcome. I got already a very nice introduction, but related to this talk, the final line is the most important one. The European Diabetes Forum is a conjunction of all relevant stakeholders in the diabetes sector in Europe. So it's not only scientific, it's not only patient, it's not only industry, or it's not only policymakers, it's all of them together. There are many partners, many organizations included, and there is a pari organization. So the weight of researchers and physicians and the weight of patient representatives are very similar. So we think that we have developed a platform where we can really, or which we can use to really good address the need of patients with diabetes. And of course, the pandemic in the last year has, or the last 3 years, we could already say now, has influenced our work a lot. But what we have learned in terms of digitalization for diabetes patients, if we would have had digital education programs or digital interventions for therapeutic patient education or digital self-management support programs for our patient, I think our patient would have come through the pandemic much better than they have been done with the current situation. So it was already the first months of the pandemic we have recognized with all the lockdowns and social distancing and close down of ambulatory care services, that digital support of patients with chronic diseases is a key factor for well outcome. Here you see 540 patients from Facebook, from Dresden, from our town.
I'm sorry to intervene, Dr. Peter. Your screen is not visible. I don't know whether you have started a slide share. The screen is not visible.
And I just hear that my screen is not visible. I apologize for this. I thought it is visible, and I will try again. And I hope it is visible. Is it visible now?
Yeah. And now you can run it in a slideshow mode now.
And you see the movement of the slides?
No, not yet. You need to run it in the slideshow mode, I believe.
It is in the slideshow mode on my computer, no. So I try again, and I apologize for this. slide I just have mentioned. And what I wanted to highlight here, all the red ones will develop diabetes through their lifetime, but all the green ones will not get diabetes through their lifetime. And the difference between the red one and the green one currently could be that those with the green, they are using digital interventions to support themselves for self-management of diabetes. So this is at the end improving their outcome through the diabetes management over the next months, years, and maybe decades to come. And this has basically motivated us to very similar than to the talk we just have heard before about AID systems. This has motivated us to bring all the players in the diabetes sector in Europe together with the goal to develop recommendations for self-care technology and digitalizations for patients with diabetes on a European level. And this is a very critical and interesting period currently, because as I said, after the pandemic, everyone is thinking now about what we can do to improve self-management for our patients. And everyone means not only professional organization, it means also the European Commission. So this means the European government. Each national government is developing licensing strategies, how to license apps for diabetes care, how to license digital therapeutics for chronic care management. And especially in Germany, we have a licensing procedure now. It's done by the same institution, the BfArM called, who is also licensing drugs. So having a digital therapeutic, having an app supporting patients with diabetes has the same power and the same rules, or the same rules are applicable to, then you would license a new drug. Here you see our goals of the EUDF. Bring together all the stakeholders, align priorities and urgency, speak with one voice, and achieve policy results. So this is our goal, to achieve policy results throughout Europe. And our slogan is best practice scale. So we want to look into the European countries and countries internationally. What are best practice examples? And we want to help them to scale them up into other countries. Our vision is to enable healthcare systems who are achieving better and perfect outcomes of patients with diabetes. And our mission is to translate our experience, our results from research, our experience from real-world evidence into a need-based better care towards patients with diabetes. So finally, empower people with diabetes to use all available technology to support self-management through digital technologies and innovative therapies. And now you could say, what is the difference to the previous talk? We are not talking about AID system. We are not talking about a glucometer. We are talking mainly about digital therapeutics. That means apps for the patient, supporting their lifestyle, supporting the self-management, supporting motivational aspects, using strategies of cognitive behavior change therapy to help the patient for better self-management. The European Diabetes Forum has 3 strategic forums. One is, this is in the middle one, is self-care technology and digitalization. And if you look at the names, there are many names common to the previous ATDD core working group regarding the recommendations for AID system we just have here. We had a very tight time plan over the last year to work on our goals with a number of meetings, many discussions, many exchange of documents, and finally developed our recommendation. But what we were discussing? There are a lot of new opportunity for digital health to thrive and digital health to improve outcome for patients with diabetes. It's not only the existence of apps, it's also that the apps enable technology to empower people for better self-management and decision-making. And this is very important. We are not talking about the communication between physician and patient. We are talking about an autark function, and digital therapeutic or an app, and diabetes app can have with the patient. And this is a new class of therapy. It's a new column of treating our patient. maybe even beside hospital-based or ambulatory care system. Not everyone is happy about this, but this is becoming reality, that people are using these apps and they manage their diabetes, some better, some not so good. But there is a big opportunity. And finally, that mHealth and smart health, so mobile health and smart health, can be very useful to help patients exactly in this moment, if they have a question, if they have a problem in their daily lifestyle, and supporting them with diagnosis, monitoring, treatment, and preventive aspect. And what is needed to achieve this? It's not alone to having a better contact to the physician. It's mainly a little bit information, but a lot of motivation, and mainly supporting them to build behavioral skills to cope better with diabetes and to improve self-management. And this is a new conceptualization in behavior change using digital therapeutics. So it's basically what can we do to use the functionality of an app, not only to translate or to copy what we have done in the past, but using the power of digitalization to develop new gateways, new delivery channels, new content, new impulses in the day for the patient with diabetes. And if we jump back 10 years ago, we have developed in a large European initiative core goals for behavior change for people with diabetes. And we summarized this in a review, and you see the quintessence of it now. And the final main points are highlighted in blue here. So it's the number of contacts, the intensity of contact, social support is important, and activating the patient to improve self-management. If we translate this review into technology, it means there are 3 phases important for the patient: motivation, action, and maintenance. And there are certain technologies and therapeutic intervention strategies to be used to help the patient to move from the stage of motivation to action and maintenance. Technologies like motivational interviewing, self-efficacy, importance ruler, change talk, reflective listening. These are all technologies we often have heard about. And some of us are also using it in the daily talking to the patient. If we now go a step ahead and say, okay, we use this technology, we translate it into a digital way, and we use an app from the patient to transfer this to the patient or to communicate with the patient, we can develop a new class of therapeutics for our patient. Our guidelines already say we as physicians, we should be knowledgeable in digital health applications and their strengths and weaknesses. We should support our patient to use these digital tools, and we should use the data deriving from these tools for our daily treatment and care. And in Germany, I like to ask then the auditorium, are we doing this, or do we feel that we are fit for this? Often not. But the power of digitalization, what I would like to say is, it's not a new therapy. It's not a new new content. It's not a new new thinking in medical and therapeutic dimension. It's mainly a new delivery channel, and the main aspect is we are in the pocket of our patients, and we never have been so close to our patients. And this is a very powerful opportunity. But if we say we use an app and we only copy what we have done in the past, we will fail. Because being so close to our patient means we have to rethink our strategies. We have to rethink what can we track or monitor and give impulses exactly in the moment the patient in their daily lifestyle, where the patient needs this or where this impulse is most efficient. And if we recognize that every one of us is making 1,800 decisions every day, if you talk about disease management, it's about 280 to 350 decisions daily the patient has to do. If we are able to influence maybe 20 or 25 of them, but this every day, then I think we finally will succeed to improve self-management of our patient. And we have to rethink, it's not a digital tool supporting the patient. We have to think about the digitalization as a powerful concept of supporting our patient. So mainly it's a support, and the digital tool is only the delivery channel. If you compare digitalization with our oral anti-diabetics, here is lifestyle, here is all the drugs we have, and here is a review indicating digital tools until 2010 and then until 2020. And you see as younger digital tools and as more powerful they are in lowering A1C. And again, the question, how can an app lower A1C? The answer is, we are in the pocket of our patient, and giving the impulses at the right times influences lifestyle of the patient. And this column we see here is actually this columns we see here. It's the lifestyle change of our patient. And summarizing the evidence in digitalization, you see here examples how a review based on 3,507 studies, how A1C can be lowered by applying good digital interventions, depending on the length, depending on the quality, the individualization, and the characteristics of the patient. So there is a lot of power in this field. But at the end, it's not only medicine. If we try to bring together how our patients are making decisions, we as physicians are out of the game in deciding about the lifestyle of our patient, because if you talk about diabetes and obesity patient, the driver of deciding about the lifestyle is the peer group of the patients. And the goal of deciding about lifestyle is mainly quality of life. So if we have something what should work, we should be able, or we must take the threshold that the patient must see an improvement in quality of life within 2 days. Otherwise, he will skip it. So these are the challenges we have to address. And if we look into digital tools, there are plenty of different ways how we look as healthcare provider, how the user, the patient is looking at, what is the peer group saying, what are preferences, treatment recommendations, and behavioral aspects of the digital tools. And in our working group of the EUDF, we try to bring all this together. But at the end, the main thing I would like to say this again is, we are in the pocket of our patient, and this is the most powerful aspect we have, but it's also the highest challenge we have to address. And this was driving us in our work. So we developed recommendations after 1 year working, reviewing all the literature, reviewing all the policy recommendations, the practical and real world experiences. And we divided our recommendation in 3 aspects: how to track targets, how to track data, and how to access care, and what is relevant in this field. And this is named a roadmap for apps in the diabetes sector to promise, or the promise of digitalization or digital tools in diabetes. The structure is as it is shown here. This is, I apologize, this was the content of this recommendation. And we highlight special experiences in how to license digital therapeutics. From Germany, what I already have mentioned with the digital health application called DIGA, in Belgium with the mHealth Pyramid, and in France with the ETAPS program. All of them have the goal to license digital therapeutics in the diabetes sector. So the first branch is how to develop a user-centered app. And this is important because if we decide as physicians what our patient needs, we are wrong. If we only ask the patient what they want, we get a good overview, but we may have 40 to 50% of the field. We have to address policymaker, we have to address payer structures, and we have to address the developer of tools. Because today's experience is often a company, a startup is developing an app because they are fascinated about their product, but they don't ask the patient what they want. They don't ask the patient about their need. So addressing how to develop and design and technically specify an app is very important. And at the end, the main thing is asking your patient with diabetes what they want. Do focus group interviews, use user-centered design process to make this app user-friendly and easy to navigate, address your target clientele of users, but be aware you have to meet a high standard of data safety and data security, and it should be interoperable so that the patient can go with her data by skipping one app to another app and have this data available already in the next app. If you look into objectives, how to develop the apps should focus on empowering people with diabetes by offering support for self-management. This is a new class of digital therapeutics in the diabetes sector, and they should do this in a personalized manner. They should use the data to give personalized and individualized intervention for improving decision-making in a meaningful way. And the data collected should be available for real-world evidence studies. Secondly, how to develop the best practice access and let's say, a digital ecosystem for helping diabetes patients. It means first, identify requirements for access and then addressing reimbursement. So each of the member states in Europe should develop a certification process for digital therapeutics in their healthcare system. Patients with diabetes should be consulted in the process, and prompts. So developing real-world evidence studies by using patient-reported outcome or patient-reported outcome measurement criteria is important. Reimbursement should be available for using digital therapeutics if they are efficient, if they have proven safety, if they have shown that they have an impact in lowering A1C, improving quality of life, and improving self-management for our patient. Finally, the third branch is how to develop training opportunities to become more familiar with apps. Of course, maybe you or many of colleagues of you know about all the diabetes apps available in the App Store, know about all licensed apps in the sector. In Germany, it is not like this. So about 80% of the colleagues in Germany does not know this. So this is a key important that these colleagues are trained how to use it, what is the pros and cons of each of the app, because the current practice in Germany that this app is prescribed by the physician for the patient, but then it's also reimbursed by the healthcare system. So this training should be established and should focus on benefits, strengths, and weaknesses of each of the apps. But then to encourage the uptake and integration of apps into the healthcare pathways, this is something what our diabetes organization is requiring, that there's not a new pathway of treating diabetes patient upcoming, that we include digital therapeutics into our pathways. This finally means also into our guidelines in the future. So to decide what is the right moment for the right patient with the right app to improve their outcome. And then finally, develop a kind of digital ecosystem for diabetes so that hospital-based ambulatory care and digital care go hand in hand to finally improve the outcome of our patient. And we are sure that apps can play a very important role as part of telemedicine, as part of mHealth or smart health, to complement an efficient, patient-centric, need-based, individualized intervention for our diabetes patient. If you want to get more information about the outcome, about the documents, about how to distribute this, how the development is ongoing, you can follow on Twitter, on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook, and through the internet. And I'm very sure that our patients with diabetes deserve a better tomorrow. And I'm very sure that digitalization can help to break down barriers, that digitalization can help us to promote a better outcome for our patient with diabetes. And if we work together globally with our intuition, our experience, and our pros and cons in using digital tools, I'm very sure that we finally will walk away from diabetes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow, that was just awesome. Friends, probably we have some time for quick chat with these experts, and we heard from Dr. Pratik on precision diabetes. So he started with probably the pharmacogenomics aspect of the story, and then Dr. Nimri told us how an artificial intelligence can be incorporated to close the loop, and then Dr. Peter has guided us. Probably, there are so many apps, but now I would like to ask Dr. Peter, and that there are so many apps that you have shown.
Yeah.
How do you handpick them specifically for the people?
This is a very good question. I gave the example in Germany. we have about 1,200 diabetes apps in the App Store, and you cannot have an overview about. But the institution who is licensing drugs, they license apps. So the producer has to apply with his app to get a license for treatment of diabetes. And the procedures are exactly the same like for drugs. So you have to provide study data. You have to do studies. You have to, they test your app regarding patient safety. And currently we have 5 apps listed for diabetes care. And knowing about 5 apps, I think this is possible for every one of us. And even if it's 10 or 20 in the future. So it does not mean the app from the App Store. It means an exclusively licensed app approved for treatment of diabetes patients.
So it is just like app with prescription.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah. And now I come to Dr. Pratik. Dr. Pratik, you spoke about the various, different ways and interventions that you are looking forward, especially when you are identifying various clusters of type 2 diabetes. There's a couple of Danish data which have shown around 5 to 6 clusters. India, we had, 4 prominent clusters where apart from the severe insulin resistant diabetes, in India, we also had the one more very interesting is the combined insulin resistance and deficiency diabetes, which is very, very prominent in India. I want to know about, now you have, seen these drugs developed as far as the precision medicine is concerned. Do you really feel that there are going to be some tools which are coming into the picture, which can quickly tell me that, yes, this drug is likely to be very helpful for my patient. And this, let's say suppose sulfonylurea I am prescribing, it's likely to cause severe hypoglycemia with the minimum dose, or the sulfonylurea may not be effective in this patient. Are we going to look at the technology like that? You need to unmute yourself, Dr.
Yeah, sorry, I've got it. So I think the potential is there, isn't it? And for various drugs, like we see like a 0.5% difference in the efficacy of DPP-4 or a doubling of the risk of severe hypoglycemia with SUs. So in smaller cohorts, the knowledge is there, but actually for practical use, it will only become relevant if all of your patients have a genetic screen done. And you have that genetic screen done and it comes through. So I think there's quite a long way. And like any new area of medicine, there's at the moment, as I said, on that roadmap of precision medicine, we are at the information gathering stage, and then we are moving into some areas have moved into the testing phase where you can test that in smaller cohorts. Is this the right way to go? As drugs get more expensive and as widespread data registries become more widespread. So those are all the enabling factors. Like in Germany, you have the DPV German registry. The Danish and Swedish registries are pretty comprehensive. In UK, we have the National Diabetes Registry. That still doesn't have genomic data.
Yes.
Right. And someone made the comment about data security in the previous section. And actually, how many people will say, yeah, I would want my genetic data to be held by the healthcare system to make the best drug choice for me. There's also risks to that story as well. Does that mean I won't get health insurance because I've got a gene that makes me more likely to get dementia when I'm 60? Will that stop me getting employed? So there's lots of things to happen before that image becomes a reality, but it's AI data, big databases, make these things possible. And it's inevitable it will happen. It's just how you sort out those barriers along the way. That's my view.
Yeah. In fact, that is what we exactly are looking at. Really, the implantable chips, the external chips, which can really just, you can pee or poo on them and just find out, these are the drugs which are likely to be helpful. Finally, I'll come to Dr. Nimri and would like to ask her. Dr. Nimri, you spoke beautifully about AI and use of insulin pumps and how to probably try to close the entire loop. How quickly you are anticipating that to be useful in the clinical practice?
Well, I think that most of the closed loop systems that we already have now are really time by time are getting into the clinical use. I don't know what is the situation in India. I would like to know, but I know in Israel we just now we're getting this closed loop system, although we worked a lot to achieve it and to develop it. So this is another issue that needs to be resolved in the issue of reimbursement. We talked about it, and I think we need to push hard that people that want to use it will have the ability to use it, and those that do not want or cannot use pump or sensor will have the opportunity to have other things that will help them to manage their diabetes, like decision support systems. We have the DreamEd Advisor, what we call the Endo Digital, which is FDA approved, and we help people that do not have the ability to have a pump or a sensor with MDI, which are the most people in the world, to have some kind of a closed loop and help in decision making and in insulin management and behavioral management as well.
Yeah, in India, let me tell you, ma'am, that it's already been introduced and been used. So, and we all know that how tech savvy Israel as a country is, and Indians are so much dependent as far as their weaponries and intelligence is concerned on Israel. Anyway, any questions, Dr. Ritu, from your side, or we can hand it back to the organizers?
No, I think, Dr. Tivaskar, thank you so much. But I have just few lines to say before we hand it over to the organizers that, first of all, brilliant talks by all the three key speakers. Dr. Pratik, have been following you for ages now, talking about the CGM and how, the entire cloud networking is going to change, the way diabetes is managed. And I must say, though, of course, I'm late in the day, that, this entire conference just focuses on technology, and really privileged to have these kind of topics, because India definitely is very fast rising in terms of adopting all these newer technologies. So while, of course, denial is something that is there in all the countries, but it is really nice to have you key speakers talking about automated closed loop systems, and also about the EUD, the European entire structure, putting it together. So I guess really thank you so very much, D-TechCon, the organizing committee, and all key speakers for this wonderful lucid presentation. Thank you so very much for that.
Thank you, Dr. Ritu. I would just like to come in and mention here one very important aspect. We are very thankful and grateful to Dr. Pratik Chaudhary. I would like to mention that this particular meeting is also happening in alliance with Diabetes Technology Network UK. So we are official partner of the DTN UK, and Dr. Pratik Chaudhary is chairing the Diabetes Technology Network UK. So thank you, Dr. Pratik, for supporting this D-Tech conference. And I have just one more information to share with you, that we have more than 2,000 delegates who have joined us from outside India. So this is the scope of the meeting, that this is a global meeting actually which is happening, and we have more than 2,000 delegates from the different parts of the world. So this is simply amazing. And all the talks were really great. Dr. Peter, Dr. Rivital, we learned a lot from you. So thanks on behalf of the organizing committee, all of us from the India. Thank you very much.
And let's hope to.
It was a great honor to be here.
Yeah.
We hope to see you again physically next year for the same conference.
Absolutely.
Oh,
it'd be a great honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye. Ciao.
Bye.
Maybe we can move to the next
Dr.
session.
Malay, please unmute.
So special thanks to Tivaskar sir and Ritu ma'am for wonderful moderation. And right now we have the last session of this day, and we have Dr. Preeti ma'am. So over to you, ma'am, for introduce of my dear sir, Srinivas Murthy sir, and another Dr. Sridhar sir. Over to you, ma'am, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Parekh sir. Respected Dr. Banshi Sabu sir, Dr. Anij Maheshwari sir, Dr. Rakesh Parekh sir, Dr. Amit Gupta sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this prestigious event. It is my honor to introduce our chairpersons for the next session, Dr. G.R. Sridhar sir and Dr. Srinivas Murthy sir. Dr. G.R. Sridhar is the Director, Endocrine and Diabetes Center, Visakhapatnam. He is the President, Endocrine Society of India, President, RSSDI, Editor-in-Chief, International Journal of Diabetes in Developing Countries, and he is the Executive Editor, RSSDI Textbook of Diabetes. Professor Dr. L. Srinivas Murthy, sir, is MD, FRCP, and he's a senior consultant physician and diabetologist. Life Care Hospital and Research Center, Bangalore. Oh, he has over 2 decades of experience in both undergraduate and postgraduate teaching. Faced successful US FDA audit in the field of research and faced worlds outside Canada successfully. Principal investigator in over 75 clinical trials. National lead investigator for India in multinational phase 3 studies. Fellow of ACP, ICP, RSSDI, Royal College of Physicians. He has national and international publications, deliberations to his credit. Sir is faculty at various national and international conferences and has participated in more than 1,000 live TV shows. He's the life member of RSSDI, API, CSI, AARO, Governing Council member and Governing Council member National RSSDI and ACP India chapter. And he's the Governing Council member KR, SSDI, API, KC, CCDSI and Indian Society. Over to our esteemed chairpersons.
Thank you, Dr. Priti. I'm audible, Amit?
Yes,
Rakesh?
sir. Yes, sir. You are.
Okay, I think Dr. Sridhar sir is about to join. So again, welcome all back to this last session, which is a keynote lectures. I think we have saved the best for the last, as we say. I think we are all very excited that it is a global platform what we are using. And good morning to all from the other side of the planet, people who have joined, 2,000 plus, just Amit was sharing with us. And let's move on. Of course, we are late by about 8 minutes now. We will be very particular about timings because this is a technology summit and we have to be following time. And I'm sure the keynote lecture, the stalwarts, to begin with, Dr. Sanjay Datta is going to talk about beyond artificial pancreas systems, the newer frontiers in type 1 diabetes remission. And Dr. Sanjay Datta, based of US now, but he is a PhD and is the Associate Vice President of Research and Institutional Partnership at JDRF. And he oversees all of these research programs to treat type 1 diabetes and its complications, including artificial pancreas. So we have the best person to talk about this beyond artificial pancreas system. He's also responsible for international partnership with the world-leading government, non-government, and foundations and commercial organizations. So he's joined the JDRF in 2009 and brings his drug development experience, managerial expertise, and diabetes now to the JDRF's mission. And he's obtained his doctorate from the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology at the University of Southern California and was a JDRF postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Cell Biology and Joslyn's Diabetes Center at Harvard. And in his postdoctoral training, he developed and studied genetic models of diabetes. And Dr. Sridhar sir has also joined our co-chair. And without wasting much time, let's move on to the topic.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. This is my first time joining this conference here. So I really appreciate the invitation. Let me just dive right in here. My topic is that, can you all hear me and see my slides?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Slideshow, please.
Perfect. All right. So today I am going to talk about technology, but beyond artificial pancreas systems. I'm sure in the previous session and many other sessions earlier in the day, as well as tomorrow, you will see a lot about artificial pancreas systems and their components. But let's talk about what are the new frontiers in treating diabetes. I'll focus on type 1 diabetes, but this can be applicable to other forms of diabetes, such as insulin requiring type 2 diabetes, and probably other diseases as well here. For those that are less familiar, JDRF is a not-for-profit organization. That's a global organization funding research and advocacy around the world. We're headquartered in New York, but we do support research in over 20 countries at the moment, and historically in close to 40 countries. Our mission is to improve the lives today and tomorrow by accelerating the development of breakthrough therapies that can cure, treat, and prevent type 1 diabetes and its complications. But our vision actually is a world without type 1 diabetes, because we firmly believe that this disease can be prevented in the next generation here. Let's ground ourselves in some basic reality. So this is a publication from a few years ago, but it is a cartoon showing a summary of 30 years of research funded by JDRF, NIH, and many, many others around the world, and many thought leaders. This was a seminal step in understanding type 1 diabetes and its natural history of pathogenesis. And what we posited here with the FDA, EMA, and other regulatory authorities is that type 1 diabetes, shown in the red arrow here, the clinical diagnosis with a cutoff of hemoglobin A1C is not when type 1 diabetes occurs. We had strong data to affirm that type 1 diabetes actually starts years, in some cases decades, before the onset of insulin dependence. And it basically starts with predisposed genetic risks in many people, and in some without a genetic risk, but with environmental components there. And it starts with autoimmunity kicking in, destroying progressively and systematically the only cells that produce insulin, i.e. the beta cells. With this autoimmunity comes a disbalance of glycemic tolerance, and that leads to what we call stage 2. And the reason this understanding was very important is therapy development, we believe, can start earlier on and prevent altogether the onset of insulin dependence. For today's talk, I will not be focusing on earlier stages of diabetes, but I will focus on what we call stage 4, i.e. the millions of people living with type 1 diabetes and 100% insulin dependence here. At JDRF, we have several research priorities here. One is to screen for risk. Who is at risk of developing type 1 diabetes? When will they develop? Because even if you have the risk factors, the rate of progression can vary a lot. And in that window that I showed you in the previous slide, can we intervene early on when there's still residual beta cells, when the autoimmunity is active but can be abated? That's when disease-modifying therapies come through immune modulation as well as beta cell regenerative and protective therapies. And then today's focus will be on cell therapy, so I'll get to that in a second. But we have significant programs in improving the lives of the millions living with type 1. And this particular conference that you have hosted is actually addressing at the bottom left here, how can we have them have a disease that has proper glucose control, proper metabolic balance, reduce the burden of disease, including psychosocial stress of 24/7, 365 disease management. We also have a very robust training program here that trains the next generation of researchers, clinicians, so that they can stay in diabetology, endocrinology, and care for so many people that are affected by this epidemic. We're talking about the pandemic now, but what escapes us is the epidemic of diabetes, and I'd like to focus on that as this conference is doing today. So let's focus today on more beta cell therapies here. What are beta cell therapies? Another point to make before I dive in is that JDRF also works the pipeline. So we support research all the way early from basic discovery and ideation phase into the hands of people with diabetes. And our only metric of success is a person with diabetes doing better today. This includes the entire pipeline, including clinician adoption, patient education, as well as adherence to therapy, because there is fatigue with this disease, and there's often fallout from treatment ventures here. So focusing on cell therapy here, our ultimate goals are in the left side there, providing insulin independence in this completely insulin-dependent disease here, reducing the burden of the disease, and of course, improving outcomes here. So I'll walk through today some of these bullet points here. What is the promise? Why are we investing in cell therapy? What are the requirements for developing cell therapy products? What have been the advances that tell us that there is light at the end of this tunnel here? There still exists a lot of knowledge gaps, particularly early in an area of science here. And what is the projected impact of cell therapy? Let's start at the very beginning. What is the promise of cell therapy? This is a slide that you all have seen very well. The major proof of concept, clinical proof of concept, comes from islet transplantation, from a cadaveric donor into a recipient who has full-blown type 1 diabetes, is also hypoglycemic unaware. And we know from 30 years of research, including the Edmonton protocol, that this is what the glucose profile looks like, traced to the left before islet transplantation, and to the right, it appears that the person is diabetes-free when you look at the CGM profile of these individuals here. Then why are we not pursuing this? Why are we not jumping with both feet in here? There are challenges. One is very simple. It's the economics of supply versus demand. Supply is here and the demand is here. So that's the very basic. But I think we have a solution today because we can make billions of stem cell derived islet cells, or beta cells at least. And then there's, of course, the challenge of chronic immunosuppression lifelong, and it comes with its own side effects and also the need sometimes for a second or a third transplant here. And our focus at JDF has been, how can we protect these stem cells once they're implanted into the body? And there are many methodologies to be able to protect them, and I'll walk you through some of them and focus areas of research and the progress there. So what are the basic requirements? I kind of made a segue into this here. So in an overly simplified way, there are two critical requirements. One is a reliable, reproducible, scalable source of beta cells, faithful beta cells that can make insulin in a quantity that is sufficient for an adult living with type 1 diabetes and his or her insulin needs. And then, of course, support its survival and function. And the second is to shield these beta cells, because there is now two components that will come and destroy the beta cells. One is, of course, the allo rejection that you all are familiar with. But also remember, this is being put into a person with autoimmunity. So there will be also the auto rejection there, because the person's immune system is very active, especially with the T effector cells floating around the pancreas there. So we firmly believe that while we are a leader in the field, that we will not be able to run this ship alone. And so partnering to accelerate not only product development, but also clinical testing, regulatory pathway, reimbursement pathway, and ultimately clinician education adoption will be very, very critical, as I showed you in the pipeline. I'm going to walk you through a roadmap that we have established. And by the way, all our strategy, roadmap, funding opportunities are available at jdf.org. So I will encourage you, if you're interested, to go to our website and look at our research strategy. And there are names of individuals in our team that you can contact for further questions. This is a simplified roadmap where we believe we are where we are today, where we are going, as well as where we want to be, the holy grail product here. So today we have proof of concept, as I showed you, through islet transplantation from cadavers, but it requires full immunosuppression. We are already in Gen 1 products, which is naked beta cell transplantation. I'll show you a couple of data slides in a second here. And this is essentially mimicking cadaveric islet transplantation, but now with a stem cell population here. So it requires full immunosuppression. But we want to move ahead and not restrict it to the hypoglycemia unaware or people with impaired hypoglycemia awareness situation. We want to do it for all people with type 1 diabetes here. So how do we protect the cells? So these Gen 2 products are already in clinical testing, and there's a whole pipeline of therapies that are being developed here. So how do we encapsulate beta cells for complete immune protection without the need for immunosuppression, or alternative strategies for beta cell transplantation where there is some immunosuppression, probably local, that will be required? We all aspire for holy grail products. How can we make super beta cells? You know, we have Superman and Super Iron Man and all these. Can we make an ironclad beta cell? So this is avant-garde science where we are going for gene-edited beta cells that can be immune evasive. So you would be able to transplant these cells without the need for immunosuppression at all, as well as the need for beta cell protection, for protecting the cells through encapsulation or other strategies. The good news is, while there's a pipeline of therapies in preclinical development at various stages in animal model testing, we have a lot of evidence now emerging from the clinic here. We have, and I'll walk you through a couple of those examples. So these are some products that are at present in clinical testing, and some are showing really good efficacy data as well as safety data. Admittedly, it is the early days. Admittedly, it's early days. And so we are cautiously optimistic that this is going to be a good way of type 1 diabetes remission. And if I would posit, for many people with insulin-dependent type 2 diabetes as well. This is an arc of where we have come over the several years. And this is actually not very long, considering how science progresses, how R&D develops, and the timeline it takes here. I'm happy to share my slides with you all if it's of interest here. So I won't walk through the details, but moving right from forming an encapsulation consortium and understanding what it will take to create biomaterials that are protective of cells, all the way into the pros and challenges of encapsulation and finding alternative strategies to protect a cell, such as local immunomodulation and gene editing technologies, as well as now seeing clinical evidence, I think we've come a long way. The whole community has come a long way here, but I am aware there are miles to go before we can declare victory. In the consortium here, this will require that the reason I put this slide in here is this will require innovation, efficiency, acceleration, translation, all working together. And this is only possible if we can work together in partnership with each other, because this requires multidisciplinary expertise. This requires to bring in people that normally don't sit around the table, such as a biomaterial engineer, such as a systems biologist, a geneticist, a cell biologist, certainly a clinician, as well as the regulatory people at the table here. And then eventually, when we get to cross that bridge, also payers and policymakers here. So we will we have the JDRF consortium here, where we bring people together, and there's over 50 academics and 15 to I think 18 pharmaceutical companies that are involved in this, and we bring in regulators also to help advise us along this pathway. What have been the progress here? For example, the first component, remember, is stem cell-derived beta cells here. I will say there's been tremendous progress. What's shown here on the left is obviously a very complex procedure that took over 20 years to develop. And there are still advancements being made here. What it takes to convert a stem cell into a faithful, reproducible beta cell that can make insulin. And I'm going to go back and forth between beta cells and islets, but for now, let's assume that I'm talking about the same thing here. And so we seeded the field here, and now I'm really pleased to say, and this is just a few examples on the right side of the slide here, where there are now multiple sources of these beta cells, such as the Vertexes and the Biosites and Novo Nordisk and many others. And JDRF right now is partnering with ARMI, the Advanced Regenerative Medicine Institute, which has significant support from the Department of Defense, as well as from JDRF, to now make these cells scalable. Can we manufacture them in very large quantities, initially for preclinical testing, but eventually for GMP scale manufacturing that can be deployed in the clinic and will not have exclusivity to one device manufacturer. So different ways of protecting the cells can access the cells from ARMI, supported by JDRF, to be able to develop these products, because these products are going to be at least two components, as I showed in an earlier slide, the cells and the protection strategy. So it will have a complicated product development pathway, as well as a complicated regulatory pathway. And what can we do to reduce the barriers and have foresight into what the challenges are going to be and come up with mitigation strategies? So I'm really happy to say this is a slide from the Vertex, from Professor Doug Belton, SEMA, and Vertex, that we have supported for over 20 years now. And this basically shows, an amount of cells that in a vial there that can be enough for an adult living with type 1 diabetes. And this was actually put into a person with diabetes, shown at the bottom of the slide, Mr. Brian Shelton there, as labeled as patient 1. And Vertex recently reported about earlier this week on Monday about their progress further progress in the cell replacement therapy clinical trial that's ongoing. But the upshot here is that there's sufficient amount of these stem cells made in a vial that have been put into this individual with 40 plus years of type 1 diabetes, hypoglycemia unawareness, obviously, a lot of other challenges in living with diabetes, including, as was reported in the New York Times, losing his job because he was unable to drive and perform his day-to-day activities. And today, as Vertex reported earlier on, I believe on Monday of this week, that this person, day 270, is insulin-free. And a second and a third patient has also been dosed. So there is promise here. How can we make this a viable therapy is a goal at JDRF and many, many other organizations and pharmaceutical companies. Let's go to the next area, which is now, if we have solved one problem, i.e. making the cells, how can we solve the other problem of protecting the beta cells? This is a bigger problem here. So we have multiple approaches, and I'm not saying one approach is superior over the others. They all have the pros, but they all have challenges. And how can we take the best of multiple worlds and make them happen? So these are approaches that are currently being pursued separately, but eventually we could mix and match them. So you all know about encapsulation, where you provide a physical barrier to protect the cells. The advantage is that's complete immune protection. Disadvantage, how do you provide the cells with enough nutrition, oxygenation, vascularization, so the cells can survive for a long time? How do you pack sufficient amount of cells in one encapsulated device that is going to provide insulin independence to an individual? There are open scaffold and 3D bioprinting approaches that are possible, where you don't have full encapsulation, but you create these mesh structures mimicking islet morphology in some ways, if you will. And then you could, instead of bombarding the body with general chronic immunosuppression, can you provide local immunosuppression with pro-drug approaches that can be turned on and off? And finally, the holy grail that we are aspiring for is gene-edited technology. Can you make these beta cells, super beta cells, smart beta cells, ironclad beta cells that can do its job of insulin production, but can be immune evasive? So this is a cloak. This is a technique to camouflage the beta cells from the body's immune system, both for allo and auto rejection here. And there are, again, pros and cons of these. And can we introduce, for example, a suicide gene cassette into these gene-edited cells, so that if something should go awry, you will have a methodology to immediately kill all the cells and avoid a catastrophic event in the body. So we are working right now with multiple research labs, hospital settings, as well as pharmaceutical companies to identify which of these would be a viable approach to protect the cells. And in the event there's more than one approach, it's a good problem to have, and we will deal with it. This is another example, a company, ViaCyte, in San Diego, California, that we have been funding for over almost 15 years now, and they have 3 different products in clinical testing at various stages of development. They have a fully encapsulated product, as well as they have now modified that particular product to provide some open scaffold-like structure called PEG Direct. And they announced in January of this year that they have dosed the first human with their gene-edited stem cells in Canada. The trial is ongoing. So it's very exciting times right now. Again, I emphasize it's early days, so we are cautiously optimistic, but there is promise for cell replacement therapy, and it's more biologic. And we, as you know, we have been champions of artificial pancreas systems since 2005. Right from funding basic research, developing algorithms, supporting pharmaceutical and technology companies. And now we have a thriving marketplace with 4 closed-loop systems approved in the United States and parts of the other part of the world. There is a reimbursement pathway in place. And now there's also a regulatory pathway to be developing more advanced products. However, we know artificial pancreas systems is a hormone replacement therapy. Can we do a cell replacement therapy? Because you all can appreciate that insulin, while the lifeline of people with type 1 diabetes, is not the only part that is missing or is the only system that's broken in a person with type 1 diabetes. Can cell replacement be superior? I would definitely say yes. And how can we get there? So this is one of several shots on goal we have here. There exists, as I emphasized, key knowledge gaps. We're in the early days. We are in, as in baseball parlance, in the first innings here. Or I would say probably give a cricket analogy here. So we're probably in the 5th in a 20-over series here. So there's a long way to go. So we can't jump up and down just because in 5 overs we've scored over 100 runs here. So how can we go there to how can we fill this knowledge gaps here? There are scientific knowledge gaps. That's a no-brainer. Where do we implant? Is it in the subcutaneous space? Is it intramuscular? Is it in the visceral location there? And each of them, again, have advantages and disadvantages, or something completely different, such as injection in the portal vein, as is being currently done. How do you enhance the survival of these implants here? And what is the right pairing of the cells and devices? It's not enough to develop them in isolation and then assume that magically the two will work together. It doesn't happen. So which is the right pairing here? And then there are many brick and mortar resources that we support here. For example, preclinical. These are the unsexy pieces that one needs to support here. Accelerate preclinical development. What is the right animal model? Does everything need to go through a non-human primate model? I don't think so. What is the clinical testing? Can we have cores to develop this? How can we manufacture the cells as well as the protection devices and make them scalable? Cryopreservation, transportation, distribution, so on and so forth. And then how can we start assessing the impact, the benefits of cell therapy? What are the near-term impacts, such as protection from hypoglycemia and proper glucose control? But can there be long-term impacts, such as avoiding complications or reducing the progressions to end organ damage? Are there psychological benefits of doing these therapies? Because now you don't have to worry about the disease 24/7, 365. And those are things that we don't have an answer to yet, but we will be addressing over the coming years. Let's not forget that GDF covers the pipeline, as do many other organizations here. And it is very critical for us to stay abreast of, to keep the regulators abreast of the developing technology, lay down a pathway like we did in 2009 and 10 with artificial pancreas guidelines that was written, led by JDRF and with many other organizations to lay down that pathway that has now eased the development of AP systems and there's, as I mentioned earlier, a thriving marketplace. I can see my colleague and friend, Dr. Vygorsky, on this call also. So I'm hoping he will agree with me on that. How can we lay down a pathway now for the regulatory strategy for cell replacement therapy, as well as for disease-modifying therapies, but that I showed in my second slide on stage 1 and 2 of type 1 diabetes here. So there has been progress here. While we know there's still a long way to go, there is at least 3 or 4 disease-modifying therapies in advanced clinical development, including one that's under FDA review at the moment. There are many cell therapies in clinical testing now, Vertex, ViaCyte, Cernova, and probably other, and not probably, definitely others to come in the next 12 to 18 months that will enter clinical testing here. But there are other things one needs. It's a mind shift. It's a paradigm shift, because we have to move from this insulin monotherapy mindset around the world. Even clinicians, even researchers such as myself and you all on this call, we have to understand what is the unmet need of a person living with type 1 diabetes or other forms of diabetes. What is the risk tolerance? Let us not make the decision for them. Even though we can be clinicians and researchers with 30, 40 years of experience, let us not behoove ourselves and make a decision for the patients. Let's ask them what is their risk tolerance. What is it for them to live with type 1 diabetes for 30 years? For going through episodes of hypoglycemia and diabetic ketoacidosis, multiple runs to the hospital. Let us ask them what their risk tolerance is. What are the right endpoints we should be looking for, and what is the consensus around them? Should it always be hemoglobin A1C? I would think not. There are outcomes beyond A1C that are significantly impactful for a person with type 1 diabetes. And what are the PROs we can develop, patient-reported outcomes? How can we include them in therapy development pathway? And then ultimately, how do we go from adults to pediatric studies in this population with type 1 diabetes? Although we understand 50% of the new diagnoses are in adults, there is a sizable population that are below 18 years of age. And they can't wait because the disease is progressing. How can we accelerate that development here? So in summary, I really want to thank you for your attention, but I hope I've been able to impress upon you that cell therapy has significant promise. There have been a lot of successes. There are still many, many scientific gaps and other knowledge gaps that we need to fill before we can have products that can benefit people with diabetes. We have a strategy and a roadmap that we follow. It's not etched in stone. We enhance it and advance it as we learn more here. We have to go with a consortium-based approach. Collaborations and partnerships are critical to solve this very complex problem before we can productize here and have regulatory pathways that can be as seamless as it is for artificial pancreas systems today, for example. And then we have proof of concept. So that gives us where we can hang our hat on. That is what we see as the light at the end of the tunnel. I am going to be very bold and say we are close, very close. But let's not forget the value of partnering to get us across the finish line here. So I want to thank you for your attention. Hopefully I was able to keep time. And I don't know what our chairs want to do, whether take questions now or at the end of the session, but I'll turn it back to the organizers here.
So the Q&A will be at the end of all the 3 sessions, Dr. Sanjay.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm trying to unshare. Okay, there we go. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much for showing us a bright future. And it's very heartening to see that a lot of preclinical studies are going on and it's very promising future. I invite Professor Sridhar sir to move on to the next session, please.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. Next speaker is on the screen. Professor Robert is an adult endocrinologist, Chief Medical Officer, Mechatronic Diabetes, and Professor of Medicine at the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences. He's got a number of achievements, a long career. He's founded the Diabetes Institute at the Walter Reed Healthcare Center. He served internationally before retiring from the Army in 2015. Besides his numerous civilian as well as military awards, as can be expected, he was on the editorial board of a number of prestigious diabetes journals, and more importantly, he continues to see patients and mentor fellows regularly. He has published hundreds of scholarly papers, and we look forward to hearing from him his experience with insulin pump. Professor Robert.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers and chairs for allowing me to participate in this session. And let me share my screen now. And hopefully you can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay.
Good to go.
Excellent. Okay, great. So, and thank you for that very nice introduction. And I'm really heartened to see a lot of familiar faces and hope to see, we saw some of you in Barcelona. I hope to see some of you at ADA in New Orleans coming up next month. What I'm going to talk about is the 780G system from Medtronic, which has been now introduced into India and actually is in 50 countries around the world. Unfortunately, not yet in the United States. We hope to hear from the FDA quite soon about this, but we have a lot of experience now because it's been available for over a year and a half. So I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey, and this is what I'm going to talk about: a little bit of history, why the 780G is really different, and then talk about a lot of data of glycemic outcomes in which we're trying to reduce the burden, and then some of the future of diabetes technology from Medtronic. So a little bit of history. I don't have to tell this audience about the milestone last year in this, about the discovery and first use of insulin. And this was the headline in the Toronto Daily Star. And this on the left is Leonard Thompson, who was the first patient to ever receive the new insulin, and the picture of him before and after is really striking. And the insulin that was used is seen in the photo below. And I'm not going to spend any time on what I think we all know, and that is that tight glycemic control reduces both micro and macrovascular complications, proven first in the DCCT trial. But so that's our goal. And with all due respect to my friend and colleague, Sanjoy Dutta, we all want to have a cure, and we are excited about the advances. But what do we do until we get there? And you know, we've made a lot of progress. I mean, we started off with reusable glass syringes. And here's sort of the progress. And now we're in an era on the far right where we have at least 3 systems in the United States. From top to bottom is the Medtronic 770 and now hopefully 780. We have the Omnipod and we have the Tandem Control IQ, which are the currently available pumps in the United States. So we've come a long way here, and we now have some benchmarks to achieve. And I think everybody in this audience is aware that the Second International Consensus Conference set some benchmarks, goals for the times and ranges, which the most important perhaps are the time in range, and we're hoping to get in our therapies greater than 70%. And of course, the times below range, less than 4% below 70 and less than 1% below 54. The goals that have been set out have been approached by the use of some technology. And I think it's important to realize that in the world of technology with CGM and insulin pump therapy, most people in the world are still using MDI and blood glucose monitoring. And these data are taken from randomized trials that had a control arm, for instance, with MDI and BG monitoring, and it was 45% time in range. And if you add CGM, you can increase that to 51%. If you combine pump and CGM, you can raise it to 55. And if you have a pump that is not a smart pump, that is, it displays the data but doesn't take any action, that gives you an improvement up to 63%, still falling below the guidelines that we're trying to achieve of 70%. And remember that every 10% time in range correlates to a A1C change of about 0.6 to 0.8%. So the next step in this progression was the Medtronic MiniMed 670G, which was the first hybrid closed loop system, and that was in 2016. So we're 6 years out from that, and that actually achieved a time in range of 72%. So what's different about the 780G? And I'm only going to tell you a little bit about the differences. There are multiple differences that are based on the learnings that we've had from hundreds of thousands of people who use the 670 and 770G. And here we see the progression of the technology that Medtronic has led for decades now. And this advanced hybrid closed loop, or 780G, has features that I think we can boil down into the auto correction feature, the lowest target feature, and the active insulin time feature. And I'm going to show in the next slide here what this actually means. So the lower set point of 100 can be changed as high as 120. There is an intermediate of 110. And by having the 100 target, it permits improvement in glycemic control and does so safely. Our engineers who develop these algorithms actually develop this algorithm for a target to be set clinically of 100. And then you have auto corrections of hyperglycemia that corrects down to 120 every 5 minutes. And what this does is mitigates missed, late, or incorrectly calculated meal boluses. And then the active insulin time that is adjustable from 2 to 8 hours. Now, active insulin time is not insulin on board. It's a parameter or a lever or a tuning knob that allows the algorithm to become more or less aggressive. And again, the algorithm was developed for clinical use to actually have an active insulin time of 2 hours. So we know that normal active insulin time or insulin on board is probably 3 to 4 hours for most people. But by fooling the algorithm to have it think that it's only 2 hours, the algorithm can become more aggressive by delivering more correction boluses. And this is kind of how it looks. So this is familiar to all of you of how autobasal goes on and off depending on the rise and fall of the glucose from the sensor. And then here's what the active autocorrection looks like. So that once you hit a maximum of autobasal, which will vary depending on the individual and the total daily dose, and in fact is reset every 24 hours, on top of that autobasal, you get autocorrections, and it can be autocorrections every 5 minutes or up to 12 per hour, and calculates that autocorrection for the 100% of the calculated dose. So you can get autocorrections of as little as tenths of units, or you can get it as high as even 30 units. This differs from another algorithm that's the control IQ algorithm, which also has autocorrections, but autocorrections only once an hour. And it operates in a very different way, and it operates when it's predicted to be over 180 in the next 30 minutes. It corrects once per hour and gives 60% of the calculated dose. My point of showing this is to have you understand that each of these systems that are out there, and there are others, there's now the Omnipod 5, there's the CAM APS, there's Diabeloop. Each of these systems operates on different principles and therefore might be expected to get different kinds of results. So what are the pivotal trial results? And I'll just briefly show you this, and also before doing so, make sure that everybody understands that getting glycemic outcomes or best glycemic outcomes is really not enough. What we all are aiming for is to get these glycemic outcomes without the burden of all the things that a person with diabetes has to do. As you can see on this slide, a young child trying to figure out how many carbs he's going to eat that day for lunch, and carb counting is clearly burdensome. Bolusing before the meal, which is still necessary in a hybrid closed loop system, and results in a lot of missed boluses. And even the calculation of the carbs is an underestimation in 2/3 of the people. And here's just a quick overview of what it takes for a person with diabetes in terms of the mental burden and the physical activities if they're going to try and get the best possible control. And we have to strive to reduce this, and that's part of what we at Medtronic are aiming for. So the pivotal trial was a single-arm, 16 centers in the US study. It was a safety study with a 2-week run-in and then a 90-day study phase. And the 90-day study phase was divided up between a target of 100, and I apologize, this is in millimoles, but a target of 100, and then a crossover to a target of 120. And this was insisted by the FDA because they wanted to see how this system operated at both targets. I'm going to show you the overall results of this, and which is a combination of the 100 and 120 target set points. And then I'm going to show you what you can get if you target only 100 and use a 2-hour active insulin time. So this is what the run-in and the AHCL, or advanced hybrid closed loop, results were in adolescents and adults. And the time in range increased to 74.5%. The time below range reduced to 2.3, and the time in very low also was reduced. So, and the A1C, as you see in the table above, was reduced by 0.5%. There was a very high use of the automation or smart guard, almost 95%. And an important point is this is in 157 subjects. And so we want to make sure ultimately, and I'll show you real world evidence, that 157 subjects may not or may represent what can be achieved in the real world. And the other thing that I want to emphasize is like most clinical trials and pivotal trials, the people who volunteer for these trials are dedicated to improving their lives and the lives of others. So there's a lot of selection bias. And that's why you see as baseline in many pivotal trials that the A1C is pretty good here at 7.5%, and the time in range is pretty good at 69%. Nevertheless, these all improved. Now, when I talked about making the system more aggressive, what we did was we took the data from these people in the pivotal trial, and we broke it down into those who had a target of 100 and the various hours of active insulin time. And if you look at the blue circle, you can see if you use, for those who use target of 100 and 2 hours active insulin time, you actually got almost 79% time in range, and below with 2.6% time below range. So without a sacrifice in more hypoglycemia. And I think this is important because, as I said, these are the parameters or the settings that the engineers designed this system for. And the more people and on an individual basis use these settings, the better the outcomes are going to be. On a population basis, we saw that there was an increase in those reaching the GMI goal of 7%, at baseline 52%, going up to 84%, and the time in range goal of over 70%. At baseline, it was 45% and increased to 79%. So if you're a payer or a health ministry and you're looking for how you can improve an entire population, this is really very important data to show that on average you're getting most patients, the vast majority of patients, to the glycemic goals we're striving for. Now, I'm going to show you some data that was first shown last week at the ATTD conference, and that was the ADAPT study, which is a randomized controlled trial in subjects with high baseline A1C. And the results of the study, I think, may be, and the next one may be transformative for our community. So this was a study that was done in Europe. It was an RCT in adults with type 1 diabetes on what's standard of care in Europe, and that's MDI and intermittently scanned CGM or Libre. And among the criteria for the study, they had to be scanning 5 or more times a day, and 70% or more readings had to be available. And most importantly, these subjects had to have an A1C 8% or greater. And the primary endpoint was the difference in A1C. And you can see the study design below. I'm going to show you the data for the first 6 months in which those individuals on MDI and Libre were randomized to either 780 or continue on that therapy. The study is still ongoing to continue another 6 months. And here's the data. First of all, look at the control group. The control group and the intervention group both started an A1C of 9%. So these are the people who we generally might say they shouldn't be put on a pump. They're doing their, whatever it is that they're doing, it's not working, and they shouldn't be on a pump. And in fact, that's probably not the case. And because in this control group, despite their best efforts and the efforts of the investigators, their A1C after 6 months didn't really change. But with the 780G, they started at 9.1% and ended up at 7.3%, or a delta of 1.4%. If you look at the times and ranges, the bars on the left show that the control group, which was MDI and Libre, really didn't change their time in range or time below range, again, despite their best efforts. Whereas the 780G data, the individuals went from even a lower baseline, 36% time in range, up to 70.6%. And you can see all the other data. There's a lot of data on this slide, but I think it should be quite obvious that this study actually not only shows the benefit of the 780G, but shows that it's really what we're doing as standard of care is just not working. And here's the percent of users that achieved various milestones. A1C under 7%, none in the control group, 28% in the 780G group. The GMI, an even bigger difference, and the time in range greater than 70, a large difference, and the combined metric of time in range over 70 and time below range less than 4 you see a very large difference between these groups. Now, this was not for the lack of trying, as I said, in the control group. So in the column where there's MDI and intermittently scanned CGM, at the end of the study, they were actually scanning almost 10 times a day. And you see that in the 780 group, 80G group, they were using their sensor 92% of the time, and they were in auto mode or safeguard almost 96% of the time. And one of the features of this new system compared to 670 and 770 is there are very few exits from automation even now on a weekly basis, where it used to be on a daily basis, so less than one per week. They were still doing blood glucose monitoring because the sensor was the GS3, which requires at least 2 calibrations a day. I'm going to show you some data later about the results with the G4S sensor, which is a no calibration, non-adjunctive sensor used in the system. Again, the amount of automation shown on the bottom in this system, in this study, was 62%. So that automation was, some was auto-basal and some was auto-correction. And I think in general, we've learned that the more automation that you can achieve, the better the outcomes are going to be. Now, at the same DCCT conference, another RCT from Poland was presented. And this, again, is another study that I think tells us a bit about what the pathway to these systems should be. So this was a study by Dr. Klupa in technology-naive subjects. So it was a somewhat smaller study. There was in type 1 diabetes, and these are in adults. They had to have an A1C under 10% and no previous experience with either pumps or sensors. Now, as you can imagine, in Europe, some countries still don't have access, patients don't have access to sensors. And it turns out that Poland is one of them. And that's why Professor Klupa was able to do this study. And the randomization was between continued MDI and BG monitoring, including a 14-day blinded monitoring in the control group and 780. And it was a 90-day study with a 9-month extension. And here's the study design, and 41 patients, ultimately 37 completed, 20 in the 780 and 17 in the control group. And here's the demographics. They started with an A1C of 7.4%, which is pretty good with SMBG and MDI. Even better with those on that happen to be randomized to 780G. So this is already a pretty good or well-controlled group. And here's what happened. The control group didn't change the time and range, 62.8 to 61.5. And the baseline in 780 was 69 and went all the way up to 85%. And look at the decrease in the time below range, decreasing from 5.8 to 1.8. And these individuals were getting pretty good results, but they had a high time below range, which didn't really change over the time of the study. And then the study also, just to emphasize, the mean sensor glucose went down to 133 in this in the sensor group. And then the time below range, as I mentioned, also went down, and the CV improved from 39 to 30%. Now, the consistency of this over 9 months was pretty good. So they started, the effect was immediate. In the first month, they got up to 86%, and over 9 months, it was maintained in the low 80s. And again, the sensor use was 95.6%. Time in automation was almost 98%. Exits per week were less than or about a half. And they were still doing finger sticks because that was the requirement for the sensor, the GS3 sensor. And here, the number of folks actually using that recommended target was 80% were using 100, and 93% were using the 2-hour target, which is, I think, one of the reasons that they got such good results. So what about the real-world data? The real-world data, and I'll show you some evidence from a local clinic in Italy. The real-world data was looked at in a cohort between August 2020 and July 21, and in the countries in where this device was first introduced. So the data I'm going to show you is 12,800 users. We have some updated data in 25,000 users, which includes a few more countries, but the data really is the same. So what does it show? It shows that the time in range is 75.8% in these almost 13,000 users, and the time below range, 1.9%. And I think if you recall, and I'll show you in another slide, that this is almost identical to what the pivotal trial showed. And the percent of users reaching the targets was 76%, very similar to what we saw in the pivotal trial. And the GMI here was 6.8%. Now, across the different countries, on the left-hand side, you see the results in all those 12,800 people, 75.8. And we can only use data in which there were 100 or more users in any country because of privacy rules in Europe. And what you see is consistency across all these different countries in the time and range. The similarities are more apparent than the differences, although there are differences, and we don't know what those differences are due to. For instance, you see in Turkey, 81.6, and in Poland, 81.2. But in Iceland, it's 70.1. And we are currently looking into the data that's all pulled from CareLink to see if we can identify behavioral changes that differ between these countries in general, that may be cultural, they may be behavioral, they may be related to the actual prescribers. And now in this real world data, we saw again consistency across 6 months. Those who had 6 months of data, there were 2,500 of them. Remember, this was introduced a year and a half ago. So in 6 months, and we pulled the data in 2021. So we see 76 to 77%. So very consistent across these months. So suggesting that this is a durable therapy. And who can benefit from this? And this gets back to something I was mentioning before that had to do with the A1C, high A1C people, or the people who are on MDI and SMBG. Can they actually benefit, and all these folks benefit from this kind of technology? So what we did here was we broke up the cohort that we had 6 months of data on into quartiles, and quartiles of time and range. And we looked at the lowest and up to the highest quartile. And then we looked at that same group after they had been on 780G for at least 3 months or more. And what you see is that every quartile improved. In fact, the biggest improvement are those who started at the lowest quartile, went from 45 to 67. But even those in the highest quartile, which was 82%, got a little bit of an improvement with a decrease in the time below range from over 3 to 2.5. Again, if you use those who use the recommended settings, and here a little over 10% of this real world data of 12,000 people used the settings that this was designed for, you can see that they were able to achieve a time in range of almost 81% and a time below range of 2.3, and over 90% of that cohort of almost 1,500 reached the goals that have been set out for time in range and GMI. Now, in terms of ages, we can only cut the data very broadly in Europe because of privacy. So we can look at those under 15 years and younger and compare it to 15 years and older. And I think the point of this slide that I would like to call your attention to is the relative small differences that we're seeing according to these age groups. So if you look at overall 75.8 and 73.9 in the younger folks, if you look at those who are using the target of 100 and active insulin time of 2 hours, 81 compared to 79. So even those historically who did not do as well with automation in 670 and other studies that have been done with automated insulin delivery, that gap is now being narrowed. And in fact, I won't show you the slide, but the nighttime time in range is exactly the same. It's 82% for adults and 82% for those 15 years or younger. And again, in terms of automation, younger folks, automation 54% of the time, and automation 58% of the time in this real world data. So again, the automation is quite important. And another way of looking at this is, well, what percent of all bolus insulin is automated? So the bolus insulin is the combination of the orange and the green. And if you just divide the green, which is the auto correction over the total boluses, you see about 25% of all boluses are automated. And this is the 25% boost that auto correction every 5 minutes gives. Now, what this slide shows, and I really like this slide, is it shows how the algorithm engineers are able to predict what's going to happen. So Medtronic has an in silico model with 7,600 patients. And when they ran this algorithm through that model with the algorithm set at 100 target and 2-hour AIT, active insulin time, they predicted you would get 76.7% time in range. And in the pivotal trial, which I showed you, we actually got 74.5. And in the real world evidence with the first 4,000, 76%. So this really has major implications because if we can continue to prove this, it would allow the regulatory bodies to permit us to make small or even larger adjustments to the algorithm without having to run a full clinical trial. We may have to do a small one, but the combination of a small clinical trial and real world evidence, if it's predicted by, accurately predicted by the in silico modeling, is really a major advance to this kind of therapy. Now, I mentioned the Guardian Sensor 4. We have real world evidence in Europe. The Guardian Sensor 4 was just introduced a few months ago, and we have 1,300 patients who have switched from the Guardian Sensor 3 to Guardian 4 sensor. And you can see that the differences are very small. And importantly, the Guardian 4 sensor now gets you those kind of results without the burden of having to do calibrations and adjunctive testing. So where we go from here? So now 780G with that construct that I showed you before is now getting into the 79 and maybe higher range. And that's an equivalent A1C of about 6.4%. And we're off to the next challenge, and that is reducing burden. So here's what we have. I showed you this before. Here's what we're down to, and that is a big improvement, but it's not as big an improvement as we would like. And what are our next steps? And that's our personalized closed loop, which will do automated meal handling. And this is an FDA breakthrough device, which personalizes therapy. So it will look at what the results are under the current algorithm, tweak the algorithm, and send it back down to the pump automatically on a weekly or 2-weekly basis. And this will allow everyone to actually have a different set of settings and a different algorithm that's personalized. By wearing a smart watch that has an app on it that can detect gestures, So when you are eating, it can tell that you've begun eating and continue to know that you are continuing to eat. It can start to deliver insulin initially, and so you're ahead of the curve instead of behind the curve. And actually, you can adjust bolusing according to how many gestures and along with those gestures. And this is all with our digital twin in the cloud. And so this Clue device is the gesture, but think about having geolocation, which can identify where you are and look at what's happened in the past and you know, give you insulin according to what's likely to happen. And then also include sensors like accelerometers and heart rate monitors to be able to identify the intensity and the amount of exercise. So with this personalized closed loop, we think that the time and ranges are going to be in the 80+%. And now we're getting to the equivalent of an A1C that's less than what you would use to actually diagnose diabetes in the first place. So in summary, and I apologize for going a bit over, we've come a long way in the last 100 years. The real-world evidence supports the pivotal trial outcomes. The in silico modeling may prevent the need for large pivotal trials, allowing for more rapid progress. The success of the 780G with high baseline HbA1cs and technology-naive patients represents a paradigm shift in who should be considered for hybrid closed-loop systems, and further algorithm enhancements using other sensor inputs may propel the field towards a fully closed-loop, or really an artificial pancreas, nearly eliminating patient burden. And of course, all this until we get the cure from Sanjoy and JDRF and their investigators. So thank you very much. Apologize for going a bit over.
Sridhar sir, you have to unmute.
Yeah, I think I'm audible. So it should have been a no-brainer. When the cornea goes, you replace the cornea. When the bones goes, you replace the joint. And why is it for diabetes to go to all these difficult pathways? What Dr. Sanjay said and what Dr. Robert has said is, you replace what is lost. The problem comes as they have very eloquently described, the source of the material and the access. You know the principles, especially in a large country such as India. Whereas it is known that the insulin pump is the standard of therapy for type 1 diabetes. Many of the patients they find it difficult even to afford insulin. So these are aspects that have to be done. And one more very essential thing which Dr. Robert has done is he spoke of the system recommendation settings that are set up by the engineers. The engineers are very good in setting it up and dealing with numbers, but to give context for needs to involve the clinician as well as the patient, as Dr. Sanjay has said. And finally, he spoke of the individualization, the hand gestures, digital twin. All these are part of the artificial intelligence. And therefore, whether it's technology, artificial intelligence, all these are merging. And I hope we'll have some exciting questions at the end of the three presentations. Thank you, both of the speakers, for your excellent discussion of what is in store in the future. Can you take it?
Yeah, thank you both the speakers, Dr. Sanjay and Dr. Robert. Please stay back with us for another 30 minutes. We take up questions at the end of this session. Let's move on to the next session. That is going to be the last lecture of today's program. And that will be given by none other than Dr. Mepras, who is President-elect of ACE, the American College of Endocrinology. Sir is a medicine and science department he belongs to, is an association professor at the Emory University, which is a world-renowned endocrinologist with over 38 years of experience. He's been a clinical scientist with extensive knowledge on diabetes and has over 300 scholarly articles which speaks about his vast knowledge, and he's got many contributions in his as a book chapters to his credit. He's also received numerous accolades and including the national awards from the ACP, ACE, and ADA. Over to Dr. Umepraz on the technology front. Where do we stand in the hospital setting? I think that's very, very important because that is what is putting this into practice. Over to you, sir.
There has been a lot of interest in the last couple of years on how to improve glycemic monitoring in the hospital, especially during the pandemic. That has really, really pushed the field forward. And it is my pleasure to present to you what we have done and what we're doing in the hospital setting. Oops. These are potential conflict of interest, and we have conducted clinical investigator-initiated studies. All the funding goes to Emory University, not to my family. Currently, we receive funding from Novo Nordisk, AstraZeneca, and Descom. So the agenda for today, I will discuss with you the traditional glucose monitoring approach, so the self-glucose monitoring or finger sticks, how the CGM has come into a active player in glucose monitoring, especially describing the limitation of the traditional point-of-care testing. What is the really efficacy? What data we have? How can we use CGM during the COVID pandemic? And we will discuss at the end new challenges or addressing how we can, adopt CGM in the hospital setting. So let me start with this slide. And this is just data from last year from the Center for Disease Control. To the left is the number of people with diabetes in this country. It's now over 34 million. And to the right is hospital discharge. So there are close to 8 million hospital discharges every year with a diagnosis of diabetes. And there's about 16 million emergency room visits because of diabetes. Overall, it is estimated the cost of diabetes care is somewhere around $300 billion, with 30%, so over $1 billion, $100 billion spent in the inpatient care of diabetes. This slide is one of my favorite, that it really highlights the frequency of hyperglycemia in the hospital setting. This is data from the group of Curtis Cook from the Mayo Clinic in Arizona. And in the top is ICU, and in the bottom, non-ICU. And these are people in 12 million blood glucose readings. And what you look is that it doesn't matter where you are, in the ICU, non-ICU, about 32% of blood glucose readings are above 180. If you are one of those that, well, 180 is not too bad. But if you said, well, what about 200? And about 23%, independent if you're located in the ICU, non-ICU, have hyperglycemia greater than 200. And about 10% greater than 250. And that is important because hyperglycemia, both in patients with and without diabetes, has been associated with an increased rate of complications. And this is data that we published from Emory, a composite of complications that included pneumonia, acute kidney injury, acute respiratory failure, acute MI, bacteremia, and death. So we did a composite. And what you're looking is that the higher the blood glucose, the higher the rate of complications. And if you have, 200 or more, the rate of complication is close to 40%. But you can have normal blood glucose and you still have complications. And this is because hyperglycemia favors the appearance of complications, but it's not the only reason why people develop complications in the hospital. So hyperglycemia is a marker of poor outcome, both in patients with and without diabetes. And the data that I presented to you, this is with finger sticks. And the self-glucose monitoring has been great help during the past almost 50 years. It's used in the hospital, and it tells you in real time what the blood glucose concentration it is. It's rapid. You get the response in seconds. It can tell you if the patient is in hypo and hyperglycemia, but it requires multiple finger sticks, especially in the ICU, where during insulin infusion, we measure blood glucose every 1 or 2 hours. And in the non-ICU, most of the guidelines recommend to test the blood glucose before meals and at bedtime. So, great benefit. It's easy to do. It's widespread adoption in every single hospital around the country, around the world. You can adjust your therapy according to blood glucose levels, and this is the way we have done during the past few years. So this is the good part. But there are several limitations. For example, you only get a point or 3 or 4 points throughout the day, so you don't know what happened in between readings. It doesn't provide the direction or the velocity of changes of glucose levels. And more importantly, several studies have shown that you miss a lot of hypos and hypers events. So especially at night, that's right, from 10 p.m. to 6 o'clock in the morning, we don't do glucose testing. And in the recent studies that we published from our group, we went to the bedside every time a blood glucose was less than 70. And we asked the patient to determine symptoms, to determine the presence of symptomatic and asymptomatic hypoglycemia. And about 45% of the events were asymptomatic. So there was no tremors, no sweating. Patient was just fine. And the predictors of asymptomatic hypoglycemia were age. And you will see that compared to patient less than 50 to your right in the table, having a age between 50 to 58, 59 to 64, and more than 65 will increase the rate of asymptomatic hypoglycemia from 2 to 4-fold. Of great interest was also the finding that male sex was also is a risk factor for asymptomatic hypoglycemia in the hospital, where the asymptomatic hypoglycemia rate was twice as much as females. And in addition, the glomerular filtration rate. So there are many patients in the hospital who suffer asymptomatic hypoglycemia. These were patients with type 2. And the other thing that is important is the prevalence or the frequency of inpatient hypoglycemia in type 1 has been reported somewhere between 50 up to 45% of patients. So CGM may help in determining and picking up these events that you don't do finger sticks, but every 3 or 4 times a day. So when we talk about CGM, there are several devices, that's right. There are devices, we call it invasive. They're intravascular or venous or arterial. Minimally invasive, that's what we use mostly in the ambulatory setting. There are subcutaneous. And there's also a transdermal. The characteristic of CGM is the frequent sampling, where blood glucose measures are done every 1 to 15 minutes. And this is what we call continuous glucose monitoring. And they're not approved for hospital use. However, the FDA is allowed, especially during the pandemic, to use CGM to assess glycemic control in order to minimize PPE and staff exposure to patients with COVID. More importantly, several consensus and medical societies have reported that CGM technology offers benefits in prevention of severe hyperglycemia and hypoglycemic events. So I believe that during the next few years, we're going to be conducting the studies to determine if CGM can be approved by FDA for hospital use. But the data from the ambulatory setting is very encouraging. For example, in this meta-analysis in ambulatory patients, CGM was able to recognize and to reduce the rate of hypoglycemia in patients with multi-dose insulin and pump therapy. Can we reproduce this data in the hospital? So let's review where we are. In the intensive care unit, there are a large number of studies, over 30 studies, that have tested CGM in the ICU. This is one example. And you see that in the regimen trial, these are patients that were monitored for 96 hours for intensive glucose control in the ICU. And you see that there is a very good correlation between point-of-care testing or a blood glucose by the laboratory, where we call the error grid zones A and B. That's where you would like to be, that's right. And about 98.6%. But the CGM did not reduce or improve glycemic variability or reduce the number of hypoglycemic events. And that finding has been reproduced in multiple studies. And in part, it's because you do in the ICU, you measure blood glucose every hour. So you can adjust insulin infusion the same by frequent measurements by point-of-care testing or by CGM. And in the systematic review of 37 studies, both randomized and observational studies concluded that CGM has very good correlation with the laboratory, but does not improve glycemic control in the ICU patients in a significant manner. So for many years, we have had the CGM that have not made a great impact until recently, when COVID made its appearance. And during the past year, there have been several studies from our group and others to use CGM with remote continuous glucose monitoring to reduce the use of PPE and decrease the exposure of house staff. And of course, there is such an importance, and this is data we just published a couple months ago, in over 1,000 patients, to determine that in COVID patients, those who have hyperglycemia greater than 250 in red had significant worse outcome and mortality compared to those who had better glucose control. Even those patients with or without diabetes, with a glucose greater than 250 in the ICU and non-ICU, is associated with 2 to 5-fold increase in mortality. So there is a need for monitoring. So Dr. Agarwal from Montefiore just published this data in collaboration with Emory. And what they're doing is to place a CGM, and to see in the right part of this slide, and they attach them to the wall of the ICU, and people can be tracking information. And to the right is the correlation between point-of-care testing with the CGM. And you see in here, there is a very nice correlation with somewhere around 98.2% of all the blood glucose reading within the error grid zones A and B, so a very good correlation. And the MARD in this study was 12.5, so it's very acceptable in the ICU. We have also established the use of CGM for remote glucose monitoring in all the COVID units and also in the ICU. And using the D-TechCon monitoring, we get the CGM and we transmit the data. And more importantly, now we pair with the glucometer a computerized insulin infusion protocol to adjust insulin therapy. Instead of measuring blood glucose every hour, we just measure the blood glucose 3 or 4 times a day, every 6 hours, just to make sure everything is doing well. And we're able to connect to electronic health records for validation. And here you have the CGM device that can be placed up to 20 feet from the meter or from the patient's bed. And next to it has the glucometer or the glucose insulin infusion protocol. And then you have the readings, and you can adjust the blood glucose, the insulin infusion according to the blood glucose. And more importantly, not only do you have this CGM and the readers at the wall of the ICU bed, but more importantly, we can transmit this information all the way to the nurse stations. And because we have alarms now, it's easy to detect when the blood glucose is going down, with the arrows going down, call the nurse and the nurse go to prick the fingers and prevent hypoglycemia. So we just published this data just this month, in which we can see here in patients with COVID, a very nice correlation between the point of care testing and 4 times a day blood glucose instead of every hour. And you see, and that will allow to improve glycemic control, reduce the rate of hypoglycemia in these patients. So can we use the CGM in the ICU? Yes, but there are some limitations in the ICU. First, you know, there are substance interference. We'll discuss this in a minute. There is a measurement lag about a few minutes, about 7 to 15 minutes. We really don't know what's the accuracy in periods of arterial hypotension, what happened with hypoxia, hypothermia. We need more studies in the ICU. Also, intravascular catheters at risk of thrombus and infections, and of course, there is the cost. So in the ICU, I think that CGM is still a lot to work to do to establish a beneficial effects compared to frequent point of glucose testing. What really has made a revolution in diabetes care in the hospital is in the non-ICU setting. This is an abbreviated list of papers that we and others have published with different CGM that you see here in the non-ICU setting. And this is for accuracy and performance measurements compared to different point of care testing. Let me review some of these data. With Ana Maria Gomez, one of my colleagues, we published this data using the iPro. And what you see here is the correlation to the left between CGM and point of care testing at different days of hospital admission to the hospital insulin treatment. And to the right, a very good correlation, same like was being published before. So that in the first studies now just published 3 or 4 years ago, we just saw this very nice correlation. There are other authors that published similar data. And here you have to the top is hypoglycemia, less than 54, and hyperglycemia greater than 250 at the bottom. And you see that compared to point of care testing glucose, the CGM is able to recognize significant larger number of hypoglycemic events throughout the day or throughout the night. And also recognize more hyperglycemic events. And more importantly, remember what I showed you, many of these episodes are asymptomatic. And the only way to recognize this is by measuring blood glucose. In a recent paper published August last year in Diabetes Care, my colleague Rodolfo Galindo published this data using the Freestyle Libre Pro Flash CGM compared to the point of care testing. Look here to the figure to the left. And you see that point of care testing reached somewhere around 12 milligrams higher blood glucose than CGM, but throughout the blood glucose in different days of hospital stay, you see this very nice correlation. We order point of care testing before meals and at bedtime. That means between 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., very few blood glucose testing was done, unless somebody developed symptoms. And that allowed to recognize that point of care testing is not as good in detecting hypo and hyper event, especially hypoglycemia. Here you have, with point of care testing, you have significant less hypoglycemia recognition. And with CGM, we're able to recognize significant, much better numbers of less than 54, especially nocturnal hypoglycemia. Look at the number of hypoglycemic events during the night, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Even here to the right is prolonged hypoglycemia, what we define as a low blood sugars continuously for up to 2 hours during the day or during the night. That's the beauty of the CGM in the hospital setting. In the studies that Diabetes Care from Galindo, we saw that the Clark error A and B is 98.5%. And here you have the MARD. In this study was 14.8. Very good for glucose within the normal range or above range. And many, like, they're not designed for a glucose less than 70. The MARD was significant higher. And in the paper that is we presented at the ADA last year, is under review in diabetes care, and you have the use of Dexcom G6 CGM. And overall, the Clark error A and B is somewhere around 98.5, 98.7%. Then we ask, what happened during the first 12 hours versus the first 24 hours? To the left is the relationship between the point of care testing and the CGM readings, where you see that it's also 98.5% during the first 12 hours, and the same thing during the first 24 hours during the hospital stay. So excellent correlation with point of care testing. We also learned in these 205 patients that were all insulin treated with type 2 diabetes in general medicine and surgical wards, that it works very well for glucose greater than 70, with an MARD about 12. But for hypoglycemia, similar to what we saw on the Libre Pro, with the hypoglycemia, the Dexcom CGM have a higher MARD. So what we have done now in the hospital is the blood glucose is less than 80, 90. It's better to trust or do a point of care testing to confirm hypoglycemia. Also, in the middle bars, you see the level of hemoglobin. And severe anemia with 7 grams of hemoglobin or less also has worse performance. So much more studies are needed to assess the performance of CGM in patients with severe anemia and hypoglycemia. Well, what's good is that there are many other reasons in which there was a good correlation. There was no failure of the CGM on accuracy. For example, according to GFR. So even in patients with end-stage renal disease and dialysis, it works. However, if they are very anemic, that may fail. But here you have the GFR with more than 90, 60 to 90, or less than 30. The MARD was very acceptable range. We have also looked at race. Blacks versus Caucasians, no difference. The BMI doesn't change. And also, we just reported at the ADA, the placement in the abdomen versus arm performs very well. So, very nice correlation. It helps. So, one of the limitations is that so far we have the CGM, you have the sensor, you have the receiver. How can you transmit this to the nurse stations or to the wall, as I showed you before? And we have been working with Dr. Spanaskis and his group at the University of Maryland for the last few years, reporting on what we call the glucose telemetry system. And you have this CGM in the arm, in the abdomen, is transmitted. And here you have, although you can't see, same as cardiology, have the Holter, we have the glucose telemetry system with 24/7 blood glucose levels. And we report what is called the hospital glucose profile. So we can get the average blood glucose, the changes of blood glucose throughout the day. Here you have day 1, day 2, and day 3. And then you can see the number of patients who have glucose in target range. So between, here it's good, about 80.9, high blood glucose. You can also have glycemic variability on a daily basis and the time. So using this glucose telemetry system, now we recently reported with the group at the University of Maryland that you can reduce the rate of hypoglycemic events. So in this study of patients that were insulin treated, we had an order that if the blood glucose was less than 85, it has an alarm, and the nurses were indicated or were asked to go to the bedside, do the finger sticks, and treat accordingly to prevent severe hypoglycemia. And what we reported is that the number of episodes of hypoglycemia, because we can treat the patient, don't wait until the 60, 70, we just give some orange juice, crackers, or whatever is needed for glucose less than 85, and you can prevent hypoglycemia. And here to the right is the time below range, where we have a significant reduction in the time of hypoglycemia. So if we believe that hypoglycemia is associated with poor outcomes, same as hyperglycemia, CGM allows you to reduce the risk of complications. So what is in the pipeline? This is what we have so far. First, now we just completed a study in which we prospectively doing an intervention studies where patients are managed with the standard of care point of care testing. So you adjust insulin therapy according to the point of care testing 4 times a day versus CGM. The studies right now, we took patients to type 1 and type 2 with blood glucose between 140 and 400. We are analyzing the data. I hope that we're going to prove that we can reduce hypo events. There are also implantable sensors. That's right. Right now, they're approved to 90 days in the US and now 180 days in Europe. This is something that is going to be happening in the future. We're not done any study with Eversense. There is the issue that what happens if the patient needs an MRI, and then you can run into problems. So the other is closed loop. That's right. There are several studies reported in the UK that the use of closed loop, so having a CGM connected to an insulin infusion or an insulin pump, you can improve glycemic control, reduce average blood glucose, and decrease glycemic variability in patients. We are now working with one of these in Omnipod in the very preliminary studies, and we're planning to test if the closed loop system can be an option for management patients in the hospital setting. But there are different challenges, that's right. I mean, it's easy to do studies, but in real world, let me just discuss some of the challenges that I think has to be considered for the hospital care. First, many of the primary care and hospitalists are not familiar with the technology. So we need to do a lot of education. Our hospitalists don't use CGM on a routine basis, so education is needed. So I hope that presentation like this help to open our mind to be able to use this CGM technology in the future. Second, there are some CGM that need calibration. There is this measurement lag because what it measures is subcutaneous tissue, interstitial fluid. And there is somewhere between 7 to 15 minutes delay. Is that important? Well, if you're using as an outpatient in the ambulatory setting or you do it in the non-ICU, maybe no. Interfering with high doses of acetaminophen or ascorbic acid and others has to be learned. The other thing that some of my colleagues said, well, maybe there is an information overload. If you get this blood glucose measured every 5-15 minutes throughout the day, can you react and maybe do insulin stocking? So we just need to learn more and more importantly, teach our house staff, teach our primary care hospitalists on the appropriate use of CGM. So we're doing studies now in patients with hypotension, hypothermia, hypoxia. What's going on with in the ICU? I already told you that I don't think this is the best thing for the ICU, but for the non-ICU, it is an alternative to frequent blood glucose testing. Cost is an issue, but cost is coming down. And finger sticks are not cheap, especially because of the nursing time that is done. So the other thing is what we call discrepancy. And this is an interesting case, that's right. Let me look at it. Let me present this to you. This is a 54-year-old male who is admitted with a diabetic foot ulcer. And what you have here in black numbers are the blood glucose levels by point of care testing, so finger sticks. And in the green color in the bottom are those measured by CGM. And overall, there's a good correlation. But there are some values like this. What would you do if it's 113 versus 77 or here? 88 by point of care testing, 54 by finger sticks. So in that case, we react for the lower blood glucose and we treat the patients. But I told you that the point of care testing is better than CGM for blood glucose less than 54 or less than 70. So we have to learn more how to adjust this or how often this is happening. The other thing is in the ICU. This is data we just published last month in Diabetes Care. And here you have to the left, look at what is called in the panel C. The patient goes to the OR. This is bypass surgery. This is Dr. Pascal and his group. And what you have is, let's say, this patient here, when it went in surgery start is in the green arrows, the bypass is on in the orange, and when surgery ends is in the red. And CGM is in blue and point of care testing is in red. So this patient, for example, during the CGM value stopped when the surgery start and when the bypass is on, and after surgery, it came back, perfect. And all of them fails. And there are many patients who undergo bypass surgery, maybe because of changes in temperature or extracorporeal circulation, that you're going to have failures of CGM. In some of them, it comes back after surgery, but in others, do not recover. So what we're doing right now, for example, look at this. They started the surgery, it went blank, and it didn't recover after several hours after surgery. And in others, they reach much lower. So we think that in patients with bypass, what we're doing is we use the CGM, but you have to restart the CGM or put a new one, especially if it's not recovered after surgery. So if that's the most appropriate way, I think that during surgery, maybe just do finger sticks may be indicated and may be safer for the patients. I'm sure some of you say, well, how do I implement continuous glucose monitoring in the hospital? And our group and others has published recent papers, and this is in Diabetes, Journal of Diabetes Science Technology last year, that we put characteristics of the two factory calibrated. And you know, the DESCOM start in 2 hours, the AVO 3 in 1 hour. Both of them look at glucose between 40, 50 up to 400 or 500. Big differences in the DESCOM is 10 days, 14 days for the Libre. It looked like the DESCOM G7 is going to go all the way to 14 days in the future. There is some interaction with acetaminophen or high doses of vitamin C of aspirin, so you have to be aware of that. Hydroxyurea for the DESCOM. So, and both, as I mentioned before, has some limitations that you can review this in the paper. But more importantly, in this publication, it tells you how do you download the data. That is beyond this presentation, but what you do is with the Clarity DESCOM website, or you do with the Live Review, and its paper tells you step by step how you get this data. How can you download it? Something that I am extremely proud of the work that some of my colleagues at Emory are doing is like Pascal is putting this together, this COVID in Diabetes website. It is just amazing. I would invite you to go to www.covidindiabetes.org, covidindiabetes.org. And it tells you in this, I mean, you can get very up-to-date PDF and good literature on the use of management of patients with COVID in the hospital. It gives you a protocol, how you treat steroid-induced or DKA in patients with COVID, both in the non-ICU and the ICU. And it has a whole section on diabetes technology and implementation. How do you use CGM or pump therapies in the hospital setting? Again, www.covidindiabetes.org. So in summary, what I have tried to tell you. The data from current studies and we are conducting several more, and many more data, much data is coming in next year or two, clearly shows that continuous glucose monitoring provides a better picture of glycemic control, glycemic status, compared to point-of-care testing. It detects hypoglycemia, significantly more events, especially nocturnal hypoglycemia. It gives you the direction and the magnitude of changes. So it's a much better tool. However, we still need more data to prove the accuracy of the sensor. How can we do this? We just need more studies. We also need studies that have been evaluated by the FDA to determine in a very scientific way if the use of CGM is accurate enough to replace point-of-care testing, or in high-risk population with hypoglycemia or complicated cases, maybe it should be used. But if with that, we also need significant education and training programs, not only for physicians, but also for nurses and everybody, pharmacists and everybody involved in the management of patients with diabetes. We need to work on data transmission, that's right, from the bedside to the nursing stations. So a continuous glucose profile or telemedicine that we're doing, some of these companies are working on a dashboard where you can increase and recognize transmission, and more importantly, enter data on the electronic health records. We need pharmacoeconomic analysis. Is the use of CGM cheaper or more expensive than point-of-care testing? I think at the end would be much cheaper, especially in complicated patients, not only because finger sticks are expensive, but by reducing hypoglycemia and complications. And of course, we need more data like the one we just reported, combining the glucose monitoring with insulin administration, like there are many of these automatic insulin dosing systems that improve glycemic control. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you where we are with the use of continuous glucose monitoring in the hospital setting.
Had a very exhausting and sumptuous presentation of what is to come. Now, could I start with a difficult question to Dr. Sanjay? I would invite you to gaze into the crystal ball and give a general idea of when we could expect to have some of these basic sciences translated into clinical medicine. We have the example of T20 match. Are we in the second over, or are we going to the 15th over, or are we somewhere in between? I mean, I don't expect to have a clear answer, but to give a context to what you have presented.
Yes, it is a difficult question, Dr. Sridhar, and it is, crystal ball is a good way to put it here. The way I'll answer that question, and we get asked that question all the time when we go around the world, we meet with families, as well as when we fund research here. So what I will say is, I'll give a convoluted answer. If you dial back 15 years, and if you asked us in 2005, when we launched the Artificial Pancreas Consortium and the program, when will we have the first closed loop system? We did not. We did not know. Some said 5 years, some said 15 years. And I think the answer is somewhere in between. But what we did realize, what we did know is that there could be an iterative generations of products coming out with increasing functionality, whether it's increasing efficacy, increasing safety, or both, reducing patient burden, etc. Likewise, in cell replacement therapy, I will tell you, and I mentioned a few times in my talk that we are still in the early days here. I would say that, the first generation of products beyond cadaveric transplantation, this is stem cell-based transplantation with full immunosuppression for a subset of people with type 1 diabetes, a small subset of them, is probably not too far. Probably not too far out there. However, the next generations of product where we reduce the amount of immunosuppression, either completely eliminated with encapsulation or with limited immunosuppression, is probably several years away. The proof will be in the pudding when we get through the clinical trials. And then the gene editor technology, once we have the encapsulated or the partially immunosuppressed products there, the gene editor technology will not come in too far away from there. The reason I have that confidence is because our learnings along the way will help us get there. And I'll again harken back to the example of AP systems. In my career for over 20 years, I have never seen approval, for example, of a pediatric population either along with or within months of approval in the adult population, such as with closed loop systems. That is progress, and that's only because we've learned how to use these things safely and effectively. I understand that a cell replacement product is very different from an artificial pancreas system, but we didn't know that in 2005, what we do today in 22. And I'm hoping that in 2030, we will be in this same position with cell replacement therapy as we are with AP systems today. So that's kind of a long-winded answer to your quite difficult question.
That is closer to the truth. And Professor Robert, the use of insulin pump in type 1 diabetes is well established. But unfortunately, most of our patients who need it can't afford it. And most of those who can afford it are type 2 diabetic patients. So are there any indications for the use of insulin pump in type 2 diabetes? Maybe evidence or at least experience-based.
Yes, so I can speak to that in general and then specifically. So there are studies in type 2 people with diabetes who are starting with MDI therapy. And in general, pump therapy or closed-loop systems tend to be actually even more effective than in type 1 because many of the people with type 2, even if they're on MDI, have some beta cell reserve. That said, we are doing currently a study in patients with type 2 diabetes. There have been other published studies on this. So I think this will have to be looked at, and I think Guillermo and brought up the issue of cost and cost effectiveness. We have to look at the relative cost of using these systems compared to what they're taking. So in the United States, if a person is on MDI, they may also be on an SGLT2 inhibitor. They may be on a GLP-1. They're, of course, probably still on metformin. And the cost of all those medications, if they could be eliminated and replaced with closed-loop pump systems, may not be any more expensive to have them on the automation. But that remains to be seen. And certainly we're going to be looking at it as are others. So we're very aware of the cost issues, but in various places around the world, the payment for this technology is changing, and it's changing because of the compelling evidence that has been developed over the last 10 years.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think it was wonderful having all the three keynote lectures, and I sincerely thank all the speakers and Dr. Professor Sridhar sir for co-chairing, and sincere thanks for everyone for giving us this opportunity. Over to organizers, please.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Preeti, please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you to esteemed speakers, Dr. Sanjay Dutt, Dr. Robert, Dr. Empires, for excellent coverage of all topics, which truly enriched our knowledge. Thank you, Dr. G.R. Sridhar, sir, and Dr. L. Srinivas Murthy, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjoy. Thank you, Dr. Robert. It's really a pleasure to have you for this meeting. And now we close the session here, and tomorrow we meet again. And tomorrow we have three halls running in parallel, and it is going to be a busy day. I will request everyone to join us in time tomorrow at 9:30, and so that we start the proceedings in time. Thank you again. Thank you very much to all the delegates who have joined us from all across the world. And it has been a very fantastic day. Those who missed some sessions, they can always go back to doctube.co.in and they can watch all the sessions live, recording there. It is already there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Night. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night, Amit.
3. Hello, dear friends and attendees of Diabetes Technology Congress. We just finished today, first day of our Diabetes Technology Congress, where more than 3,000 delegates from all over the world who are attending, discussing, and sharing their knowledge on this platform. Tomorrow, we have a very exciting day where not only we have two eminent orators who will be talking on technology aspect of diabetes from India, Dr. V. Mohan and Dr. Shashank Joshi. Tomorrow we also have one dedicated hall which is for startups from India as well as few startups from other parts of the world, and they will be discussing the diabetes technology startups, how it can be more useful for our Indian patients. With this, looking forward to meet you all of you for this wonderful platform on the second day of Diabetes Technology Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Sridhar sir. Now we will close the session. Thank you. Thank you very much.